kudhibiti maajenti laghai ambao wamekuwa wakiwapunja Wakenya kuhusu ajira za ughaibuni.
Tunajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba zile kazi ambazo zinapatikana sio hapa nchini peke yake, lakini hata huko ng'ambo, ndio zile kazi ama masomo ambao vijana wetu watafuatilia waweze kupata kazi zile. Hizi recruitment agencies, tukipata tu malalamisho yote, tayari tunafanya deregistration from 1200 kwa wakati huu ni karibu 500. Tumejaribu sana kuzipunguza, lakini kwa sababu Wakenya hawajaelewa ni jinsi gani wanaweza kupata kazi hizi, wanaanguka kwa mikono ya hawa matapeli.
Hii ni licha ya lalama kuwa baadhi ya Wakenya waliotuma maombi kupitia wizara hiyo kulalama kuwa hawajapata ajira.
Zile kazi wanazoitiwa wanajipata kwamba sio zile kazi zenye walikuwa wanaenda kufanya.
Kazi ya serikali ni kutengeneza kazi hapa nchini Kenya. Wakenya wanataka serikali ambayo itatengeneza kazi nchini Kenya. Kushipu watu wenu nje, watu wanataka wakae hapa wajenge nchi yao.
Wenye nilifika Myanmar ndio nilijua yenyewe nimefanywa mbaya na ikakuwa wazi kuwa nimeuzwa.
Nikawauliza kwa nini wamenirudishia 37,000 of which hakuna process yenye walinifanyia yenye ilikuwa iko included among the 55,000. Kama iko kazi ya ukweli, naweza omba tu hii committee tuweze kurudishiwa pesa yetu hiyo.
Kwenye maadhimisho ya leo, katibu mkuu wa muungano wa kutetea maslahi ya wafanyikazi nchini Kenya, Francis Atwoli, amesema kuwa serikali inakabiliwa na changamoto ya ukusanyaji ushuru na kuitaka kuwatoza ushuru wa Kenya wanaofanya kazi nje ya nchi sawa na wale walioko humu nchini. Nimezungumza na baadhi ya Wakenya na haswa wafanyikazi kuona nini wanachojivunia hii leo ulimwengu unapoadhimisha siku ya wafanyikazi.
Mimi sioni haja ya kuseparate hii nini juu maisha imekuwa ngumu, hata hakuna kile tunapata, bado inabidi ni haso mpaka siku ya leo. Hata president wetu, angalia vijana wenye tuna grow hizi, tumezaa shaa watoto wanaenda shule, kama shule ilikuwa imefunguliwa hatuna hata hela ya kupeleka watoto shule. Punguza maisha ikuwe vizuri kidogo.
Tunasherehekea nini na hali hata salary zetu zimekatwa sana za watu wenye wameajiriwa na hali ya uchumi iko chini sana. Sasa ukiangalia hata upande wa vitega uchumi hali iko chini sana. Tunataabika sasa kwenda kwa kiwanja, kwenda kusherekea huko ni kujidanganya tu, kwa sababu kila mwaka tuwezi enda kwa kiwanja tunasherekea, mwaka ujao vitu zinaendelea kuwa mbaya.
Maadhimisho ya mwaka huu yanakuja wakati ambapo makampuni mengi ya kigeni yamesitisha kutoa huduma nchini na kupelekea kusimamishwa kazi kwa maelfu ya Wakenya wengi. Wawekezaji aidha wanadai kuwa mazingira yamekuwa magumu zaidi kufanya biashara hapa nchini Kenya. Kwa Darubini ya Afrika, nikiripotia idhaa ya Kiswahili ya Channel Africa nikiwa Nairobi, Kenya, jina langu ni Luke Wasike.
Darubini ya Afrika na I am Henry Shakif hapa kwenye Channel Africa, taswira ya Afrika.
Hadi kufikia hivi sasa bado msemaji wa jeshi la Uganda Brigadier Felix Kulaije bado hajatoa taarifa yoyote, lakini hadi kufikia hivi sasa serikali ndio imetoa taarifa ikisema kwamba waasi wa ADF waliweza kufanya mashambulizi hayo ya kushtukiza na kujeruhi watu 3 na pia kuweza kupora mali, kuharibu mimea.
Darubini ya Afrika kuanzia saa 12 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati hadi saa 1 kamili majira ya Afrika ya Kati.
Msikilizaji, tukiwa tunazidi kusonga mbele, kipindi hewani ni makala Darubini ya Afrika kutoka hapa idhaa ya Kiswahili ya Channel Africa. Msikilizaji, ni kukumbushe swali letu la leo kwa wewe ambaye ndio kwanza pengine unajiunga nami. Karibu, ni kwamba linauliza leo, ikiwa ni siku ya wafanyakazi ulimwenguni na duniani kote, je, serikali ya nchi yako imefanikiwa kwa kiwango gani kumaliza tatizo la ukosefu wa ajira katika nchi ulioko? Nitumie maoni yako kupitia njia zifuatazo. Nambari yetu ya simu ya hapa studio ni alama ya kujumlisha 2760552594. Bila kusahau mitandao yetu ya kijamii, ule mtandao wetu wa Facebook ambao ni Channel Africa Swahili, mtandao wa X maarufu kama Twitter ni @Kiswahili_CA. Niandikie maoni yako msikilizaji, ujumbe nitausoma hapa hapa katika makala Darubini ya Afrika. Na sasa baada ya kutoka kule nchini Kenya, ni hatimaye ni kule nchini Tanzania. Tunaelezwa kwamba Rais wa Tanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan ametangaza kuwa mwaka huu serikali imeongeza kima cha chini cha mshahara kwa watumishi wa umma kutoka kwa asilimia 35.1, ambapo kwa ongezeko hili sasa kima cha chini kitapanda kutoka shilingi 370,000 hadi shilingi 500,000. Mwandishi wetu kutoka Tanzania Prosper Kuigize ametuandalia ripoti ifuatayo.
Akiongea mapema leo kwenye maadhimisho ya siku ya wafanyakazi yaliyofanyika mkoani Singida, Rais Samia amesema mwezi Mei mwaka jana, wakati wa siku ya wafanyakazi, serikali ilieleza kuhusu ugumu wa uchumi uliokuwepo wakati huo na kuwasihi wafanyakazi wawe na uvumilivu kuhusu nyongeza za mishahara, na kwamba sasa uchumi unaruhusu na serikali imefanya jambo mwaka huu.
Ninayo furaha ya kuwatangazia kwamba katika kuzidi kuleta ustawi kwa wafanyakazi, mwaka huu serikali itaongeza kima cha chini cha mshahara kwa watumishi wa umma kwa asilimia 35.1. Nyongeza hii itakayoanza kutumika mwezi Julai mwaka huu itaongeza kima cha chini cha mshahara kutoka shilingi 370,000 hadi shilingi 500,000. Ngazi nyingine za mshahara nazo zitapanda kwa kiwango kizuri jinsi bajeti inavyoturuhusu, lakini nataka niwaambie nyongeza nzuri ipo. Kwa upande wa sekta binafsi, bodi ya kima cha chini cha mshahara kwa sekta binafsi inaendelea sasa kufanya mapitio ili kuboresha viwango vya chini vya mshahara kwa wafanyakazi wa sekta hiyo.
Kauli hiyo inaamsha shangwe na nderemo kutoka kwa wafanyakazi na wananchi waliofurika katika viwanja vya Mei Mosi mjini Singida ulikofanyika maadhimisho hayo.
Wafanyakazi oye!
Hata hivyo, Rais Samia anatahadharisha vyama vya wafanyakazi kutotumika kisiasa na kuhatarisha amani ya nchi, akieleza kuwa historia ya vyama hivyo ni ushiriki wake katika kupigania uhuru wa Tanganyika.
Kwa namna yoyote ile, tusitoe fursa kwa vyama vya wafanyakazi kutumika kuichafua nchi yetu. Historia ya vyama vya wafanyakazi ni vyama vilivyoleta vuguvugu la uhuru wa nchi hii. Sasa tusijibadilishe tukawa vyama vya kusaliti uhuru wetu tulioutafuta kwa nguvu kubwa. Niwaombe sana viongozi wa vyama vya wafanyakazi mkalisimamie hilo.
Awali, Waziri wa Kazi na Ajira Bwana Ridhiwani Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete akitoa maelezo ya wizara hiyo anataja kuwepo kwa mafanikio makubwa katika sekta ya ajira na kazi, huku akipongeza kwa namna Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan alivyotumia miaka yake 4 ya madarakani kukuza ajira.
Mheshimiwa Rais, katika kipindi cha miaka yako 4 ya uongozi, ulipopokea kijiti toka kwa mpendo wetu Dr. John Joseph Magufuli, ambaye ilani ilimwelekeza kuhakikisha kwamba tutakapofika mwaka 2025 tutakuwa tumetekeleza uajiri wa Watanzania milioni 8. Leo hii ninaposimama hapa, Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka niseme mbele ya umati huu kwamba sasa tunaelekea ajira milioni 9. Ninakushukuru wewe kwa uongozi wako, ninakushukuru wewe kwa usimamizi wako, na leo hii sisi tunafanya kazi iliyotukuka. Mheshimiwa Rais, katika kipindi cha miaka yako 5 umeweza kupandisha madaraja ya watumishi, ambapo leo ninaposimama mbele yako watumishi wa serikali zaidi ya 90% wamepandishwa vyeo, na kwa namba ni watumishi 412,000 kati ya watumishi wote walioajiriwa katika sekta ya umma na sekta binafsi. Mheshimiwa Rais, umetuelekeza tufanye malipo ya mkupuo. Nataka kwa furaha kubwa, nataka kuhakikishia Mheshimiwa Rais jambo hilo tumelifanya kupitia mifumo ambayo imewekezwa katika sekta zetu binafsi na ile ya umma. Mheshimiwa Rais, malipo ya mikupuo yamefanyika.
Mkurugenzi wa Shirika la Kazi Duniani katika kanda ya Afrika Mashariki, Bi Caroline Mugara, ni miongoni mwa waliohudhuria na kutoa hotuba ambayo pamoja na mambo mengine inahitaja Tanzania kuwa miongoni mwa mataifa yanayopiga hatua kubwa katika kuboresha mazingira ya kazi na wafanyakazi barani Afrika.
Katika mwaka uliopita, ILO imeshiriki kwa karibu na serikali ya Tanzania, vyama vya wafanyakazi na waajiri kutekeleza mambo kadhaa muhimu kwa mafanikio makubwa. Tumechangia kuimarisha uwekezaji wa wanawake na vijana kiuchumi kwa kushirikiana na taasisi kama benki za NMB na CRDB na wadau wengine wa maendeleo ili kuboresha huduma za kifedha na zisizo za kifedha. Tumechangia kuboresha mazingira ya kazi kwa wafanyakazi wa sekta isiyo rasmi na walio katika mazingira hatarishi kwa kupanua wigo ulinzi wa hifadhi ya jamii na kuboresha hali bora kazini. Tuliratibu na kutoa mafunzo kwa maafisa kazi na kuunda nyenzo na miongozo ya utekelezaji wa sheria za kazi. ILO pia imechangia mapitio ya mkakati wa taifa wa kutokomeza utumikishaji wa watoto na uandaji mkakati wa kitaifa wa wafanyakazi wa majumbani.
Kwa upande wake, Waziri Mkuu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Kassim Majaliwa ni miongoni mwa waliopongeza serikali kwa namna ambavyo inajali maslahi ya wafanyakazi, huku akitaja kuwa mambo mengi yaliyokuwa kilalamikiwa na wafanyakazi yamechukuliwa hatua, ikiwemo kuboresha mazingira ya kazi na kutatua changamoto zinazokabili wafanyakazi.
Kupitia siku hii tunapata fursa mahususi ya kuenzi mchango wa wafanyakazi nchini, kukumbuka historia ya harakati zao, kujadili pamoja changamoto za sasa na kuimarisha mshikamano wa wafanyakazi kutoka sekta zote za umma na sekta binafsi. Mheshimiwa Rais, juhudi zako za kuimarisha mazingira bora ya kazi nchini, kuongeza fursa za ajira pamoja na kuendeleza mazungumzo kati ya serikali, waajiri na vyama vya wafanyakazi zinazidi kunufaisha wafanyakazi, na kwamba jitihada hizi zinaendana na ujumbe wa kimataifa wa mwaka huu wa Mei Mosi unaosisitiza umuhimu wa amani, utulivu, uanzishwaji wa viwanda, biashara na kazi zenye staha kwa ajili ya haki za kijamii.
Kwa upande wake, vyama vya wafanyakazi kupitia shirikisho la vyama vya wafanyakazi nchini Tanzania, TUKTA, katika risala yao wameonesha kuridhishwa na hatua zinazochukuliwa kutatua changamoto na kero mbalimbali, ikiwemo namna serikali inavyoshughulikia madai yao. Prosper Kuigize, Channel Africa, Singida, Tanzania.
Got something to say? Are you passionate about issues that matter?
Do you have a voice that deserves to be heard?
Well, we've got the perfect platform for you. Call in or drop us a WhatsApp on +27 63 406 9126.
And we will call you back.
So you could have your say and be part of the conversation.
30 years of age, I just turned 30 on the 15th of November. So yeah, that's who I am, you know.
It's not just talk, it's your chance to air your views.
Share your opinion.
Engage with a community that values your perspective.
Follow us on our social media.
Visit our website at www.channelafrica.co.za
and get ready to share your views
on Channel Africa,
the African perspective.
Msikilizaji, kwa muda wa wakati tayari ni saa 12 na dakika 25 kwa saa za Afrika ya Kati na saa 1 usiku na dakika 25 kwa saa za Afrika ya Mashariki. Kipindi hewani ni makala Darubini ya Afrika kutoka idhaa ya Kiswahili ya Channel Africa. Na sasa moja kwa moja tuelekee huko nchini Malawi. Ni kwamba Rais wa Malawi Daktari Lazarus Chakwera amesema kuwa hafurahishwi na baadhi ya tabia za waajiri ambao wanaajiri wafanyakazi bila kufuata sheria za nchi, kitu ambacho amesema kuwa kinadidimiza wafanyakazi wa nchini humo. Richard Mwafurirwa anayoripoti kamili.
Hivyo ndivyo sherehe za kumbukizi ya Mei Mosi, ambayo ni siku ya wafanyakazi duniani, zilivyoanza nchini Malawi. Muziki ambao unausikiliza kwa hivi sasa ni muziki wa aina ya ndoro ambao ni maarufu sana katika wilaya ya Kalonga. Lakini katika sherehe hizi, rais wa nchini Malawi Dr. Lazarus Chakwera amesema kuwa hafurahishwi na baadhi ya tabia za waajiri ambao hawafuati taratibu au sheria za nchi katika maeneo ya kazi nchini hapa. Rais Chakwera ameyasema hayo leo katika wilaya Baraka katika siku ya kumbukizi ya wafanyakazi duniani kote. Chakwera amesema kuwa tabia hiyo ni mbaya sana kwa sababu inawanyima uhuru wafanyakazi katika maeneo ambayo wanafanyia kazi, kwa sababu kama kuna jambo haliendi vizuri wanashindwa kutoa dukuduku zao kwenye eneo husika kwa sababu ya ukandamizwa. Katika hatua nyingine amesema kuwa kwa hivi sasa mambo yameanza kubadilika kwa sababu baadhi ya vitu vimeanza kushuka bei tofauti na wiki 2 zilizopita, na kuongeza kuwa serikali yake itaongeza mishahara kwa wafanyakazi ambao wanalipwa mishahara midogo sana nchini hapa. Akizungumzia upande wa usalama katika maeneo ya kazi, amesema kuwa anahuzunishwa na namna waajiri wanavyowafanyisha kazi wafanyakazi wao katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kwa mfano, wengine wanafungiwa katika maeneo ya kazi kutoka asubuhi hadi jioni kwa sababu waajiri hawataki kupumzike wakati wa kazi. Alafu wengine wanafanya kazi katika maeneo ambayo hayana huduma muhimu kama choo na vinginevyo, na kulipwa mishahara midogo ambayo haikubaliki na serikali, na wengine wanafanya kazi bila ujira wowote, kitu ambacho amesema kuwa hakikubaliki katika sheria za nchini Malawi. Amesema kuwa watu ambao wanateseka sana ni wafanyakazi ambao wanafanya kazi katika mashamba makubwa, estate kwa Kiingereza, wa shuleni ambao wengine wanawapatia ujira walimu bila mkataba yoyote, na wengine wanafanya kazi bila ujira wowote, kitu ambacho amesema kuwa ni tatizo kubwa sana na halikubaliki katika sheria za nchi hii. Vile vile ameongeza kuwa serikali yake itahakikisha kuwa matatizo yote haya yanafikia ukomo mwakane ili waajiri wao wanafuata sheria katika maeneo yao ya kazi. Kwa upande wake, rais wa vyama vya wafanyakazi nchini hapa, Comrade Charles Kumchenga, amesema kuwa serikali inatakiwa kufikiria wafanyakazi kwa sababu kwa hivi sasa bidhaa nyingi zimepanda bei ila mishahara yao ni midogo sana, kitu ambacho amesema kuwa kinawafanya wafanyakazi waishi maisha magumu nchini hapa. Comrade Kumchenga amesema kuwa serikali inatakiwa kufuatilia waajiri katika maeneo yao ya kazi ili haki zao ziheshimiwe na wawe huru katika ufanyaji wao wa kazi. Vile vile ameataka makampuni mbalimbali kuwa na vyama vya wafanyakazi ili wapate maeneo ya kutoa malalamiko yao endapo kama kuna mambo mengine haendi vizuri katika ujira wao. Katika hatua nyingine amesema kuwa serikali inatakiwa kutunga sheria ngumu ambazo zitasaidia wafanyakazi ambao wanajeruhiwa kazini, kwa sababu wafanyakazi wengi wakipatwa na majanga kama haya wakiwa kazini hawasaidiwi na waajiri wao. Kutoka hapa nchini Malawi, mimi ni Richard Kajikomeni Mwafrirwa.
Asante sana Richard Mwafrirwa kutoka huko nchini Malawi, msikilizaji. Na sasa ni wasaa mzuri kabisa kuweza kusikiliza na habari za michezo. Hii ni makala maalumu katika siku hii ya leo, siku ya wafanyakazi duniani. Ni kwamba utakayokwenda kuyasikia katika makala maalumu ya michezo ni yafuatayo: mafanikio ya soka la Afrika Kusini yanatokana na nini haswa, lakini pia mashabiki wa soka na wachambuzi wana maoni gani kuelekea fainali ya kombe la mabingwa na dile la shirikisho barani Afrika. Mengi zaidi ni ndani ya ripoti ifuatayo kutoka kwake Manase bin Bendera.
Msikilizaji wangu, karibu kusikiliza makala haya muhimu, ambapo leo hii tunakwenda kuzungumzia kuhusiana na soka, maendeleo ya soka barani Afrika, lakini pia maoni mbalimbali ya wasikilizaji pamoja na wachambuzi wa soka ni yapi kuelekea kombe ya shirikisho barani Afrika, lakini pia na kombe la mabingwa barani Afrika. Timu ya Mamelodi Sundowns kutoka Afrika Kusini itakwenda kupambana katika fainali na timu ya Pyramid FC kutoka kule Misri katika fainali la kombe la mabingwa. Lakini kwa upande mwingine, katika fainali ya kombe la shirikisho, timu ya Simba Sport Club kutoka Tanzania itapambana na RS Berkane. Mashabiki pamoja na wachambuzi wa soka wana lipi la kuzungumzia kuhusiana hili? Leo hii nimeshuka katika mitaa ya jiji la Johannesburg.
Mimi naitwa Hussein Hassani au Maseki au Smoka, natokea Dodoma bwana. Kwa jinsi ninavyoona mimi ni mshabiki wa Yanga. Mimi ni mshabiki wa Yanga, lakini nawaombea Simba wachukue kombe, watupe heshima Tanzania, wanakuwa wanajumlisha Tanzania nzima. Tuko maisha ya mbali huko, hatuwezi kukaa tukasema tushangilie tena wageni, tutakuwa kama watumwa. Mimi naiombea Simba bwana ishinde, kwa ni Simba itashinda. Sijui sasa kwa wengine watakuwa na roho mbaya kama huenda wakiwa wanaikandia Simba. Kuna watu wengine kama mashabiki wa Yanga hivyo wanaiombea Simba balaa kwa sababu ya ule ushindani au utani wa jadi, lakini wewe umeonyesha kabisa kwamba wewe ni mzalendo ambaye unasupport Tanzania. Ni neno gani ambalo utawaambia wale wengine ambao wanaweka sana mambo ya ushindani na kutupilia mbali uzalendo ama utaifa? Kwa mimi ninachosema, jamani, tupunguze roho ya kwa nini kutokana sisi wote wa Tanzania. Sisi ndio tunaishi maisha huku, tunaona jinsi tunavyoishi wa Tanzania. Nguvu iwe moja, ndugu zangu. Mimi naomba tu hivyo, yani mimi ni mwana Yanga, kule tunatupilia mbali upinzani, tunaenda kutia nguvu kama Tanzania. Simba ni Tanzania, Yanga ni Tanzania, kote ni nguvu ndugu zangu. Tukiwa pamoja tutafanikisha jamani. Wewe ni wakili, mimi bingwa wa Simba tangia zamani, yani tangu utoto wangu ni mimi bingwa wa Simba. Wewe matumaini yako yakoje kama mwana Simba? Simba wanachukua ubingwa wanachukua, wanashinda Simba. Kwao tunawafunga, tukija hapa tunawafunga vile vile kwetu. Sasa tuzungumzie kuhusiana na kombe la mabingwa Afrika ambalo klabu ya Mamelodi Sundowns itakwenda kupambana na Pyramid FC kutoka Misri. Finali hii, wewe utabiri wako ukoje kati ya Sundowns na Pyramid FC? Sipendelei timu yoyote, nipo simangu Simba tu.
Lakini pia msikilizaji, ni kwa timu tatu za Afrika Kusini zilifika katika hatua ya nusu fainali ya kombe la mabingwa. Kwa nini timu hizi zinafikia hatua hii muhimu, na mafanikio ya soka la Afrika Kusini ni yapi? Huyu hapa Chris Kashindi na sababu kwa nini soka la Afrika Kusini linaendelea.
Kwa timu za hapa South Africa zimefika, zote zimefaulu kufika kileleni huko. Mimi naweza nikasema kwa taswira ni kusema kuwa wanawekeza, wako serious kwa kitu ambacho wanachokifanya, wanawekeza, na ndio maana hizi timu zote zinafika huko, zinafanya vyema zaidi sana. Mpira bila uwekezaji sio mpira, wanajitahidi kwa hilo. Hata kama kusema eti South Africa wanabania sana wageni kwa kuna wakati wanasema kwenye jezi zao zile za nani, wanaandika Ubuntu kwenye jezi zao, lakini sometimes Ubuntu haonekani kwa sababu Ubuntu ni neno la Kiafrika hili. Ubuntu tukija kwenye Kiswahili ni utu. Sasa kama utu, utakuta Waafrika wengine wanawekwa kando, wanahitaji wenye nchi zaidi sana, wenyewe ndio wao kipaumbele. Lakini sio vibaya sana, na ni vibaya kwa Waafrika wengine. Sema tu ligi ipo juu sana, mpira wa hapa South Africa upo juu kiukweli.
Ujumbe kwa mashabiki na wakereketwa wote wa soka barani Afrika ni upi kuelekea katika fainali hizi ambazo tutazishuhudia kati ya Pyramid FC na Mamelodi Sundowns, lakini pia Simba Sport Club na RS Berkane?
Ujumbe ambao naweza nikatoa kwa mashabiki wote ni kuwa waendelee kushabikia timu zao.
Ni mwisho wa makala muhimu ya michezo siku ya leo, na kwa niaba ya Channel Africa naitwa Manas bin Bendera.
Na msikilizaji, hayo ni makala maalum ya michezo katika siku hii ya sikukuu ya wafanyakazi ambayo inaadhimishwa duniani kote siku hii leo. Na sasa moja kwa moja tuelekee huko nchini DRC. Tunaelezwa kwamba askari polisi wa DRC waliopo mjini Uvira nchini humo ambao walikimbia vita maeneo yanayodhibitiwa na wapiganaji wa M23 wameandamana jana mbele ya ofisi ya gavana wa mkoa wa Kivu Kusini kuomba walipo mishahara yao ya miezi mitatu. Thompson Ujibatangwala William akiwa Kirumoni Uvira nchini DRC amefuatilia tukio hilo na kututumia ripoti ifuatayo.
Ni zaidi ya askari polisi 200 walioandamana Jumatano Aprili 30 mbele ya ofisi ya naibu gavana wa mkoa wa Kivu ya Kusini patikanayo Kavimvira mjini Uvira kwenye mpaka wa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo na nchi jirani ya Burundi. Askari polisi hao, wanaume kwa wanawake, walianza kwa kuketi chini, halafu baadaye wakafunga barabara kwa kuweka mawe, magogo na kamba.
Ziko mumikono ya babe hapa Uvira, ziko hapa
wanazifungia mapema ziko miezi 3 yote iko.
Mwanamama huyu ni askari polisi amesema mishahara yao imeshawasili mjini Uvira, ila wakuu viongozi hawataki kuwalipa haki yao.
Bakuwa anatuambia tukimbie shibo hata tukimbie mpaka Uvira. Tunafika Uvira tuamwa tunekala Uvira. Uvira tunalala sawa vile manguruwe tunakula sawa manyama. Banduku na watoto wanakufa Bukavu bila sababu. Tunafika hapa tuombe makuta na tupatie franka.
Tumejaribu kutafuta viongozi wao ila wamejizuiza kusema lolote. Kulingana na vyanzo vya kiusalama, hao ni askari polisi waliotokea Goma, Minova, Nyabibwe, Kalehe, Kabamba, Katana, Kavumu na Bukavu, miji inayodhibitiwa na wahasi wa AFC M23 katika mikoa ya Kivu Kaskazini na Kusini, mashariki mwa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Askari polisi huyu kutoka Goma ameeleza kuwa nia yao sio kuzorotesha usalama bali ni kuomba haki yao.
Polisi iko na reklame franga zake, bakuwa banaanza fichama, banatuma watu mwende tembe nasema hakuna franga, na Kinshasa nasema franga ziko kukono za mwezi wa 3, basi badanganye aseme franga ziko kutembe. Ni bongo, mwende muulize bakuwa yenu. Pourtant que franga za Sud Kivu ziko na meme benye bako ku M23 franga zabo zilitoka, benye balikufaka meme mu 2004 na mu 1900 franga zabo zilitoka kulistingi. Kwa maana sasa ba polisi weko siri le terrain banakosa franga, benye habako ndio banapata franga.
Shughuli nyingi mjini Uvira zilibweteka, haswa zile za uchukuzi kutoka Uvira kwenda Bujumbura. Usafiri umesimama kwa masaa kadhaa, ila pia shughuli za kiuchumi nazo zikawa zimesimama kutokana na maandamano hayo. Wakuu viongozi walipopata taarifa hizo waliingilia kati. Polisi wamoja walinasa haraka habari kwamba huenda majibu mazuri yanawafikia. Kasereka Katembo ni askari polisi kutoka Kivu Kaskazini, anaanguka kicheko.
Tunafunga barabara hapa Kavivira na Premier Dame iko Burundi, ana depeshe vice gouverneur anafika hapa, anaruhusu franga zianze pokezewa. Ni maroma ndugu yangu.
Wachambuzi wa mambo wanasemaje kuhusu tukio hili? Bi Josephine Mungubi ni mwanaharakati wa haki za kina mama mashariki mwa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo, anazungumza.
Ni watu ambao labda wanakuwa na hatua fulani ya heshima, na kuna vitu ambavyo hawawezi wakavifanya kwa maana kulingana na sheria gisi naundwa kulingana na kazi zao, na ikiwa yale ambayo tunazoea kuyaona wakati wanakuwa na matatizo mengi hivyo, huwa ni wake zao ndio wanakuwa wakienda kipaumbele na kuweza kuwaombea ili wapate, yani wanapitia katika wake zao. Lakini kuona mara hii wanafikia katika hatua hiyo, sijui kama ni magumu yamepitilia kiasi, sijui kama ni kwa vile wake zao na watoto wengi wao hawako hapa mjini Uvira, ndio kwa maana imefikia labda wapite kipimo na kujisahau kivile, kusahau wako wanani na kufikia kuanza kufanya maandamano ya kuketi, sijui kufunga hata barabara, kuweza kufanya kwamba kazi za uchukuzi labda zisiendeshwe kama vile kawaida, na hao kama vile watu ambao wako pale kwa ajili ya kuleta usalama, wako pale kwa ajili ya kulinda wale watu ambao wanafanya maandamano. Sasa ni wao ndio wanaandamana. Ni kitu ambacho kimetushangaza, lakini labda serikali ingeangalia kisa kufanyia kazi. Kwa maana unafikia kwa wakati wa usalama mdogo, hata sheria zenyewe za nchi huwa haziheshimiki. Kila mtu anakuwa anafanya kenye anahitaji, lakini ni lazima sheria ichukue mkondo wake na kila mtu aheshimu nafasi yake.
Wataalamu wa sheria za polisi hutaja kuwa askari polisi hao walioandamana wana haki ya kulalamikia mishahara yao kama wafanyakazi wengine, haswa ikiwa tarehe 1 Mei ni siku ya mfanyakazi. Akifahamishwa taarifa ya maandamano hayo na naibu gavana anayeongoza mkoa wa Kivu Kusini kwa muda Bwana Janjaki Elakano, aliwasili eneo la tukio kutuliza ghasia, huku akitoa ujumbe wa matumaini kwa walinzi hao wa raia na mali zao. Kilichopunguza hasira za waandamanaji ni pale naibu gavana alipoamuru uorozeshwaji wa askari polisi wote waliopo mjini Uvira ambao bado kulipwa mishahara yao. Serikali ya kijimbo imehamua kuzima moto huo kwa kutafuta pesa katika mikoba yao fulani. Hatua hiyo imepokewa kama faraja ya muda mchache kwa kusubiri utekelezwaji wa ahadi hiyo. Asubuhi mapema ya Alhamisi hii Mei tarehe 1, askari polisi wameweka timu mara tena kwenye ofisi za kijimbo kusubiri kuorozeshwa. Nikiripoti kutoka Kiromoni mjini Uvira, mimi ni Thompson Unjibata Ngalo William wa Channel Africa, iliyosura taswira mzinduo na mwamko wa Afrika.
Na msikilizaji wa Channel Africa, na sasa tusalie huko Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo, na hii ndio ripoti yetu ya mwisho kwa siku hii ya leo. Ni kwamba Wizara ya Sheria nchini Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo imeomba baraza la senata nchini humo kuondoa kinga ya senata wa maisha kwa rais mstaafu Joseph Kabila kwa kuunga mkono waasi wa M23. German Hassan Kiawere anayo mengi zaidi kutoka DRC.
Mkaguzi mkuu wa vikosi vya Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo amechukua hatua hii kwa kuomba baraza la Senate kumwondolea kinga rais mstaafu Joseph Kabila na kufungua kesi dhidi yake kwa usaliti, uhalifu wa vita na uhalifu dhidi ya binadamu na mambo mengine. Waziri wa sheria nchini Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo Costa Mutamba ahakikishia kwamba tuhuma hizo zinaungwa mkono na ushahidi mkubwa. Kwa undani zaidi kuhusu hatua hiyo nimezungumza naye Bernard Kapitula wa chama cha UDPS, chama chake rais wa Kongo Felix Tshisekedi.
Njia ambayo yuko nafuata ni njia ya kuheshimu sheria na katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Unajua ya kwamba rais mstaafu Kabila anatuhumiwa mambo mengi ambayo yanaenda mbalimbali na kisheria, na ni lazima asikilizwe kunako mahakama, sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anakuwa juu ya sheria. Na wakati waziri anaenda kunako seneta kuomba waondoe vikwazo ama wampe sheria ya kufuatilia huyu waziri, hii inakuwa jambo ya mzuri, na sisi tunasema ya kwamba bwana Kabila afasirie wakongomani nini anafanya kunako huko M23, sababu wakongomani wote wanajua ya kwamba yeye ni mwanzi wa hii M23, ambapo inakuwa kitendo kinakuwa kinyume na sheria, sababu yeye ambao Kongo ilimpa kila kitu hangeweza kuuisha tena wakongomani kwa kutafuta kurudia kwenye daraka. Tunasema ya kwamba ni vizuri aheshimu katiba, aende ajitetee kunako mahakama ya Kongo. Kama atakuwa hana hatia watamwachilia, lakini kama atakuwa yuko na hatia watamfunga. Na hii ndo tunaita kwa Kifaransa etat de droit. Sisi kwetu tunaona ya kwamba hakuna kitu ya politiki pale, ni sheria, kila mtu aheshimu sheria.
Vile vile tumezungumza naye Ferdinand Kambere, katibu mtendaji wa chama cha PPRD kinachomuunga mkono rais mstaafu Joseph Kabila.
Procureur general wa cassation, kwa nini hakuacha ule auditeur afanye na main libre? Tunajua ile yote kama pressure politique ambayo wameiwekea hii auditeur militaire, wakati waliwapa tena kesi zaidi ya viongozi wa chama ya PPRD, kuwafuatilia, kutafuta wafunga, kuwaogopesha, vitisho ya kila aina. Yote tunaisikia ambayo wanapata. Sasa tangia siku gani yeye anasoma katiba gani ambayo itampatia auditeur general au akifuatilia watu na kwenda omba leve des immunités? Senateur avi haiko manda, na kama wanatafuta mfuatilia kama ancien president na wameona kama ile njia ya kupitia cour constitutionnel waleve du cour constitutionnel ifatilie, haiko commandement njo itaenda kama njo auditeur general njo ataenda omba maleve ya maimmunite. Rais mstaafu haiko ndani ya jeshi, donc wangesubiri basi akuwe ule procureur general, paske ministre mambo ndiye alisema yeye atabeba kesi yake kwa procureur general wa cour constitutionnel. Kwa nini hawakungoja ule ndiye aombe? Ni mambo ya upuuzi.
Raia huyo ambaye tumekutana naye ametoa pia kwa upande wake hisia zake.
Hiyo ni kitu ambacho inaonesha wazi kama ni kila mtu anapasha pita kwenye sheria, anapasha angalia sheria inasema nini, kwa sababu hakuna yule anayekuwa yulu ya sheria. Kila mtu anapasha akaheshimia haki ya mwanadamu. Hakuna yule anayekuwa yulu yote ili atende yale anayotaka kwa mwanadamu.
Na unafikiria kwamba itawezekana?
Kama itashindikana kwa serikali, itakuwa nao kabisa na hawajibu kwa hitaji ile ya raia, kwa sababu ni raia inachinjwa, inaua kwa mtu ambayo amepewa madaraka, ameishi kwa Kongo, lakini kwa kusema aksanti wananchi wa Kongo, lakini anawaletea tena bunduki ili awaue, awatese, awaletee mauaji kama haya. Ni mtu ambayo hatuwezi sema tu iangaliwe tu hivi kama vile amefanya kitu kia mzuri, lakini ilipenda naye apate kuadhibiwa vikali kwa sheria.
Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo inasemaje kuhusu kumchukulia kesi mahakamani rais mstaafu? Nimeungana naye Ashili Kapanga akiwa wakili katika mahakama makuu ya Gombe jijini Kinshasa.
Sheria inampatia madaraka kuwa seneta maisha yake njima. Sasa akiwa seneta
yafaa naweza kuheshimu sheria za kukuwa seneta na heshimu sheria za Kongo, na hivyo wakapenda kumsambisha, kweli wataweza kuondoa tunaita immunity yake kupitia seneti ili aweze akasamba, kwani hapa wanamfuatilia kama seneta, hapana kama rais wa zamani, kwani haya nayo leo kazi anayofanya leo sheria inampatia kazi ya kuwa seneta. Kwa hii ngambo nawaza kama tutaangalia kama waseneta watasema nini na kama sheria itasema nini. Kwa ngambo yangu nawaza kama hakuna mwenye kuwa yula sheria, na nafaa tunaangalia kila kitu kufuatana na sheria.
Haya yajiri siku chache baada ya fununu kutamba mitandaoni eti Joseph Kabila huwa amejiunga rasmi na waasi wa M23, huku shughuli zetu ili kufahamu nini kinachoendelea kwa uwepo wa Rais Mustafa Kabila katika M23 zaendelea kugonga mwamba. Germain Hassan Kiawere, Channel Africa, Beni.
Asante sana German Hassan Kiawere kutoka huko Beni, mashariki mwa DRC. Na sasa msikilizaji, nirejee kwa upande wako nisome ujumbe ambao tayari umetutumia hapa studioni. Kuna huyu hapa msikilizaji wetu, yeye anasema jibu ndio hilo. Anasema bila Sadik amani itarudi, na muhimu sisi Wakongomani tujitegemee wenyewe, tuache kutumia majeshi ya kigeni, kwani kesho yetu sisi ndio tuna uwezo wa kujipigania wenyewe na kuleta amani. Anaitwa Isaac Ismaili Esoke huyu kutoka kule Beni, mashariki mwa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Mwingine huyu hapa msikilizaji anasema anaitwa Lazaro Samforo Kalumbi au Daktari H Kamuzu Banda. Anasema anatupata vyema kabisa kutoka mjini Durban hapa nchini Afrika Kusini. Kuna huyu hapa mwingine msikilizaji wetu, yeye ametutumia ujumbe wa sauti, tumsikilize.
Jambo Channel Africa, ni sauti ya Amani Daudi, napiga simu nikiwa Kirumba ya Bambu tarafani Ruchuru. Kabisa napenda kuwasikiliza na kuwa pamoja nami 5 Asante sana kabisa.
Na msikilizaji, kama ulivyoweza kumsikiliza msikilizaji wetu huyu ametutumia ujumbe wa sauti na umeweza kumsikiliza. Kuna huyu hapa msikilizaji wetu mwingine ametuandikia, anasema hello Channel Africa, niko nanyi, napenda sana hii redio ya Channel Africa, asante sana. Mwingine huyu hapa msikilizaji anasema huku Ituri Mugwalo tunawapata vizuri kabisa, tuko pamoja nanyi mpaka tamati, asante sana. Lakini pia mwingine huyu hapa msikilizaji wetu, yeye anasema anaitwa Andre kutoka kule Beni, anasema anashukuru sana kwa shughuli za matangazo ya Channel Africa. Anasema tuko pamoja, asante sana, tunakushukuru, endelea kututegea sikio. Mwingine huyu hapa anasema anaitwa Elize Kamundu kutoka Mataba Beni kule mashariki mwa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Anasema asanteni sana Channel Africa kwa habari zenu moto moto. Na msikilizaji, na sasa moja kwa moja tukatizamie katika upande wa makala maalum kwa siku ya leo ya sikukuu ya wafanyikazi ambayo inaadhimishwa duniani kote, kwamba utakayosikia katika makala maalum ya uchumi na biashara ni kuhusu malalamiko ya wageni kwa namna ambavyo wanafanya kwa wafanyabiashara wadogo wadogo ambao wanaishi hapa nchini Afrika Kusini katika shughuli zao za kila siku. Nimehojiana nao na baadhi yao, karibu tuweze kuwasikiliza. Na msikilizaji wa Channel Africa popote pale ulipo, hapa nipo katika moja ya sehemu ya biashara ambapo kuna mkusanyiko wa wafanyabiashara wengi wadogo wadogo, na wanaelezea kwa namna ambavyo hali ya kibiashara ilivyo. Wanadai biashara imekuwa si nzuri sana, lakini baadhi pia wanadai kwamba biashara ni nzuri. Kwa hiyo hapo utasikiliza maoni yao na namna ambavyo hali ya uchumi wa hapa nchini Afrika Kusini kwa namna ambavyo umekuwa ukiendelea. Kwa hiyo msikilizaji, ungana nami uweze kufahamu mengi zaidi kuhusiana na makala haya maalumu katika siku kuu ya leo ya wafanyakazi. Mwisho wa matangazo haya, lakini pia kuweza kufahamu maoni mbalimbali ya wafanyabiashara wadogo wadogo. Na msikilizaji wa Channel Africa, hapa nimekutana na Watanzania. Hawa ni wajasiriamali, wanafanya biashara zao ndogo ndogo za kila siku, na walikuwa wana maoni tofauti tofauti kuhusiana na hali ya kiuchumi kwa hivi sasa hapa nchini Afrika Kusini. Hali ikoje kwa namna ya maisha, gharama za maisha zikoje kwa hapa nchini Afrika Kusini? Nimekutana na kaka yangu hapa, yeye atatuambia hali ya maisha hapa nchini Afrika Kusini kwa sasa hivi ikoje. Kwanza, habari yako?
Habari zangu ni nzuri, sijui wewe dadangu.
Mzima kabisa. Hali ikoje kwa sasa hivi katika masuala mazima ya kiuchumi?
Mahali sasa hivi imebadilika, hali ni ngumu sana dada yake. Yaani haifanani kabisa na kipindi cha nyuma. Sasa hivi mambo yamebadilika. Mambo magumu, biashara zipo ndogo ndogo, kazi hakuna, basi wateja wenyewe na biashara hakuna wateja. Mambo yamebadilika sasa hivi dadangu South Africa.
Unaelezaje utofauti wa kuwa nyumbani na kuwa hapa?
Utofauti ni mkubwa sana. Yaani mimi mwenyewe kwanza sasa hivi naona bora hata nirudi nyumbani. Na mtoto wangu mmoja na mke wangu naona bora nirudi nyumbani. Naona sasa hivi mambo yamekuwa magumu sana. Bora hata kwetu nyumbani Tanzania naweza nataka kalima nikapata pesa. Nawaambia vijana wenzangu kwamba hali sasa imebadilika. Kazi zenyewe hakuna, biashara zenyewe hazifanyiki, wateja hakuna. Yaani mambo yamebadilika kabisa, yamekuwa sio mazuri kabisa.
Kwa hiyo neno lako la mwisho ni lipi? Maoni yako unatakaje? Unaiambia nini serikali ya hapa nchini Afrika Kusini? Nini kifanyike?
Kwa hiyo wanatusumbua sana. Naomba serikali ya South Africa iangalie kuhusu mambo yao ya uchumi na polisi wanavyotusumbua kuhusu mambo ya makaratasi na wageni.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Nimekutana pia na kaka mwingine pia hapa, naye ni mfanyabiashara mdogo. Umekuja hapa nchini Afrika Kusini miaka mingi, umeniambia hivyo. Na mpaka sasa bado uko hapa. Kipindi unakuja Afrika Kusini, maisha yalikuwaje na kwa sasa hivi maisha yakoje, hasa katika masuala mazima ya kibiashara na uchumi?
Nilipofika hapa South Africa maisha yalikuwa mazuri, chakula pia kilikuwa bei chini. Sasa hivi maisha yamepanda kuliko kupita kiasi. Kazi imekuwa matatizo, hamna kazi, biashara zenyewe tukishafanya biashara metro nao wanatusumbua, wanachukua stoku zetu. Kama hapa mimi juzi tu wamechukua vitu vyangu vyote. Kwa hiyo hata sijui nitaanza tena vipi. Maisha yamekuwa magumu kusema kweli.
Nadhani nini kifanyike? Serikali inapaswa kuangalia nini hasa katika upande wa wageni ili waweze kufanya kazi zao na biashara zao kwa utulivu? Nadhani nini kifanyike?
Mimi nilikuwa naomba tu serikali isitunyanyasi, isitusumbue. Mimi naomba tu serikali tupatie kwetu tunafanya biashara zetu kihalali.
Una familia hapa au iko nyumbani?
Mimi hapa naishi na mtoto mmoja. Sijaoa lakini naishi naye tu kama familia, kama mke wangu.
Lakini hali ya uchumi ndio tatizo.
Hali ya uchumi ni matatizo. Sasa hivi mambo yamebadilika, maisha yamekuwa magumu zaidi tofautiana na zamani.
Mimi nikushukuru sana.
Nakushukuru dada yangu, ni maisha ndio kama hivyo ninavyoona. Hatuna amani kusema ukweli.
Na msikilizaji wa Channel Africa popote pale ulipo, na kufikia hapo ndio ambapo tumefikia mwisho ya makala haya maalumu katika sikukuu ya wafanyakazi ya Mei Mosi kwa mwaka huu wa 2025. Ni mimi ambaye nimekukusanyia na kukuletea maoni ya wafanyabiashara wadogo ambao wanaishi hapa nchini Afrika Kusini ambao ni wageni. Naitwa Henry Shekifu. Msikilizaji, asante, endelea kutegea sikio Channel Africa. Msikilizaji wa Channel Africa, na kila lilokuwa na mwanzo halikosi kuwa na mwisho wake. Mimi nikushukuru sana, lakini la zaidi ni kukumbushe tu baadhi ya ripoti tulizokuwa nazo kwa siku ya leo. Ni kwamba Rais William Ruto wa Kenya amewaongoza wa Kenya kwenye maadhimisho ya sikukuu ya wafanyakazi ambayo imeadhimishwa ulimwenguni kote siku ya leo, na kwenye mkutano ulioandaliwa katika bustani ya Uhuru jijini Nairobi nchini humo. Na msikilizaji, na sasa moja kwa moja tayari Mada Piri yuko hapa ili kuweza kutuambia ni yapi ambayo ametuandalia kwa siku hii ya leo. Liwanji.
ineto ndingoti happy workers day kwa iwe ayam ndiponso ndili bwino ndithu lero ndabwera ndi nkhani ngati lero maiko onse akumbukira tsiku la anthu apantchito komanso tine ndi anthu oposera 11,000 anachitidwa nkhanza miyezi itatu ya chaka chino mu dziko la Zambia. Ndiyenoto ayam osaolero makhandifunso pamene anthu amatipatsira maganizo awo pa tsamba lathu lija la WhatsApp komanso la Facebook. Ndingoti asante sana ayam Shekif.
Asante sana Mada Piri. Msikilizaji, na kufikia hapa sina la ziada. Shukran za dhati zikwende wewe msikilizaji ambaye ulikuwa nami kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho wa kipindi hiki. La zaidi ni kwa niaba ya waandaji wa matangazo haya ambaye ni Abedi Jean de la Croix shirikiana na Nixon Katembo, na fundi wa mitambo si mwingine ni Uhuru. Mimi niwatakie wafanyakazi wote ulimwenguni kote sikukuu njema hii ya wafanyakazi kwetu sote. Naitwa I am Henry Shekifu. Msikilizaji, endelea kutegea sikio Channel Africa.
Love music, love culture, love life. Because you on Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Kodi mumadziwa bwino kuwerenga ndi kuyankhula Chinyanja? Mumakonda ntchito ya wireless? Mumafuna mutagwira ntchito m'dziko la South Africa? Nanga muli ndi mapepala okulolezani kugwira ntchito mu South Africa? Ngati muli ndi yankho la zonsezi, ndiye kuti muli ndi mwayi ogwira ntchito kuno ku Channel Africa. Tumizani CV yanu ndi mawu anu kuno ku Channel Africa ku email ya newsroom@channelafrica.co.za. Chonde ngati simunalandire uthenga kuchokera ku Channel Africa nyengo ya masiku 14 pambuyo potumiza CV yanu, ndiye kuti simunasankhidwe. Channel Africa, kalilole wa Africa.
Tsopano Channel Africa ikupatsirani zochitika kuulutsa nkhani mopanda mantha.
Mtaunguza ukaphe
mosakulowika komanso mosakondera. Ndife maso ndi makutu anu pa zochitika zapena paliponse.
Mwasola bwanji ndani pano pa Chinyanja Service Channel Africa kulutsira muno mzinda wa Johannesburg mu dziko la South Africa, ndipo muni ndine Madaphiri ndi nzanga Thamo Kapisa tikhaleni limodzi. Tsopano timve nkhani mwatsatanetsatane ndi Thamo Kapisa.
Zikomo Mada kumapoyamba mitu ya nkhani. Lero maiko onse akukumbukira tsiku la kugwira ntchito kapena kuti Labor Day mu Chingerezi. Bungwe loona za masewera ampira wa miyendo mdziko la England la Football Association of England lagamula kuti anthu odzisintha kukhala mamuna kapena mkazi samaloledwa kutenga nawo gawo masewerawa kuyambira mwezi wa Juni. Tsopano timve nkhani mwatsatanetsatane.
nkhani pa wairesi ya SABC. Kalilole wa Afrika.
Takulandirani pa nkhani zathu za lero maiko onse akukumbukira tsiku la ogwira ntchito kapena kuti Labor Day mu Chingerezi. Tsiku linakhazikitsidwa ndi bungwe la United Nations mu chaka cha 1919 pakufuna kulimbikitsa ndondomeko ndi malamulo m'magawo a zintchito za pa dziko lonse. Polankhula pa msonkhano okumbukira tsiku m'boma la Balaka mdziko la Malawi, President wa dzikolo Dr. Lazarus Chakwera wati pali kufunika kulimbikitsa ogwira ntchito m'magawo osiyanasiyana maka pa nkhani za malipiro.
Muli maofesi wena woti olo atatsekedwa miyoyo ya Malawi ithe kumayendabe bwinobwino chifukwa chomwe amachita m'maofesimo ka maofesi a dziko munomo sichioneka kwenikweni ayi. Pamene inu kugwira ntchito za manja muli ndi ntchito zomwe mutati musangogwira ntchitozo dziko lonse nkungoyimiratu silingayendenso pang'ono. Chifukwa ndiye kuti anthu saadya, saphunzira sukulu, satha kuyenderana, satha kukoza magalimoto akaonongeka, satha kukoza nyumba zikagumuka ndi zina zoterezi. Koma chodabwitsa nchakuti anthu ogwira ntchito zofunikazi makhala wotsiriza kuganiziridwa pa nkhani ya chitetezo pa ntchito komanso pa nkhani yokwezeredwa malipiro awo.
Bungwe loona za masewera ampira wa miyendo mdziko la England la Football Association of England lagamula kuti anthu odzisintha kukhala mamuna kapena mkazi samaloledwa kutenga nawo gawo m'masewerawa kuyambira mwezi wa Juni. Bungweli lati lakhazikitsa malamulo atsopanowa kutsatira chigamulo cha bwalo lalikulu la milandu la Supreme mdzikolo kugamula kuti munthu amadziwika ndi mmene anabadwira monga mkazi kapena mamuna. Mtolankhani wa BBC Andy Swiss akufotokoza.
They say that this is a complex subject and our position has always been that if there was a material change in law, science or the operation of the policy in grassroots football, then we would review it and change it if necessary. They say that the Supreme Court's ruling on the 16th of April means that we will be changing our policies. This is a significant shift in position from the English Football Association because it comes only a few weeks after they said that they would continue to allow transgender women to play in women's football in England.
Anthu 44 ochokera mdziko la Ethiopia omwe akuganiziridwa kuti anachita kuzembetsedwa mwachinyengo kufika mdziko la South Africa, anayi ndi ana. Anthuwa apezeka mu dera la Parkmore kumpoto kwa mzinda wa Johannesburg mchigawo cha Gauteng mawa uno. Anthuwa ali m'manja mwa apolisi ndipo palibe yemwe wagwidwa poganiziridwa kuti ndi yemwe anazembetsa anthuwa kuti afike mdziko lino la South Africa. Mneneri wa apolisi Mavera Masondo wati pali chitsonyezo kuti pali magulu azigawenga omwe ndi nzika za dziko la Ethiopia omwe akuchita mchitidwe ozembetsa anthu kufika mdziko la South Africa.
These cases are being escalated to the Hawks, are being investigated by DPCI, the Hawks. I know for the fact that the one of January, there are 3 suspects that have been arrested, and those suspects are still in custody. And I know that investigation is at an advanced.
Akuluakulu a boma la dziko la Democratic Republic of Congo ati akufufuza momwe angakhazikitsire ndondomeko zochotsa chitetezo pa nkhani yosazenga mlandu kwa president wakale wa dzikolo Joseph Kabila. Izi zili motere potsatira boma kudzudzula Kabila kuti akukhudzidwa kapena akuthandizira gulu la zigawenga la M23. Nduna ya zachilungamo mdzikolo Constant Mutamba yati pali umboni monga makalata otsonyeza kuti Kabila ali okhudzidwa ndi gululi. Gulu la M23 lakhala likusowetsa bata ndi mtendere maka mchigawo cha North Kivu kwa zaka zoposa 10 ndipo miyezi yapitayi lalanda madera angapo mwa upandu. Mazana anthu mdziko la Burkina Faso anasonkhana mu mzinda wa Ouagadougou mulikulu la dzikolo pakufuna kuonetsa kuyima limodzi ndi General Ibrahim Traore. Sabata yatha mmodzi mwa akuluakulu mu nduna wa asilikali mdziko la United States of America, General Michael Langley, anadzudzula General Traore kuti akusakaza chuma chochokera ku mwala wa mtengo wapatali wa golide pakudzilemeretsa yekha. General Traore anatsogolera asilikali kulanda boma mwa upandu mu chaka cha 2022. Nkhani zathu pakadali pano ndi zomwezi. malo mwa Channel Africa News ndine Thamo Kapisa.
Nkhani pawairesi ya SABC. Kalilole wa Afrika.
Tathokoza kwambiri Thamo Kapisa ndi nkhani za tsiku la lero. Ndetati tikukumbutseni kuti ife tikupezeka pa DSTV pa channel 802 pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufika 8 koloko madzulo. Mutha kutimveranso pa app ya SABC pa matelefoni amanja pa tsamba lathu pa intaneti la www.channelafrica.co.za ndipo pa OpenView ndi channel 628. Tsamba lathu la mchezo la Facebook ndi Channel Africa ndipo la X ndi Chinyanja 1. Iyi ndi mwankhani zina zimene takhale nazo pa tsiku la lero. Bungwe loyendesa masankho mu dziko la Malawi la MEC lapereka tsatanetsatane wa chikonzekero cha masankho pa 16 September chaka chino. Funso lathu lalero kuti maiko pa dziko lonse lapansi lero akumbukira anthu ogwira ntchito pansi pa mutu okuti ufulu wa ndale uthandiza kubweretsa ntchito zabwino kwa anthu onse, pamene anthu oposera 35 million mu Africa sagwira ntchito ngakhale ali ndi zoyenerera zogwirira ntchito. Ndekodi vuto lakusowa kwa ntchito lingathe bwanji? Ino timutitumizira maganizo ano pa namba 2 ya WhatsApp ya 0790282456 ndipo inu muli kunja kwa South Africa muyamba ndi 0027790282456. ife tutudikira maganizo ano komanso pa Facebook tenaoni maganizo ano. Ndete tingokumbutsani mwapadera kuti ife tikuoneka pa tsamba lathu la Facebook la YouTube komanso la SABC Plus, ndipo tuntamene madaphira kwankhula akuoneka live, pamene Thamo akuwerenga akuoneka live. Ndiye tingokuwuzaninso mwapadera kuti ife sititha kuwerenga makomenti amene mungayike pa live video yathu imene mukutiona live, koma pamene ife tingathe kuwerenga ndi pamene tafunsafunso pa tsamba la Facebook.
Kunali rodi yoenda mazunguka okha Cairo Road Lusaka Hotel wakuda katapiteko kuja nichiwalira imfa. Kodi ni dziko hilo? Ndiyo dziko ya Elizabeth amene. Ukafika pamene yapo ukamba kuti yayi nakapumule woti weruza ife bantu ni modzi wachilungamo ndiye Yehova Mulungu.
Anthu oposera 11,000 anachitidwa nkhanza zosiyanasiyana m'miyezi itatu ya chaka chino mu dziko la Zambia, ndipo ambiri mwa iwo ndi amayi, atsikana ndi ana. Ndipo mtolankhani wa Channel Africa Zenera Zimba wabwera ndi nkhaniyi.
Apolisi a dziko la Zambia alengeza kuti milandu ya nkhanza pakati ka amuna ndi akazi ya gender based violence GBV m'miyezi itatu yoyamba ya chaka chino cha 2025 akuti idafika pa chiwerengero cha 11,175 kuchoka pa 900 imene idalengezedwa nthawi imodzi chaka chatha cha 2024. Izi zikutanthauza kuti nkhanza za gender based violence GBV zakwera ndi gawo la 15.2%. Olankhulirako chigawo cha polisi mdziko la Zambia Bambareo Hamonga waulula kuti mwa milandu yonseyi 7,170 ndi milandu ya upandu kaya uchigandanga, ndipo 4,007 ndi milandu yomwe siri ya upandu kaya siri ya uchigandanga. Chigawo cha Lusaka ndicho chomwe chasogola ndi milandu ya nkhanza ya amuna ndi akazi ya gender based violence ya upandu kaya ya uchigandanga. Mulankhuli wa polisi wa dziko la Zambia wati milandu za nkhanza za gender based violence zofika ku 2,474 zidachitiridwa ku ana, ndipo gawo la 73.4% mwa iwo ndi ana asikana, kuonesa kuti ana asikana ali pa chiopsezo chachikulu cha nkhanza za gender based violence GBV. Njeno kwa anthu akuluakulu milandu za GBV zidafika pa 8,703 ndipo 7,185 ndi akazi, pomwe 1,518 ndi amuna, kuonesa kuti akazi akupitiriza kukhala okhuzidwa kwambiri ndi nkhanza zapakati ka amuna ndi akazi za gender based violence GBV. Nthawi yomweyi padapezeka mlandu ofuna kupha munthu akuti yomwe yatsika kuchokera pa milandu iwiri chaka chatha cha 2024, komanso padapezeka milandu yakuphana pa nkhanza za gender based violence GBV yofika ku 29, ndiyeno chiwerengero chomwe sichinasinthe kuyambira chaka chatha cha 2024. kumbali ina bungwe lolimbana ndi ziphuphu kuphatikizapo katangale la Anti-Corruption Commission mkati ka dziko la Zambia la ACC ili ndi nkhawa zosaneneka chifukwa cha malipoti makamaka okhuza ziphuphu kuphatikizapo katangale zomwe zikuchitika pa nkhanza za gender based violence GBV, makamaka zomwe zikuchitidwa ku ana asikana omwe akukhuzidwa kwambiri ndi nkhanza zimenezi monga kugwiriridwa. Olankhulira ku bungwe la Anti-Corruption Commission ACC Bambo Timothy Mono wati anthu ena makamaka abale a oyimbidwa kapena okhuzidwa ndi milandu ya nkhanza pakati ka amuna ndi akazi ya gender based violence GBV akuyesera kupereka ziphuphu kwa polisi ndi cholinga kuti atseke kapena kumasula oyimbidwa milandu za nkhanza za gender based violence. Abungwe la Anti-Corruption Commission ACC bati kulandira kapena kupempha ziphuphu pa nkhani zoterezi ndikosaloledwa ndiponso ndi kuphwanya zikhulupiriro za anthu komanso kutsutsana ndi ulemu wa anthu omwe akukhuzidwa ndi nkhanza za pakati ka amuna ndi akazi za gender based violence GBV. Ndino nkhanza zimenezi mkati ka dziko la Zambia tsiku ndi tsiku zikupitiriza kuonesa nkhope yake yoyipa. Kodi anthu a dziko la Zambia achite chiyani mukuthandizidwa ndi mabungwe kuphatikizapo boma ngakhale mipingo yomwe kuti nkhanza zimenezi zithe psiti pakati ka anthu a dziko la Zambia? Ziyenera Zimba, Channel Africa News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Zochitika ndi madaphiri kamlondola wa zochitika pena paliponse.
Aphungu a nyumba ya malamulo mu dziko la Malawi akuchita zokambirana zawo pa zinthu zosiyanasiyana pambuyo pa nyumbayi kutsegulidwa masiku apitawo, ndipo Kondani Nyamasa ukali nafe pompano chiyambireni aphungu akukambirana masiku apitawo ndi zovuta ziti zomwe zachitika mu nyumba imeneyi ya malamulo.
Ndingathe kunena kuti State of National Address imene a President Dr. Lazarus Chakwera akhala kuipereka mnyumba ya malamulo imeneyi idautsa mpungwepungwe kwambiri nyumbayi, chifukwa pofika panopa mene ndikuyankhula pano ndiye kuti munafuna kubuka ndewu mnyumbayi. Leader of the house olemekezeka Richard Kimwendo Banda kuyimirira kuyankha koma mopsa mtima zimene amayankhula phungu oyimira ku Blantyre City South East Osama Suleiman kunena kuti sona imene adapereka president pa 14 February ikuonetsa kuti palibe chilichonse cha zero chimene chidaperekedwa musona imeneyi, akuti imene ayichotse.
Zochitika ndi madaphiri lolemba mpaka lachisanu pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufikira 8 koloko madzulo pa Channel Africa.
Ndetati tikumbutseni kuti ife topezeka pa tsamba lathu la Facebook la Channel Africa, mungopanga like pa tsambali mutipeza, komanso topezekanso pa tsamba lathu la X pa Chinyanja 1 ndipo pa OpenView ndi Channel 628, ndipo nkhani zomwe zikulutsidwa lero zimayikidwa pa tsamba lathu pa internet la www.channelafrica.co.za.
Zochitika ndi madaphiri lolemba mpaka lachisanu pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufikira 8 koloko madzulo pa Channel Africa.
Lero maiko onse akukumbukira tsiku la anthu apantchito, ndipo nduna yona za ntchito mu dziko la Malawi olemekezeka Apita Dimba alankhula ndi wailesi ino ya Channel Africa pamutu wa chaka chino omwe ukuti ufulu wa ndale othandiza kubweretsa ntchito zabwino kwa anthu onse, kapena kuti democracy that works for decent work for all, ndipo Thamo Kapisa akufotokoza zambiri.
Pokumbukira tsiku la anthu pa ntchito pa dziko lonse, mabungwe oyimirira anthu pa ntchito mdziko la Malawi ayamikira boma pa ntchito yomwe unduna wa zintchito ukugwira pakuonetsetsa kuti makampani akutsata malamulo pa ndondomeko za ntchito. Ngakhale izi zili motere, mabungwewa ati pali kufunika kulimbikira kuteteza ndi kukweza anthu pa ntchito m'magawo osiyanasiyana monga owakwezera malipiro. Mu miyezi yapitayi, unduna wa zintchito mdzikolo wakhala ukuyenderera makampani pakufuna kuonetsetsa kuti akutsata malamulo m'magawo osiyanasiyana monga osalemba ntchito anthu omwe sanakwanitse zaka 18. Polankhula ndi wailesi ino ya Channel Africa, nduna ya zintchito mdziko la Malawi olemekezeka Apita Dimba afotokoza mwa zina zomwe unduna wawo ukulimbikira pakufuna kuonetsetsa kuti maufulu ogwira ntchito akulemekezedwa pa zintchito zawo.
Ndizoona kuti lero pa Meyi ndi tsiku limene dziko lonse lapansi limakumbukira anthu ogwira ntchito. Ndiye ife ku partners yathu ama Congress of Trade Unions komanso ECAM oyimira olemba ntchito mutu umene timaukumbukira lero ndionena kuti democracy that works for decent works for all. Kutanthauza kunena kuti malo ogwira ntchito mukuyenera kulemekeza ufulu wanthu ogwira ntchito, human rights komanso kuonetsetsa kuti pali social justice, kuti wina aliyense ogwira ntchito apatsidwe ufulu wake oyenerera. Ndi mutu umene timaukumbukira tsiku la lero lino.
Poona kuti unduna wanu pamodzi ndi unduna ona za malonda mu miyezi yapitayi yakhala ikulimbikira pakufuna kuonetsetsa kuti maufulu anthu akulemekezeka pa zintchito, mungatilongosolere mwa zintchito zina zomwe maunduna anu apitirize kugwira miyezi ikubwerayi?
Izo nakuti unduna wathu komanso wa zantchito takhala kalikiliki kuyendera makampani zosiyana-siyana ndi mafactories. Cholinga chathu kunali kupanga enforce compliance ndi malamulo azantchito, andi mtapeza kuti makampani ambiri ndi mafactories sakutsatira ndondomeko kapena malamulo amene alemekezedwe kwa anthu ogwira ntchito. Mwachitsanzo ena even malipiro ndochepa, minimum wage samakwanitsa, ena amagwira ntchito mawazi atali pamene malamulo amene kuti tukene ogwira ntchito ma ola 8 koma samapatsidwanso even overtime allowance, ena even pension samalipirira, ena ndiye kuti even ma PPEs zozitetezera pa ntchito ngati ma gloves, ma helmet, ma boots, safety boots samapatsidwa, kumene kuli kuphwanya ufulu osiyana-siyana wanthu ogwira ntchito. So ifeyo ngati boma tipitiriza kuyendera makampani amenewa ndi cholinga choti tipange enforce compliance ndi malamulo ndi cholinga choti anthu ogwira ntchito maufulu awo atetezedwe.
Pa nkhani yokhudza kwezera anthu ogwira ntchito malipiro, kuti mlingo wa malipiro uzichoka kuyambira pa 90,000 kwacha kufika pa 180,000 kwacha, mungatifotokozere mwa zokambirana zina zomwe zilipo pakati pa unduna wanu ndi mabungwe oyimira anthu pa ntchito?
So ndili okondwa pano kunena kuti process yonse yopanga revised minimum wage imene yatha kutero kuyembekezera kuti zonse zikayenda mawa kapena kumambiri kwa sabata mawa tipanga publish kapena gazette tilengeza kuti mulingo amenewu tasuntha kuchoka pa 90,000 kufika pa tagwirizana, koma silinganena figayo chifukwa sitinapange gazette zimene tagwirizana.
Malingana ndi bungwe la International Labour Organization, mavuto ena amene maiko akumwera kwa Africa akukumana nawo komanso maiko onse mu Africa akukumana nawo ndi vuto la makampani kugwiritsira ntchito achinyamata amene asanakwane zaka 18 kuti adzigwira zintchito. Mungatifotokozere mwa ndondomeko zina zomwe unduna wanu kapena boma la Malawi lakhazikitsa pafuna kuonetsetsa kuti makampani azitsata ndondomeko pa kulemba ntchito anthu oyenerera malingana ndi zaka?
Ndizoona kuti nkhani imeneyi yokhuzana kulemba ntchito anthu amene sanakwane zaka 18 nkhani ngakhale imene kumalawi kunoko ikuchitika. Malamulo alipo kale amene amaletsa child labor kuti ana amene sanafike zaka 18 sakuyenera kulembedwa ntchito. So I think zimene chikuchitika ndichoti makampaniyo sakufuna kupanga comply kutsata malamulo, koma malamulo alipo kale. So ifeyo ngati unduna wa zantchito tionetsetsa kuti tipange tiyendere makampani ma inspections ndi kupanga enforce compliance kuti makampani sakuyenera kumalemba ana amene sanakwane zaka 18. So tipitiriza kupanga intensify ma inspections.
Pomaliza olekezeka, uthenga wanu olimbikitsa ogwira ntchito mdziko la Malawi pa tsiku la lero?
Lero ndi tsiku lawo anthu ogwira ntchito, ndipo akuyenera asangalale chifukwa ndi tsiku lawo. Komanso ndinene kunena kuti ngati boma ifeyo ntchito yathu ndikuonetsetsa kuti ufulu wawo anthu ogwira ntchito utetezedwe. Tiyendera makampani osiyana-siyana amene sakupanga comply titseka, ena tapasa maoni, ndipo chaka chinocho ndi chaka chimene sili kungokondwerera lero lokha, koma tifuna kuti mwezi wonse wa Meyi tikhale kalikiliki kwa kupanga raise awareness, anthu tiwaziwise olemba ntchito, tiwaziwise makampani maufulu osiyana-siyana amene ogwira ntchito amayenera kuti azilandira pamene ali pa ntchito.
Olemekezeka, zikomo kwambiri polankhula nafe pa tsiku la lero, zonse zabwino.
Zikomo kwambiri tamu.
Malingana ndi nthambi ya mubungwe la United Nations lona anthu pa ntchito, la International Labour Organization, maiko akupitirira kukumana ndi mavuto amakampani kugwiritsa ntchito achinyamata mosavomerezeka, ndipo mwachifukwa ichi nthambiyi yasonkhanitsa pamodzi mabungwe owona ogwira ntchito ochokera m'maiko asanu ndi atatu a mu africa omwe adzakumane kwa masiku atatu mdziko la ghana. msonkhanowu udzachitika kuyambira pa 20 mpaka pa 23 meyi mu mzinda wa accra mu likulu la dziko la ghana, ndi cholinga kuti alimbikitse mgwirizano othetsa mchitidwe ogwiritsa ntchito ana m'magawo a zaulimi, za migodi mwa ena. m'malo mwa Channel Africa News, ndine Thamo Kapisa.
bungwe loyendesa masankho mu dziko la malawi la MEC lapereka tsatanetsatane wa chikonzekero cha masankho apa 16 septemba chaka chino, ndipo Hastings Blessings Jumbe wadza ndi nkhaniyi.
bungwe loyendetsa zisankho mdziko muno la Malawi Electoral Commission MEC lati palibe chipani kapenanso bungwe lomwe lidabwerapo poyera kudzafotokoza bwino za momwe iwo akudandaula pa zolakwika zomwe akuziona mu ndondomeko yoyendetsera chisankho. Wapampando wa bungweli Justice Annabel Ntalimanja ndiye wafotokoza izi pa msonkhano wa atolankhani omwe unachitikira mu mzinda wa Lilongwe pofuna kupereka tsatanetsatane wa zisankho zomwe zikudza pa 16 Septemba pano.
Mtundu wa Malawi udziwe ndikuti kubweretsa nkhani imodzi kambirimbiri sungapangitse kuti yankho lisinthe, chifukwa chakuti mayankho amene komishoni imapereka amakhala okhazikika pa malamulo a chisankho. Kufika lero palibe chipani chimene chalemberapo bungwe la MEC kufotokozera malinga ndi momwe tinalangizira kapena kufotokozerera. Ndifotokoze pamenepo ndithu kuti ngakhale takhala tikuyankha kuti amene akufuna kuti kauniuni achitike kapena audit ichitike, they must provide us with the scope of the audit that is required so that the commission can make an informed decision. Since August or September last year, when this issue has incessantly been brought before the MEC, no political party or stakeholder has written to us with that scope. Tili pano tidakadikira. Amayi ndi abambo, chakuti mudziwe ndi chakuti bungwe la MEC kuchokera pachiyambi linali ndi ndondomeko yoonetsera ndi kufotokozera azipani zonse mmene tinapangitsanso misonkhano ndi akatswiri a kompyuta kapena kuti ICT experts ochokera ku zipani zokhudza kagwiridwe ka ntchito ka makina amenewa, ndipo tinafotokozera komanso mafunso onse amene anali nawo kuti kodi makina adzagwira ntchito bwanji anayankhidwa. Ndikutsimikizireni kuti pano kukambitsana ndi kufotokozera za kagwiridwe ka makina amenewa zipitirira mmene tikupitirirabe ndi zokonzekera chisankho, mwakuti leronso tikhala ndi chionetsero za ndondomeko imene katsimikizidwe ka mayina kadzakhala motani. Ndifotokozerenso kuti bungwe loyendetsa zisankho laona kuti nkhani ya auditi ikamakambidwa wena akusokoneza ndi ntchito imene inagwira bungwe la BDO pa chisankho cha 2019. Tifotokozere bwino kuti zimene zikupemphedwa lero pa nkhani ya auditi ya voters register ya the EMS ndiyosiyana kwambiri ndi ntchito imene BDO inagwira mu 2019. Bungwe la BDO kati noti kampani ya BDO inalembedwa ntchito mwapadera kuti itsimikizire zotsatira kapena ndinene kuti ma results zomwe zimachoka ku constituency tally center ndikufika ku national tally center, kuti itsimikizire kuti zinali zolondola malingana ndi manambala bungwe la MEC lisanalengeze zotsatira.
Justice Annabel Ntalimanja watsimikizira Amalawi kunena kuti bungwe lawo ligwira ntchito motsatirana ndi malamulo.
Tikamba za kusamutsa malo oponyera voti dziko lino komanso malamulo a chisankho tiatsatire ndithu motsindika pamene tikugwira ntchito yathu. Malo motsatira udindo umenewu bungwe la MEC likulonjeza kuti lipitiriza kuchita ntchito zake motsatira ndi malamulo. Pa nkhani zimene zakhala zikutuluka tikufuna kunena pano poyera kuti zonse takhala tikuyankhapo palibe nkhani imene tinayisemba malinga ndi mmene ena akumakambira kapena kungokhalapo chete.
Umotu ndi mmene afotokozera mayi Anabelo Ntalimanja. Komano akatswiri andale ayilandira bwanji nkhaniyi padzana ndidali nda Hafrez Mvula ndipo tulelonso ndafuna kuti iwo atatifotokozera kuti kodi nkhani imeneyi ayilandira bwanji.
Ndikukhulupirira kuti mfundo zimene apereka Malawi Commission ndi zimene akhala kupereka masiku ambuyo mosemu yambiri kupereka ndondomeko ma-update okhudzana ndi chisankho chobwerachi akhala kufotokoza ndondomeko zonse panopo sindikamba nkhani yonena kuti kukhala voter verification anthu kumapita kumakaona mayina awo ndi kumakaona kuti zilanga lilipo anthu kamene ndinayipesera zinanga palibe. So stage imene ndikufunika kwambiri kuti anthu wina aliyense amene akukayika umene akulali manong'onong'o ine zilanga mayina ena athawapo anthu akayang'ane ndakayang'ana esona bwere asanene kuti pinge zinanga palibe. Amechipo anasindikaso nkhani ina yake udabwisa kwambiri ndiudabwisa ziyoti si anthu ambiri ena anathamanga nayo magazi kwambiri yokhuzana ndi chine chotumizira mabalizansi kuti ziyende bwanji anthu ambiri anadandaula kuti zimene zimene sizili bwino anthu makamakazi pana anapanga ma-press conference anapanga mademo amanaba ananena anthu kuti ayi chairperson achoke uyuso chief election officer achoke koma zandizodabwisa kuti kufika zulo kufika mene anali press briefing chairperson palibe amene ananenapo onerepapo chidandaulo chimene chinali chokuyika chimene mwina ameke amene kuti achigwiritse ntchito. So mwina chimene chokwa ine chinali chokira mtima choyoti tauzina anthu timalangula zinthu timangolangola tusafumbi kwambiri koma kuti nthawi ikakwana yoti tipereke ndondomeko yeniyeni imene ife tikuona olo tikudandaulapo mnazapezeka kuti sitikupereka tizakhala sitikulongololapo nenkani omweyo koma osalongosola kuti voto lathu akuna mkati wakona pena pache pamene ife sitikuona.
Komano nkhani imeneyi sindikudziwa kuti kodi kwenikweni anthu andalewa amemvetsetsa motani kamba kakuti tidamvaso nthawi inake mtsogoleri wa chipani cha United Democratic Front Atopere Muluzi adanenapo kunena kuti ayi nkhani ya makina amenewa sidambe lero tidamba kuyikambirana kale angakhale ine ndili nduna ndipo tidagwirizana kuti makina amenewa akuyenekera kubwera kamba kakuti no amathandizira kuchepetsa ntchito yakakuwerengera kwa mavoti kapena mazisankho. Sindikudziwa kuti nkhani yokhudzana kuti no tiyambe nkutsutsana ndi nkhani ya makina amenewawa idamba motani inu mudayimvetsetsa motani?
Inenso nkhani inangochoka mu ndondomeko yosamveka koma makamaka anthu amatchula zinthu zosakhuzana zimene tikuchita izi tikomwena amatchula maiko ena kuti mwina amene anapangapo ndondomeko imeneyi inasina tuluse malizansi abwino so kukukhala ndi mantha basi. So tsopano achumbe mudziwe kuti kwakhala kuti kukubwera chisankho kumakhala thengenenge kwambiri mitima ya onse azipani andale iwo ena onse amene akutenga nawo bali yogawo kumasankho anthu amakhala ndi mantha kwambiri amakhala kuganiza zambiri antimene mulondale nawo zambiri amaganiza ndikukhala ndi maganizo kuti afuna kutendera akakhala mankhala chapechape amaganiza kufuna mbere wafuna kuti ine ndikakhale ndi mwayi kuti mwana chipani changachi ikhale ndi mwayi wowina komanso kuti masizipanizi zakhalapo mbomba zina so zimene zakhalapo mbomba ndikupanga nawo masango nawina onaluza amakhala ndi maganizo okuganiza kuti anzawo amene ali mboma nthawi imene akuganiza zimene akufuna kuganiza kupanga zimene iwo amapanga ali mboma. So ndi chimene chimakhala chite kuti alikulu chikuti kumene ndau zambiri zimakhala mantha anthu achabe basi osakhala kuti mwina kudera zona mwina ali ndi umboni mwina ali ini ashimikiza nkhani yaliyonse kukhala yoyipa andi chilanso chatandena amangopa change anazolola amene zinthu zinakhalira kalekale zikhala momwemo zikhala kuti atsopano yabwerapo yofuna kupanga zinthu mofulumira amaona kuti mwina wina wake wapinda pena pachi so mwachidule lingalira kuti ndaline ndinamba bwanji omwe inayamba kwaukulu ndi anzathu amene amakhala ku zipani za opposition ndalangulanda ndasanganiza kuti mwina ameki asasindeza mengomene amaitwa kale o asasindeza mengomene iwo ali ndi mapulani awo kuti mwina akoza kupinda zinthu.
tsono nkhani imeneyitu idapangitsa anthu ambiri kugwa ulesi kuti akalembetse pomaganiza kuti no mwina mmene zateremu ngakhale apite akalembetse kuti akaponye mavoti enawo awina kale. tsono mmene zateremu ati apange bwanji atsogolera ndali mwina mungalangeze zotani?
tsopano okuvuta kunena choti mwina ndikanalenga kuti ndiphatikire ndi chizungu pang'ono damage inachitika kale ndikukhulupirira kuti amalaya ambiri sanayembekeze kuti chaka chino masango a chaka chino anthu alembese ndi 7.5 amembese kuti mwina alembese anthu ambiri chifukwa chilengero cha anthu chinabwera komanso patapimene palenga zisango za mbuyo kuti ndoti panopo anthu ambiri analembera kulembesa kale kuti awuti mavuto tilipo munachionera kuti tilimbikise anthu amene alembesawo kuti azatuluke akavote ndikuti zichitike bwino ife azipani ife tisatamangire kumalenda maonera kuti wakuti wabera chisankho wabwina kale toyoti wabera chifukwa anthu athu ndi amakhala mtikhulupiriro kuti abasiti kuti ife nkhale tipezekavote voti yathu zimechitwa chikuwira anapezeka kale koma zimene zimakhala kuti ndau zina inepo pakandale pa maganiza kuti mwina zimangaiza bwanji koma wina waliyese amene anawandale akamala nkhola zimenezi amakhala kubwezera mbuyo nuvuta.
amenewo ndi bambo Hafrez Mvula kufotokozapo za mmene iwonso ayimvera nkhani imeneyi. Malo mwa SABC Channel Africa ndine Hastings Blessings Jumbe.
Africa. It's time to plug into the heartbeat of the continent. Tune in to Channel Africa, your go-to radio station that broadcasts in 5 different languages.
L'Afrique du Sud célèbre la journée nationale du
Kabla hujaitwa kwa jina la Double K
or more of our forests have been destroyed.
Kama kutuli bwanji ndi Partido Africano da Independência da Guiné.
See, Channel Africa represents every corner of this amazing land. From Lagos to Cape Town, Nairobi to Dakar, we've got you covered with the freshest news, music, and cultures. So, turn up the volume, feel the rhythm. Enjoy the conversation. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
andithu funso lathu lija likuti maiko pa dziko lonse lapansi lero akumbukira anthu ogwira ntchito pansi pamutu kuti ufulu wa ndale othandiza kubweretsa ntchito zabwino kwa anthu onse pamene anthu oposera 35 million mu africa sakugwira ntchito ngakhale ali ndi zoyenerera zogwirira ntchito. ndikodi vuto lakusowa kwa ntchito lingathe bwanji? inu timutitumizira maganizo ano pa namba athu ija whatsapp ya 0790282456 ndipo ine muli kunja South Africa muyamba ndi 0027790282456. ifetu tudikira maganizo anu komanso pa Facebook tiyeni naoni maganizo anu komanso tati tikudziwitseni mwapadera kuti ife tikuoneka pa tsamba lathu la Facebook komanso la YouTube ndi la SABC Plus live pamene madaphira kuwerenga akuoneka live, pamene Thamukapisa akuwerenga nkhani akuoneka live, kapena nthawi ya Alex Nkhuku akuwerenga nkhani zamasewera akuoneka live. komano muziwe kuti sitingathe kuona makomenti amene inu mukawaponyera pa live video yathu ya Facebook, koma ife maganizo anu amene taponya pafunso lija amene inu mwaponya pafunso amene tafunsa titha kuwawerenga.
zochitika ndi madaphiri kamlondola wa zochitika pena paliponse.
Ndi anthu angati amene akudziwa za ndondomeko imeneyi? Ndi anthu angati ku Malawi? Ndipo ndi chifukwa chani anthu amene sakudziwa? Ndi alimi angati akudziwa za ndondomeko imeneyi?
Ndinganene zokuti amene amadziwa ndi amene ayitanidwa ku meeting.
Malawansi.
Tibwerere ku zimenezo timathapezeka zokuti tayitana alimi. Koma alimi aja akabwerera alibe kuthekera kufotokozera alimi ena azinzawo. Ndiye ngati ife mabungwe timatha kuwapanga support kuwapasa maalawansiwo kuwapasa transport tiyeni kulilongo mukapereke nawo ndithu information imene ikufunika kuchani kuzamalabo akabwerera sitapatsa ndalama yokuti kayitaneni mudzi mwanu mu anthu mukafotokozera zomwe mwapeza kodi iwo anthu akumudzi angatenge nawo gawo bwanji ndiye mpomwe tikuperewera
zochitika ndi madaphiri lolemba mpaka lachisanu pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufikira 8 koloko madzulo pa Channel Africa.
pamene anthu ambiri pa dziko lapansi akuyembekezera msonkhano wa G20 umene utazachitikire mu dziko la South Africa kumapeto a chaka chino. Kwa nthawi yoyamba anthu ena ogulitsa malonda ena anenapo zimene akuyembekezera pakutha kwa msonkhano, ndipo Channel Africa yankhula ndi abambo awiri amene amakhala mu dziko la South Africa.
Zibunoka eneo mbanje.
Ndikuino mukankhula ndi madaphiri wa Channel Africa tingakuziweni.
Zina langa ndine Enoch Frankie.
Ndebambo Frankie tatuzeni. Pamene South Africa mu mwezi wa November chaka chino tikudikira kuti ipangisa msonkhano wa G20. Inuyo kodi mukuziwapo china chonse cha G20?
Ndikuziwa chifukwa kuti imatipasa thandizo lalikulu kwambiri mu dziko muno.
Ndipo peza pano ndikoyamba kuti ichitike mu dziko la South Africa koma mukuona kuti misonkhano yotereyi imathandiza ngati. Ndakupezani pano mukugulisa zinthu zanu. Kodi msonkhano umenewu ungakuthandizeni motani?
Utithandiza chifukwa chokuti mashopu china ichonse chikhala chochipa chobwererako kuti munamanga business yathu azipita pasogolo.
Ndiye mukanena kuti apite pasogolo mukunena munjira yanji?
Munjira yokuti china ichonse chitani chikhala chochipa kuti ma business yathu atani timagulisira panja komanso tipeza mashopu maja mitengo yochani yochipira business malonda athu.
Kuti muthe kupanga rent malonda mashopu?
Kuti munamanga ma business amene tikugulisa panja panopa kuti tipeze shop ina yake kuti tithandizike. Mwina vuto limene tikumapanga la panja apa sitingati kuti tithandiza bwinobwino koma chofunika kwambiri chokuti tipeza mashopu okuti ma business athu atani akhale kuti akukerakera mwamba.
Ndiye inu kodi ndinaziko litiro komanso munabwera litiro mu dziko la South Africa?
Ineyo ndine Malawi, ndinabwera mu dziko muno pa zaka 15 zapitazo.
Zaka 15. Ndiye ntchito yanu ndimene magulisa malonda chonji?
Ntchito yanga ndimene magulisa malonda.
Ndepatuzeni tipiteso ku nkhanicha ya G20. Mukuziwako maiko ena ake mungatipaseko maiko chifukwa mu G20 mulipo maiko 19. Inuyo kodi mungaziweko maiko awiri atatu pamenepo? Ndikuthekerako kuti ndikhoza kwaziwa maiko amenewo. Oyambirira dziko loyambirira ndi Canada, China, Indonesia, Brazil komanso South Africa. Ninutu ndiye mwandithandiza kwambiri chifukwa maiko amene wadi alidi mumene mu G20 pamene ndathokoza kwambiri. Zikomo kwambiri ndakunyadirani pokumana nanunso. Amene oto anali bambo Frank pamene atipasiranso maiko asanu amu G20 pamene G20 ili ndi maiko 19. Ayiwotu atipasirapo angapo pamenepa ndipo iwo akuti akukhulupirira kuti msonkhano umene usintha malonda awo njira amene amayendera malonda awo pamene angamagulise mwina mastolo ochipa panga rent osati panja choncho tivula ikamagwa fikire.
Yes, my name is Mehdi.
So Mehdi, I can see that you've got a shop here. Do you have an idea about G20 summit?
Yes, I've heard it before, but I know it's going to held in this year November.
In November in South Africa.
Yes.
So how is it going to help you out in your mind? How do you feel like it's going to help you out when it's happening after months of it? How is it going to help you out with the business?
I really don't think that it's going to make any difference anywhere. It's just a name.
And where are you from actually?
I'm from Pakistan.
For how long you have been here in South Africa?
10 years now.
10 years. So when you're saying that it's not going to help you out, did you see any maybe examples of the meetings like those, the big summits happening, but nothing is happening, nothing is changing?
Yes. All those are just names. That doesn't affect anything. They are just eating and they are celebrating something and then just.
Amene yotu akuti ndiye Mehdi ndipo ndo dziko la Pakistan pamene anabwera kuno zaka khumi zapitazo 10 years
experience akuti komatu iye akuziwa za msonkhano umenewu wa G20 summit umene utazachitike mu November mu dziko la South Africa, koma kuti iye sali ndi chikhulupiriro kuti zizasintha kuliko kusintho umene utachitike. Tell me about the security of your business here in South Africa.
ndi boma la Mozambiki latulukira mpava ku kampani ya ndege ya LAM omwe ndi anthu ogwira ntchito ku kampani ndipo Brightson Njera kusimba.
Boma la dziko la Mozambiki latulukira mpava zomwe zimazembesa ndalama komanso kumakatenga ndege zakunja kwa dziko kuti zigwira ntchito m'dziko la Mozambiki. Anthu amenewa ati amalandirako ndalama kuchokerako kwa anthu ena omwe amabwerekesa maka ndege zimenezi kuti zigwira ntchito yonyamula anthu dziko la Mozambiki. Dziko la Mozambiki linauza maka komiti ya kampani ya ndege za dziko la Mozambiki kuti likafunefune ndege zina kunja kwa dziko ndi kugula ndegezo kubwera nazo ku Mozambiki, popeza kuti ndege zomwe zilipo mu Mozambiki zonse zambiri zoonongeka. Koma anthuwa amapereka malipoti abodza kuboma kunena kuti ndege zawo sizabwino, komanso ngakhale kumene amapita kukagula amanena kuti ndege zake sizabwino, zimene amafuna kukagula zanyuwanizo ndi zoonongekanso. Malipoti amenewa amapangisa kuti boma liziululapo komanso ndi kunena kuti palibe vuto lina lililonse lomwe angaone pokhapokhapo kungobwereka ndege kuchokera ku makampani ena komanso maiko ena. Zimenezi zomwe zimachitika kuyambira pakanthawi tsopano zimene zapangisa kuti anthu ena azikundikirako ndalama zochuluka m'matumba mwawo kamba kakuti ndege amachita kubwereketsa ndipo omwewo ndi amene anali otumikira kukabwereka ndege kuchokera maiko akunja. President wa dziko la Mozambiki Daniel Chapo ndiye wafotokoza izi kuti pakadali pano achosa ntchito agwira ntchito ambiri omwe amagwira ntchito ku LAM omwenso akuti akukhudzidwa zoti amachita izi mwadala pofuna kuzipasa ndalama mwa iwo okha ziphuphu. Daniel Chapo wayankhula izi kuti pa masiku 100 omwe apitawa pamene adanena kuti ayetsetsa kukonza zina ndi zina ku nkhani ya zamtengatenga ndi mtokoma pa maulendo a ndege kumeneko nkomwe kwaoneka kuti kuli gwero lalikulu lofuna kuthana nalo pakali pano. Mwazina dziko la Mozambiki ati lili ndi chuma choti nkukwana kugula ndege zingapo, koma ndege sizikugulidwa chifukwa okhawo kugwira ntchito ku kampani kwatuma kuti akaone ndegezo kunja, omwewonso amabwera nkunena kuti ndege za nyuwani ndi zoonongeka pofuna kuti azikabwereka ndege zina kuchokera ku mayiko osiyana. Mwazina pakadali pano ati nkhani imeneyi ndiyofunika kuti boma lichitepo kanthu, ndipo akuchita zotheka ncholinga choti wonse amene angakhudzidwe ndi nkhani ya corruption ndiye kuti akhoza kuzengedwa mulandu. Pakadali pano dziko la Mozambiki limadalira mtengatenga ndi mtokoma pa za ndege kamba kakuti zigawo ndi zigawo sizinalumikizane bwino ndi misewu ya thala, koma misewu yambiri ndi misewu imene ili yadoti imenetu ili ya fumbi. Pakadali pano nzovuta kwambiri kuti anthu anyamuke tsiku limodzi mukafika dera lina tsiku limodzi. Pachifukwa chimenechi ati kuchoka kumpoto kwa dziko la Mozambiki kuti akafike ku Maputo amayenda masiku 3, ndipo izi zimapangisa kuti zinthu zambiri zionongeke komanso anthu asakhale ndi chitukuko chokwanira kamba ka vuto limeneli. Ndipo pano tikunena apa ndipakuti ntchito yayikulu ikuchitika yochita kafukufuku ndi kuonetsetsa kuti kampani yakonzedwanso kachiwiri ndi kuti zinthu zili bwino tsopano. Dziko la Mozambiki ati pakakonzedwa makamaka kampani imeneyi ya zamtengatenga ndi mtokoma pa maulendo a ndege ndiye kuti anthu azikwanisa kuchoka chigawo china kupita chigawo china mcholinga choti akathe kupanga ntchito zina zachitukuko zomwe zingathandize kwambiri kuti chitukuko chipite patsogolo. Ndipo pano tinenapa ndipakuti akatswiri ochuluka monganso anthu amene amadziwa za ndege ali ndithu pakalapakala kuonetsetsa kufufuza ndege za dziko la Mozambiki ngati zonse zoonongeka, komanso ndi kuti akaonenso ndege za nyuwani zomwe zingathandize. Ndine Brightson Njera, Channel Africa News.
ndiye nthawi ija yakwanayo kuti ine ndiwerenge maganizo anu pafunso limene tinafunsa tsiku la lero. ndetiyamba ndi amene mwatilembera pa tsamba lathu ija la Facebook, ndipo ena kuti mwaswera bwanji aulutsi athu uko Channel Africa. ine maganizo anga ndoti ngati dziko la Africa tigwirane manja ndikutsakula makampani woti azitha kulemba anthu ochuluka, mwina ulova utha kuchepa kuno ku Africa. ndine David Tsoka kuno ku Pretoria Mamelodi. ndipo ena kuti mwaswera bwanji amadaphiri athamukapisa Stella Longwe ndi Alex Nkhuku. vuto lakusowa kwa ntchito muno mu Africa silingathe chifukwa cha azitsogoleri athu alibe maso mphenya otha kusegula makampani muno mu Africa. ine ndi Felix koma uchokera kuno ku Boxburg Malawi, ndimachokera ku Mulanje. mukhale ndi weekend yopambana zikomo. ndipo ena kuti mu Africa muno vuto lakusowa kwa ntchito silingathe kuti chifukwa cha atsogoleri ozikonda amangolembana ntchito pachibale. mbuzi zopanda zoyenereza zikalengezedwa ntchito chifukwa cha chibale ngakhale alibe mapepala oyenereza. ine misilolimbikira kundilande ku Malawi. ndipo ena kuti ku Africa ntchito zakulembana pachibale ndi chifukwa anthu ambiri akusowa ntchito ngakhale ali ndi zowayenereza. iwo ndakhala Gravancio Msimuko. ndipo ena kuti ndine Bright waku Ongozi mboma la Nkhotakota. vuto limeneli Africa lili nalo ndilakuti amaba kwambiri ndalama zoti akhonza kulemba wanthu ntchito, iwo amaba ndalamazo. ndipo ena pano pa tsamba la Twitter la WhatsApp atilembera pamene wakuti mwaswera bwanji aulutsi athu nonse ku Channel Africa. vuto lakusowa ntchito kuti lithe kufunika ndi chakuti boma linkosegula makampani kuti anthu azitha kupeza ntchito. ine Dani Bweya kuno ku Mefe South Africa. ku Malawi ndimachokera ku Lilongwe area 23 kwa Chiudzira uko. ndipo ena pano kuti moni uko ku Channel Africa. ine maganizo anga ndoti mchitidwe osowa ntchito sungathe chifukwa zinyengo zachuluka mu Africa. ine Limbani Kavalo kuchokera kuno ku Pretoria Mamelodi ku Malawi, ndimachokera ku Zomba na Madidi. ndipo ena kuti mwaswera bwanji amadaphiri ku Channel Africa. ndati ndiyankhe nawo funso lathu lalero. kunena chilungamo ngati maiko azasiye katangale ntchito zizayamba kupezeka chifukwa chakuti anthu omwe akuyendetsa ziko sakusamala za aliyense. ayi bola zawo zikutheka basi. dzina langa ndine Gift Kapininga kuchokera ku George dera la Tembele to Zone 9 France. ndipo ena pano atilemberanso pamene iwo akuti timoni nonse ku Channel Africa. vuto limene nali zingate ine Goliath ati mwina silingathe. ine Goliath Sanos kuno ku Cape Town ku Capricorn Vuyo Road Malawi Cholo Thekelani muzi mwa mfumu aluka. ndipo ena pano atilemberanso pamene iwo akuti palibe chilungamo polemba ntchito kwa anthu chifukwa za ziphuphu kulembana ntchito pachiweniweni pachibale zosakhala bwino maka ku Malawi kwera. ine Ibrahim Veshibwana kuno ku Cape Town Mbite. ndipo ena pano akuti moni aulutsi athu ku Channel Africa Chinyanja Service. ndati ndiyankhe nawo pafunso lathu lalero kuti ufulu wa anthu ogwira ntchito ukumaponderezedwa maiko onse. makampani samatha malamulo aza ntchito. dzina ndine Asadula Charles Ibrahim Chipapula Junior kumuzi ndimachokera ku Mangochi Senior Chief Katuli muzi wakuitunji chidzukulu cha aboma. mukhale ndi mazulu odalitsika aulutsi athu pamodzi ndi onse akumvera Channel Africa Chinyanja Service. Shalom nanonso kuti shalom pamenepa. ndipo ena pano atitumizira mawu timveni kuti kodi mawu anthu ena akuti bwanji pafunso lathu la tsiku la lero.
tithokoze kunena kuti lero tsiku la lero lindi limene akhazikitsidwa kuti anthu apantchito adzikumbukiridwa pa dziko lonse lapansi pa 1 Meyi. ndiye mafunsafunsa onena kuti kodi tingatani kuti anthu adzilembedwa ntchito pamenenso anthu oposera 35 miliyoni pa dziko lonse lapansi ali pa ulova. nkhani tusina ndikatangale chifukwa anthu amene ali mapepala awo okhazikika samalembedwa ntchito. amene amalembedwa ntchito ndi anthu amene ali mapepala chifukwa cha katangale. ndiye kuti anthu angamalembedwe ntchito ndikukayika kuti angamalembedwe ntchito mwa chifundo cha Mulungu. ndikatangale amene afuta basi. kuchokera kuno ku Malawi ndiyaso Chief Governor cha Mwanza kuthambani ndine Aaron Mongola.
Landran moni kumene kwa studio ku Channel Africa madaphiri komanso aulutsi nonse amene magwira ntchito ku Channel Africa. tiyankhe funso mwatifunsa tsiku limene lero pa dziko lonse lapansi likukumbukira ntchito. antchito amene watu cha phindu palibe malipiro ochepa komanso achalima chakuti munthu akakhala kuti mwina akufuna kusiya ntchito ndalama zija sizimapezekayi nde angosakala mabwana okhawo koma kuti anthu ogwira ntchito ayi Amos Jelimani Johannesburg Hilube Malawi kuti amene sumukomana panji
odi kwa ulusafu chano Africa musira banje ngati muli bwino nkhani yabwino tsiku la lero tilokumbukira anthu ogwira ntchito wekazite ndi tsiku lovuta kwambiri chifukwa tikaonetsetsa maiko ambiri especially uno ku Africa anthu ali maulova palibe ntchito yonse imene akugwira komanso tikayang'ana na masalari ake ndi masalari ochepa kwambiri omvetsa chisoni especially ku Malawi. Thumba la chimanga 100,000 munthu akulipidwa 50,000 sizikugwira pang'ono pomwe ndi zinthu zovuta kwambiri chifukwa na KZN moja tisola chimwe mwanango chitechi mwalafu mwanasonga 3
masoba joza changwa ni service ngati masoba bwinozo mwabiri wanyandithu mati tumaso vota sabaya nkhani zosiyana ufulu ogwira anthu pa ntchito pa kampani ine sindikuona foti makampani ambiri makhala kuponderezedwa kwambiri munthu amatha kugwira zaka zingapo kuvusa malipiro ake ndi omwe aja amatha kumuopsa tikuchosani ntchito kha munthu wamayi amafuna akhale malo amodzi ndeziphuphu makampani zimachulukira ndithu zomwe kwambiri ndine adamakudi osekiripitano machombo amakuchitetu mutsakusimba pei enjoy yourself and bye.
Niko ku Channel Africa ndine Peace Noah mwaka kuno kukaronga ku Malawi iya ivuto la kusowa kwa ntchito lingathepo khapo asogoleri athu akhale anzeru poganizira anthu amene amawatsogolerawo osati kuzikundikira wokha chuma iyayi chifukwa ndilo vuto lalikulu makamaka kuno ku Africa azisogoleri alibe nthawi yoti akhale ndi mafakitare kapena kuphunzitsa anthu ntchito zamanja zoti aziyimira pawokha chimene chichi kuti anthuwo aphunzitse anthu kuti aziyimira pawokha chizapangisa kuti anthu ambiri muno mu Africa apeze ntchito osati asogolere kuzikundikira wokha chuma ayi. Ndine Peace Noah kuno karonga ku Malawi zikomo.
Odi uko ku Channel Africa madaphiri athamuka pisa Mr. Alex Nkhuku. Ine kumbali yanga palibisha bwino icho chimene ndimachiona chinthu choti angapange chani kuti no ntchito zidzikomera ogwirawo ifwa nthawi zambiri ntchito imakondanso okomera aeni abwanawo ndi amene mbali yawo imakhala bwino. Inetu Ben kuno ku Pretoria ku Malawi ndichokera kuneno mudzi mwampo sadalitsulu chana nkhoma ndingoti mbite
mwasula bwanji aulusatu amadaphiri inetu ndasula bwino ndine Bright wakukaongozi udwangu amboma la Nkhotakota ndimati ndipereke ndimanga pafunso limene tafunsidwa. Chimene ndikuona ine ndi chakuti ulova kuno ku Africa suzatha kamba kuti mapresident amene timavotera amakhala adyera ndiye ndalama amaba zimavutanso kuti alembe anthu ntchito malingana boma mumakhala kuti mulibe ndalama. Kuchokera kuno ku Durban kwa Twesa ndine Bright Phiri.
Kusowa kwa ntchito kungachepe muno mu Africa chifukwa ngati maboma muno mu Africa atatenga makampani kuwachosa m'matawuni kumapititsa kumamidzi ndekuti achinyamata ambiri sangamapange kumapita kuti m'matawuni ukafuna ntchito koma vuto makampani ndomwe anamanga maboma amene apita ma 1960 maboma a democracy wa palibe chimene akupanga kuti angachepetse kusowa kwa ntchito ukwawo basi kuba ndalama zimenezi ndi zimene zikupangitsa kuti maiko amuno mu Africa kuzikhala kusowa ntchito. Ndine Lazarus Sikamfalo Kalumbi kapena kuti ngwazi tikutechika mzibando chokera kuno ku Durban South Africa.
Modi aulutse ku Channel Africa amadaphiri athamuka pisa ndi Alex Nkhuku ndi ena lonse kulikonse komwe muli. Ine ndafuna ndiyankhe nawo funso la lero. Ntchito ndipo avuta kuti aliyense akhazopezeka kuti ali pa ntchito chifukwa chonena kuti anthu amene analowa ntchito kalelo ndi omwe mpakana pano sakumafuna kupatsidwa mpata kuti akapume kuti ena azipezako mpata olembedwa ntchito chifukwa kuti anthu akuluakulu ndi amene akukakamirabe m'mipando akumagwirabe ntchito osafuna kunena kuti iwo akakhale pansi kuti ayena alowenso kuti alembedwe ntchito. Ndi zimene zikumapanga ataki munthu amene anaphunzira bwinobwino amene akuidziwa bwino ntchito koma akusowa mpata kuti akatani akusowa mpata kuti akalowe ntchito uja chifana kuti anthu akumapezeka kuti ndi okwana kale omwewo akalewo ndiye zimenezi ndizofunika kuti maboma atakhala pansi amabungwe komanso anthu amene amayang'anira za anthu ogwira ntchito aziona kuti kodi anthu ena akuluakulu awa afika zaka zawo zoti akhoza kukhala pansi kuti ena aloweponso pa zintchito zija. Ine maganizo anga ndi amenewo. Ndine Patricia ndikukhala kuno ku Pretoria East dera la Bashiwa. Ku Malawi ndachokera dera la Lilongwe ku Malingunde mudzi mwa Nyonga.
92 amene wotu anali maganizo anu pa funso limene tinapereka tsiku lalero ndife timathokoza mukamati patsira maganizo anu osiyanasiyana pa mafunso amene timakupatsani tsiku ndi tsiku ndiye ndikhulupirira kuti inu mukusangalala tsiku lalero la Workers Day tinenoti tsiku la antchito limene likumbukiridwa pa dziko lonse lapansi. Ndiye pano anzathu a service Portuguese apitiriza kuulutsa nkhani zawo kuyambira nthawi ya 8 koloko kufika 9 koloko ndipo muno mu studio ndi Mariamo libwanji ndipo zimene nazo ndi zotani.
Dele Bueno, muito boa noite, estimados ouvintes. Daqui a pouquinho estará na nossa companhia e vamos ter aqui no Caleidoscópio. Vamos debruçar sobre temas de grande relevância para o continente africano e no contexto das relações internacionais. Vamos ter aqui Júlio Mendonça, secretário-geral da União Nacional dos Trabalhadores da Guiné-Bissau, que vai falar sobre o 1º de maio, o Dia Internacional dos Trabalhadores, que se assinala esta quinta-feira. E o professor catedrático sul-africano André Thomas Alson vai comentar aqui sobre a recente decisão do presidente Cyril Ramaphosa de criar uma comissão para analisar os processos judiciais herdados do regime do apartheid. Estas e outras notícias que vão marcar aqui a atualidade aqui na nossa programação. Fique connosco, daqui a pouco estaremos no ar e como combinem.
Obrigado, Mariamo. Ndema mumva Mariamo zona robweretsereni kuyambira nthawi ya 8 koloko kufika 9 koloko pano pa Channel Africa. Ndetathokoza pokhala nafe ndi mmene tafika mapeto a programu yathu yazochitika. Munali ndine Madaphiri ndi mzanga Thamo Kapisa ndipo mkozi wa programu anali Stella Longwe pamene pamakinapa panalipo Ntando Luthuli ndipo ndikuti inu weekend ya holiday yabwino ya tsiku lalero komanso mukhale odalitsika.
Zochitika ndi Madaphiri kamlondola wa zochitika pena paliponse.
Pomwe dziko la Malawi mosogozedwa ndi Lazarus Chakwera likulimbikitsa ntchito yofuna kuthana ndi mchitidwe wa ziphuphu, bungwe la pa dziko lonse lapansi la Transparency International latulutsa mndandanda wake wa momwe mayiko 180 kuphatikizapo dziko la Malawi akuchitira pa ntchito yake yolimbana ndi mchitidwewo. Malingana ndi mndandanda womwe watulutsidwa ndi bungwe limeneli, dziko la Malawi lapeza mapointi 34 out of 100 mu chaka chapitachi cha 2023, zomwe malingana ndi bungweli zikuonesa kunena kuti dziko lino lili pa 115 mwa mayiko 180. Izi malingana ndi bungweli ati sizikupereka chithunzithunzi chabwino ku dziko lino la Malawi momwe likuchitira polimbana ndi mchitidwe wa ziphuphu.
Ine ndi Christopher Lambalame nditamva nkhani imeneyi kwa ine zokhumudwitsa kwambiri ndipo zachititsa kwambiri.
George Muhango, Channel Africa News, Blantyre.
Zochitika ndi Madaphiri lolemba mpaka lachisanu pa nthawi ya 7 koloko kufikira 8 koloko madzulo pa Channel Africa. Mumamvera programu ya Zochitika, kamlondola wa zochitika pena paliponse.
Hey there, this is Balisa Tau, part of the dynamic duo that gives you on the move right here on Channel Africa from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central Africa time. Well, it's with your help for the past 2 years that we have been a multi-award winning show.
Finally here, we're keeping it on the move in 2025. And yes, I'm the other half of the duo, Benjamin Mushatama. And we're going to keep you going with the great conversations. Turn it up.
Okay. On the Move comes back in 2025 to give you more of the content that made us a Maldo and to deliver that bold, boundary-pushing content that you love. And of course, giving you a ride through the 3 hours of news, views, and entertainment.
Every weekday from 9 to midday Central African time, right here on Channel Africa. The African perspective.
Cool.
Let's go.
Caleidoscópio África.
Do Serviço de Língua Portuguesa de Canal África.
Caleidoscópio África. Caleidoscópio África.
Da África. África para o mundo na perspectiva africana.
Boa noite, são 20 horas em Joanesburgo e damos início a mais uma edição do Caleidoscópio, o seu programa diário de notícias e análises aqui no Canal África. Estamos em direto dos nossos estúdios em Open Park, pontos para lhe trazer as informações mais relevantes do continente africano e do panorama internacional. Pode acompanhar-nos em direto através do nosso site www.channelafrica.co.za. Eu sou Maria Mação e estarei consigo durante a próxima hora, trazendo-lhe os principais acontecimentos da atualidade. E agora vamos conferir aqui os principais destaques das notícias de hoje. Assinala-se esta quinta-feira o Dia Internacional do Trabalhador. E no Quênia, dizia, o assassinato do deputado terá sido premeditado. Fica a seguir com o desenvolvimento destas más notícias. A vossa especial atenção.
Noticiário da SABC. Na perspectiva africana.
Saudações. No Dia Internacional dos Trabalhadores, o Presidente da República de Cabo Verde, José Maria Neves, apelou à União dos Trabalhadores Cabo-Verdianos para consolidar os avanços e alcançar novas conquistas para a base e a classe trabalhadora e para o país. Na sua mensagem do 1º de maio, o chefe de Estado realçou as conquistas dos trabalhadores nos 50 anos de independência, como melhores salários, mais oportunidades de desenvolvimento profissional e uma segurança social mais forte. Neves pediu ainda a União para enfrentar os desafios que se colocam no futuro, tanto no país como na diáspora.
Formar políticas públicas que contribuam para a melhoria da qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores cabo-verdianos, para terem melhores salários, para terem mais rendimentos, para terem melhor segurança social e terem as condições para o trabalho decente no nosso país, reduzindo as desigualdades e todas as formas de exclusão social.
Em Moçambique, os trabalhadores continuam a enfrentar dificuldades devido ao elevado custo de vida, baixos salários, falta de transportes e más condições laborais. A Organização dos Trabalhadores denuncia que o salário mínimo permanece insuficiente para cobrir as necessidades básicas. A Ministra do Trabalho, Gênero e Ação Social, Ivete Alane, apelou esta quinta-feira à resiliência dos trabalhadores, garantindo que o governo tem atuado na mediação de conflitos laborais, procurando soluções pacíficas.
Portanto, é uma situação adversa, uma situação complicada e nós gostaríamos de apelar aqui a todos os trabalhadores para manter esta resiliência e podermos todos contribuir para o desenvolvimento deste país. Os trabalhadores, os empregadores e o governo, naturalmente, através das medidas que tem estado a implementar com vista a recuperar a economia e poder melhorar este contexto.
E o vice-presidente do Congresso Nacional Africano, ANC, na África do Sul, Paulo Machatile, afirmou num comício do Dia do Trabalhador em Durban, na província de KwaZulu-Natal, que a luta por melhores condições laborais está longe de estar concluída. O comício foi organizado pelo sindicato COSATO. Machatile sublinhou que é necessário criar um ambiente em que os trabalhadores possam usufruir plenamente dos seus direitos e benefícios. Apontou que o desemprego jovem ronda os 59% e que persiste uma grande disparidade salarial entre trabalhadores e executivos. Para o dirigente do ANC, estes dados mostram que é fundamental intensificar a luta pela emancipação dos trabalhadores.
The struggle is far from over. South African workers face
A luta está longe de ter terminado, pois os trabalhadores sul-africanos enfrentam inúmeros desafios, incluindo o elevado desemprego, a luta por salários dignos, a escassez de qualificações e questões de equidade. A pobreza e a desigualdade continuam a caracterizar a nossa sociedade. Ainda estamos longe de alcançar a emancipação total do nosso povo. Não temos liberdade econômica, tal como preconizada na Carta da Liberdade, que idealizava um sistema econômico sul-africano em que a riqueza nacional fosse partilhada por todos e não apenas por uma minoria privilegiada.
We do not have economic freedom as described by the Freedom Charter.
E o presidente sul-africano Cyril Ramaphosa afirmou que irá anunciar brevemente os nomes das pessoas que irão liderar, dizia, a Comissão Judicial de Inquérito sobre os atrasos na investigação e acusação dos casos relacionados à Comissão da Verdade e Reconciliação. Esta decisão segue-se ao anúncio feito nesta quarta-feira sobre a criação da referida comissão. Ramaphosa sublinhou que o governo pretende proporcionar um encerramento às famílias das vítimas dos crimes cometidos ocorridos durante o regime do apartheid. Falando à comunicação social em Middelburg, em Mpumalanga, após a celebração do Dia dos Trabalhadores no estádio Kees Daljad, o presidente declarou:
People were killed. People were maimed and injured.
Pessoas foram mortas, mutiladas e feridas e as famílias querem saber exatamente o que aconteceu. Querem também compreender por que razão houve um avanço tão lento por parte do governo na intervenção e acusação desses casos.
Investigating those cases and prosecuting them.
No Quênia, a polícia confirmou que o assassinato do deputado Charles Ongondo Were foi um ato direcionado e premeditado. Were, membro do partido de oposição ODM, liderado por Raila Odinga, foi morto a tiro na noite de quarta-feira em Nairobi, quando se encontrava no seu automóvel parado num semáforo. Testemunhas indicaram que o ataque foi realizado por um homem que se deslocava numa moto. O deputado foi dado como morto à chegada ao hospital. O presidente William Ruto pediu a investigação completa e garantiu que os responsáveis deverão ser responsabilizados. O governo congolês quer retirar a imunidade do ex-presidente Joseph Kabila para que responda em tribunal por alegado apoio ao grupo rebelde M23. Kabila, que nega envolvimento, está fora do país desde 2023. O ministro da Justiça afirma haver provas de crimes de guerra e que o ex-presidente poderá ser julgado à revelia. O caso sugere enquanto o Congo tenta negociar um acordo de paz com Ruanda até 2 de maio. O partido de Kabila foi suspenso e os seus bens podem ser confiscados. Aliados acusam o atual presidente Tshisekedi de perseguição política. O presidente do Estado do Sudoeste da Somália, Abdiaziz Hassan Mohamed, reuniu-se esta semana com o representante especial das Nações Unidas para a Somália, James Swan. As discussões entre ambos abordaram uma ampla gama de temas críticos que afetam tanto o Estado do Sudoeste como a Somália no seu todo. Durante as conversações, Swan sublinhou a importância da unidade e do diálogo inclusivo entre os líderes políticos e comunitários da Somália.
In collaboration with humanitarian partners, the United Nations is working hand in hand.
Em colaboração com parceiros humanitários, as Nações Unidas estão a trabalhar em estreita parceria com as autoridades do Estado do Sudoeste para responder a essas necessidades urgentes. Queremos dar prioridade a quem mais precisa da assistência. Também, naturalmente, queremos ligar a resposta humanitária às necessidades de desenvolvimento a longo prazo deste Estado. Parabenizo os esforços em curso do Exército Nacional Somali e das forças do Estado do Sudoeste para defender e recuperar território em diferentes regiões do Estado. O líder do exército sudanês Abdel Fattah al-Burhan nomeou esta quarta-feira o diplomata da Falah al-Haj Ali como primeiro-ministro interino após a reconquista da capital Khartoum por forças governamentais. Também foi nomeado Omar Sadiq como novo ministro de Negócios Estrangeiros. A guerra no Sudão começou em abril de 2023 após disputas entre o exército e as forças de apoio rápido que antes haviam colaborado na destituição do governo civil pós-Bashir. Em março, o exército recuperou grande parte de Khartoum, mas os combates continuam no oeste do país. Burhan pretende alterar a Constituição interina para concentrar o poder no exército, afastando civis e milícias do processo político e nomeando um governo tecnocrático. E desta colocamos o ponto final às nossas notícias de política. Fica a seguir com a página do Caleidoscópio.
Noticiário da SABC. Na perspectiva africana.
E agora vamos seguir com a página das atualidades do Serviço de Língua Portuguesa de Canal África. Para saber mais sobre o que se passa no nosso continente e no mundo, não deixe de consultar as nossas páginas de atualidade. Os nossos ouvintes podem enviar os seus comentários e perguntas para o nosso WhatsApp, número mais 27 6480 14724, ou seguir nas redes sociais para atualizações, destaques e conteúdos exclusivos, isto no Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, @Channel África One. E para acompanhar estas e outras notícias, pode ouvir o nosso podcast. Visite o nosso site www.channelafrica.co.za. E não se esqueça, pode também ouvir-nos pelo app SABC Plus, no canal da STV 802 OpenView 628. Fique connosco, o Caleidoscópio está apenas a começar.
Caleidoscópio, o seu programa diário de notícias e análises em língua portuguesa no Canal África. De segunda a sexta-feira, das 20 às 21 horas. Fica a par das notícias mais relevantes da África e do mundo, com uma abordagem especial para os falantes da língua portuguesa. Caleidoscópio oferece-lhes uma análise profunda dos acontecimentos que moldam o continente africano e o panorama internacional. Não perca, acompanhe-nos todos os dias para as notícias e análises essenciais para compreender o que se passa no mundo. Caleidoscópio, informação de qualidade em português com profundidade e rigor. Pode acompanhar-nos através do site www.channelafrica.co.za. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
1º de maio, Dia Internacional dos Trabalhadores. Sobre este dia, a nossa reportagem quis ouvir todos os sindicatos defensores da classe trabalhadora sobre a efeméride, nos quais todos foram unânimes em afirmar que a situação laboral dos trabalhadores guineenses é péssima. Casimiro Cajudecan reporta.
O 1º de maio, Dia Internacional dos Trabalhadores, está a ser assinalado em todo o território nacional com manifestações diversas. A nossa reportagem saiu às ruas para ouvir os sindicatos que representam a classe trabalhadora na Guiné-Bissau. Todos foram unânimes em afirmar que a situação laboral dos trabalhadores guineenses é crítica e exige mudanças urgentes. Júlio Mendonça, secretário-geral da União Nacional dos Trabalhadores da Guiné-Bissau, UNTG, a maior central sindical do país, denunciou o estado de estagnação salarial e o agravamento do custo de vida.
O país que está a governar na forma de garantir que há outro país na papel. Luta para ter um trabalho decente, uma política séria de trabalho decente.
O país não está a ser governado para garantir um sistema laboral decente, nem para dignificar os trabalhadores. Hoje, a própria função pública não consegue indicar o número exato de trabalhadores. O país caminha para o abismo. O custo de vida aumenta, os salários estão estagnados e o país encontra-se completamente destruturado, desabafou.
O país está totalmente destruturado, a situação laboral está cada vez mais péssima, o custo de vida aumenta consideravelmente, mas o salário continua na estagnação.
Sene Bacai Kassamá, presidente da Associação Nacional de Proteção dos Trabalhadores Domésticos, destacou a precariedade da situação vivida por essa categoria.
A ser sexual no local de trabalho, que uma cancro que não registra até hoje, na denúncias que não está a receber é o último tempo, e que denúncia que não mata a receber tempo, dentro na tentativa de assédio sexual no local de trabalho.
O assédio sexual nos locais de trabalho tornou-se um verdadeiro cancro para os trabalhadores domésticos. É um dos principais motivos de denúncias atualmente, sem sinais de mudança. Vimos pessoas a celebrar o 1º de maio, mas muitas estão com fome e sem condições básicas. Lamentou.
A hoje não há gente na manifesta, mas não há ainda gente que sai de fome.
Por sua vez, Malan Lee, secretário-geral da Confederação dos Sindicatos Independentes, recordou que a Guiné-Bissau continua sem um salário mínimo nacional legalmente definido.
E que tem um salário mínimo. Se não houve nenhum salário mínimo, quando eu falo de 50 mil, que é salário?
Não há salário mínimo nacional. O que se paga atualmente, 50 mil francos CFA, cerca de $86, não é um salário digno. Por isso, os sindicatos insistem junto do governo para que este valor seja oficialmente estabelecido e ajustado à realidade do país, afirmou.
Os centrais sindicais continuam a insistir junto do governo para ter uma definição de salário mínimo nacional.
O panorama laboral guineense é marcado por desafios profundos, altas taxas de desemprego, sobretudo entre os jovens, precariedade nas condições de trabalho e um setor informal que absorve grande parte da força de trabalho. Muitos trabalhadores não têm acesso à segurança social, o que tem incentivado a imigração de quadros qualificados à procura de melhores oportunidades no estrangeiro. Em resposta às críticas, a ministra da Administração Pública, Mônica Boaró Costa, anunciou esta quinta-feira, 1º de maio, que está em curso a elaboração da nova tabela única salarial, bem como a proposta de aumento do salário mínimo nacional para o ano de 2026. Segundo a ministra, também estão a ser adquiridos novos sistemas de controlo de presença para substituir o tradicional livro de ponto. Durante as celebrações, a governante apelou à União dos Trabalhadores para promover o desenvolvimento econômico e social do país. O lema das celebrações deste ano, União, Disciplina e Trabalho, foi destacado nas atividades promovidas pelo governo, que incluíram desfiles profissionais de diversos setores públicos e privados. No entanto, apesar da difícil situação, muitos trabalhadores optaram por celebrar o 1º de maio nas praias, em detrimento de atividades reivindicativas ou debates sobre os seus direitos. Neste momento, a capital e as principais cidades das 8 regiões do país estão parcialmente desertas, enquanto as praias resistem a enchentes. Esta situação levanta sérias preocupações ambientais, com impactos visíveis na biodiversidade marinha e na acumulação de lixo. Durante a semana, vários ativistas ambientais manifestaram preocupação com o volume de resíduos deixados nas praias durante as comemorações da Páscoa e do 1º de maio. Casimiro Cajucam-Bissau, Channel Africa News.
Não percam as melhores atualidades em língua portuguesa na melhor rádio do continente berço da humanidade. Com os melhores correspondentes no continente negro. Em Moçambique.
Em Paulo de Moçambique para Canal África.
Em Cabo Verde.
Cidade da Praia. Nélio dos Santos. Canal África.
Em Angola.
Phil Nelo. Canal África. Angola.
No Malawi.
A partir de Blantyre para o Canal África, Faustino Igreja.
Em São Tomé e Príncipe.
Venceslau Renner, Canal África, São Tomé e Príncipe.
Na Guiné-Bissau.
Casimiro Cajucam, Canal África, Bissau.
Todas as atualidades lusófonas aqui no Canal África, na perspectiva africana.
E ainda sobre a data do 1º de maio, Dia do Trabalhador, o mundo reflete sobre os progressos alcançados no domínio dos direitos laborais, mas também sobre os desafios que se agravam no cenário global de crises económicas, sociais e ambientais. Em muitos países, especialmente em desenvolvimento, o trabalho precário, o desemprego e a desigualdade social continuam a marcar a realidade de milhões de pessoas. A este desafio junta-se a revolução tecnológica, com destaque para a inteligência artificial, que levanta novas preocupações quanto ao futuro do emprego humano. Neste contexto de incerteza e transformação, conversamos com Júlio Mendonça, secretário-geral da União Nacional dos Trabalhadores da Guiné-Bissau, para refletirmos sobre os caminhos possíveis para a valorização do trabalho e da defesa dos direitos humanos, dos direitos dos trabalhadores.
Em primeiro lugar, eu acho que o dia 1º de maio deve constituir um motivo de preocupação para toda a classe trabalhadora, que também todos devem refletir seriamente nas estratégias conjuntas que podem adotar para melhor promoção dos direitos e defesa dos seus interesses legítimos. Essa deve ser a principal preocupação de toda a classe trabalhadora. E, tendo em conta essa mudança climática, é preciso estarmos preparados, consciencializados para poder enfrentar os desafios da atualidade.
Pois, a inteligência artificial é vista por muitos como uma ameaça ao emprego. Que papel devem ter os sindicatos na defesa dos trabalhadores face a esta nova realidade?
É óbvio que não resta dúvida que a inteligência artificial é uma ameaça para a classe trabalhadora, uma vez que, tendo em conta a estratégia do próprio capitalista, que é o empregador, preocupa mais em obtenção do lucro. Quanto mais tiver a possibilidade de ter mais serviço e ter mais rendimento, será sempre melhor para ele. Entretanto, isso vai pôr em causa muitos empregos e, consequentemente, a diminuição do estatuto do trabalhador, e tendo em conta o desejo de termos sempre mais emprego e mais salário digno, nesse caso concreto. Entretanto, a nossa maior preocupação enquanto classe trabalhadora é estarmos mais preparados e tentarmos também, ao mesmo tempo, adaptar à nova realidade, para poder fazer face a esse desafio do mundo contemporâneo. Porque isso é inevitável, é um desafio que temos que reconhecer que existe, com um perigo iminente. Entretanto, precisamos estar mais atentos e mais preparados face a esse desafio e defender os nossos direitos.
Senhor Mendonça, sabemos que uma grande parte dos trabalhadores a nível mundial continua sem contrato formal. No seu contexto, o que está a falhar para que haja maior estabilidade e proteção no trabalho?
Olha, na verdade, no meu país é uma situação atípica. É óbvio que é uma preocupação mundial, mas no meu país praticamente temos muitos desafios que começam pela própria organização do Estado. O Estado guineense, nesse momento, se encontra de uma forma desestruturada. Não há o respeito escrupuloso do princípio da legalidade. Consequentemente, isso acaba por violar os direitos dos próprios trabalhadores. Há mais exploração da mão de obra em relação àquilo que é obrigação legal por parte dos empregadores e do próprio Estado. O Estado é o principal violador dos direitos laborais na Guiné-Bissau. Uma outra situação mais grave é que o país, nesse momento, em termos políticos, não está a funcionar, porque as principais instituições da República se encontram paralisadas. Há um ataque sério do princípio da democracia na Guiné-Bissau e o princípio de separação de poderes se encontra consideravelmente ameaçado. Há um regime implantado no país, ações que vão todos contra o próprio princípio da legalidade e de respeito total à Constituição da República. Já há um ano o país se encontra sem o Parlamento. E sabemos qual é o papel do Parlamento enquanto legislador por excelência e fiscalizador da ação governativa. Mas não tendo o Parlamento há mais do que um ano, significa que o país está totalmente paralisado. Não temos um governo com programa e orçamento já Estado aprovado. Entretanto, é um governo de iniciativa presidencial que não faz o seu trabalho, não respeita as regras, faz tudo à margem daquilo que é o princípio da legalidade. E essas são as consequências graves que o trabalhador guineense enfrenta nesse momento. O Poder Judicial também se encontra beliscado, porque também há mais de um ano não temos estruturas ou órgãos do Poder Judicial a funcionar plenamente. Não temos um presidente supremo legítimo, eleito, de acordo com a orientação constitucional. Logo, tudo se encontra sequestrado na mão de uma única figura que é o Presidente da República. Entretanto, o povo guinense enfrenta piores momentos da sua história, tendo em conta a destruturação total do Estado, e isso, referente à questão de formalização do desemprego, é algo que para nós ainda é uma novidade. Não temos soluções à vista, tendo em conta que não existem instituições credíveis para fazer face a essa problemática. É nossa preocupação enquanto sindicato, estamos a lutar, a sensibilizar as pessoas no sentido de lutarem para garantir essa formalização. Consequentemente, usufruírem dos seus direitos e a proteção social, inclusive. Mas é um desafio enorme que estamos a enfrentar, tendo em conta de que os valores fundamentais da República foram postos em causa pelo atual regime. E isso é grave e é uma preocupação séria que temos neste momento.
Ilustre, hoje em dia, quais considera serem as principais prioridades do movimento sindical? Melhores salários, contratos estáveis, saúde e segurança no trabalho ou outras?
Bom, em resumo, eu posso dizer que o mais importante para qualquer trabalhador é ter a segurança laboral e ter um bom salário. Porque tendo segurança laboral e bom salário, significa que você terá condições de ter uma assistência médica medicamentosa. Entretanto, é um desafio, é a preocupação, é o desejo de qualquer um. Ter uma segurança no serviço e ter um salário digno. Tendo isso, você já tem o mesmo caminho para andar para ter uma assistência médica medicamentosa. Então, tudo deve ser a preocupação da própria entidade empregadora também. Porque quanto mais tiver o trabalhador, o grupo de trabalhadores sã, estará em condições de dar mais produtividade e corresponder com a expectativa da empresa, que é de obtenção do lucro. Por isso, esses desafios são prioritários e todos os Estados responsáveis, cujos titulares são responsáveis, devem preocupar com esse aspecto. Quanto mais pagar, melhor salário, obviamente terá condições de ter mais rendimento. Caso contrário, isso seria uma utopia apenas.
Pois. As novas formas de trabalho, como o trabalho em plataformas digitais, por exemplo, entregadores de apps, levantam desafios específicos. Que medidas defende para garantir direitos a estes trabalhadores?
Referente a este capítulo, eu acho que o primeiro aspecto que devemos fazer é preocupar mais com a forma de regulamentação desse serviço. Através da emanação das leis, irão ao encontro das necessidades dos prestadores desse serviço. Porque, tendo o aspecto jurídico consagrado, já teremos condições de reivindicar a sua implementação, consequentemente, a promoção desses direitos. Porque é um desafio que enfrentamos agora, então é preciso que os Estados assumam a sua responsabilidade enquanto legisladores para poder proteger esses serviços que são essenciais também na vida pública. Entretanto, o primeiro aspecto é criar aspecto legislativo e depois, havendo regulamentação, já existem condições de haver mais pressão, mais reivindicação para o respeito escrupuloso dos direitos consagrados para esses serviços.
E por fim, Sr. Mendonça, qual mensagem o senhor gostaria de deixar aos trabalhadores guinenses neste 1º de maio, num momento tão desafiador e de tantas transformações?
Bom, o que eu quero dizer é que o primeiro aspecto é estarmos unidos. Quanto mais unidos formos, melhor teremos força de lutar e de conquistar os nossos direitos. Uma luta isolada, você não atingirá os objetivos. Por isso eu apelo que haja mais união e mais consciencialização da classe trabalhadora para poder enfrentar os desafios que o destino ou o mundo atual nos impõe. Muito obrigado.
Palavras de Júlio Mendonça, secretário-geral da União Nacional dos Trabalhadores da Guiné-Bissau, falando ao Canal África.
The Midnight Snack, every Monday, 12 to 3 a.m. with Chanduko Ligege.
That is just me trying to imagine myself as a backup singer for Zonke because her music is just beautiful. As the song was playing, I was just, moving like a backup singer. You know how they are, with their hands being so dramatic and, putting that spice into the song. So the song is called Say Now and we love it here on the Midnight Snack. I hope you also love it.
Let's talk love, intimacy, and relationships on the Midnight Snack with Chanduko Ligege.
Daniel Chapo anunciou o início da fase operativa do compromisso político para um diálogo nacional inclusivo após a aprovação por unanimidade e aclamação dos 3 instrumentos essenciais que vão guiar o processo: o plano de ação, os termos de referência para a seleção de representantes da sociedade civil, o regulamento de funcionamento da Comissão Técnica. Milton Malulek reporta.
O presidente Daniel Chapo informou que, após a aprovação, promulgou e mandou publicar a lei que institucionaliza o compromisso para um diálogo nacional inclusivo, cumprindo integralmente as obrigações legais da sua parte.
Foi um encontro bastante produtivo, por meio da avaliação do trabalho que tinha ficado sob a responsabilidade do chefe de Estado, que era submeter a Assembleia da República, a seguir poder, portanto, promulgar, depois da aprovação da Assembleia da República, e mandar publicar. Foi feita esta análise durante este período, que foi feito do dia 5 de março até hoje, e depois também analisamos os instrumentos que foram elaborados pela Comissão Técnica.
Dando detalhes do processo para o almejo do diálogo político.
Que são 3 instrumentos: o regulamento do funcionamento da própria Comissão Técnica, o primeiro instrumento, e depois o plano de ação, como o segundo instrumento bastante importante para o funcionamento, e os termos de referência para a seleção, portanto, das figuras da sociedade civil de reconhecido mérito, responsabilidade e competência para fazerem parte desta comissão.
O presidente Chapo frisou que o grande objetivo do diálogo nacional é assegurar um debate profundo e inclusivo em todo o país, com a participação ativa de todos os setores da sociedade civil.
Seguindo o plano de ação, que também foi aprovado, vamos dar os passos subsequentes, por forma que este diálogo nacional inclusivo possa acontecer do Rovuma ao Maputo nos próximos anos, para discutirmos ou debatermos melhor aquilo que nós achamos que temos que ser como sociedade moçambicana, para que nos próximos anos, em processos iguais a estes que têm vindo a acontecer nos últimos 30 anos, de 5 em 5 anos temos tido eleições, mas nunca tivemos uma única eleição sequer que terminou sem situações que possam realmente preocupar a sociedade moçambicana. Este é o objetivo que nós temos.
No fim das suas declarações, o estadista agradeceu às lideranças políticas e candidatos às últimas eleições pela colaboração no processo, destacando o papel de todos na promoção da paz e da reconciliação. Queremos consolidar a paz, consolidar a reconciliação e também a harmonia entre a sociedade moçambicana. O nosso objetivo é, unidos, do Rovuma ao Maputo, debatemos Moçambique para que possamos desenvolver este nosso país em paz, em harmonia e em segurança, destacou. As declarações foram prestadas à imprensa após mais uma ronda do diálogo político realizado no gabinete da Presidência da República, com a presença de todos os signatários do Compromisso Político para um Diálogo Nacional Inclusivo, de 5 de março, de Maputo para a Channel Africa News, Milton Malulek.
Ritmos e cultura com Maré Samo.
Cecília é ativista social e fundadora da organização comunitária Xamanculo é Vida. Qual é o legado de Xamanculo?
O legado de Xamanculo é uma periferia que está desvalada, que tem várias coisas por dizer, e que acho que também está sendo uma periferia que está crescendo muito cada vez que passa o tempo, né? Mas eu acho que cresce muito porque sempre recebe várias pessoas. Então, a forma como era visto antes é bem diferente de agora, mas que também já conseguimos notar, acho que o legado que também que deixa também é que as pessoas que vivem nas periferias de ver estão alcançando várias posições e estão realmente a fazer coisas que são boas e interessantes e que as pessoas conseguem.
Ritmos e cultura com Maria Massamo. Todos os sábados das 20 às 21 horas.
A recente decisão do presidente da África do Sul, Cyril Ramaphosa, de criar uma comissão judicial de inquérito para apurar possíveis tentativas de obstrução na investigação e acusação de crimes cometidos durante o regime do apartheid reabre uma ferida profunda na história do país. Mais de 2 décadas após o fim do apartheid, da minoria branca continua a esclarecer muitos dos crimes políticos e desaparecimentos forçados da época. Apesar dos esforços iniciais da Comissão para a Verdade e a Reconciliação, várias recomendações foram ignoradas por sucessivos governos. A criação desta nova comissão surge no seguimento de um processo judicial movido por famílias de vítimas que exigem justiça e compensação por parte do Estado. Para analisar os desdobramentos políticos e institucionais desta decisão, entrevistamos o professor catedrático sul-africano André Machado, especialista em política sul-africana e justiça de transição.
Bom, é um bocado, eu acho, sintomático da degradação das relações entre os grupos étnicos, especialmente os brancos na África do Sul e os grupos africanos. E essa degradação temos sentido e tem sido medida pelos inquéritos à opinião pública, especialmente do Instituto sobre as Relações de Raças, o Race Relations Institute, e são evidentes. Isso tem a ver com a agressividade de alguma legislação que o ANC, ultimamente, nos últimos anos, tem forçado e passado, ou mais recentemente, a legislação que quer limitar a percentagem de empregados de etnia branca nas empresas sul-africanas a não mais de 4% da totalidade dos empregados. E assim vem mais um passo nesta degradação, que é uma tentativa de rever, ao fim de 35 anos, de rever aquilo que já se pensava encerrado pelos trabalhos da Comissão da Verdade. A solução que foi única, a solução que a África do Sul conseguiu abrir uma espécie de confessionário público, em que os malfeitores tinham a oportunidade de vir à luz do dia e de, em público, confessarem os crimes que cometeram em troca de uma amnistia, em troca de um perdão. Mas houve os casos em que a Comissão da Verdade, ela própria, considerou não ser possível simplesmente ceder essa imunidade e que fez uma recomendação à Procuradoria de que deveria seguir inquéritos sob o ponto de vista de investigação criminal. E estas investigações não resultaram muita coisa por variedíssimas razões, e agora esta comissão quer avaliar se realmente foram sempre razões racionais, lógicas, objetivas, falta de provas, por exemplo, ou, por exemplo, também doença ou morte dos arguidos, e assim, pronto, vamos ter mais essa comissão de inquérito que vai abrir muitas antigas feridas.
Sim, professor, até que ponto esta comissão poderá efetivamente contribuir para esclarecer os crimes do apartheid, considerando o tempo já decorrido?
O tempo decorrido é um fator muito importante, porque a libertação, ou digamos o fim do apartheid, começa em 1992, formalmente com a adoção de uma Constituição interina em 1994, mas os crimes aconteceram nos anos 70 e 80. Portanto, em qualquer processo penal, testemunhas ao fim de 40 anos já não podem ser considerados fiáveis. A Alemanha tem tido muita experiência nesta matéria, com a perseguição de nazis, de crimes cometidos por nazis, e ainda agora continua a haver, de vez em quando, um processo penal com arguidos com idade já acima de 100 anos, mas a Alemanha decidiu que era necessário fazer isso pela dimensão, pelo horror dos crimes cometidos durante o tempo do Holocausto. Assim, claro, a África do Sul pode dedicar alguma atenção a este aspecto, mas duvido muito que possa ainda conseguir agora convicções de erguidos.
E qual é o impacto político interno desta medida para o governo do ANC, especialmente perante as famílias das vítimas e o eleitorado mais jovem?
Bom, isto é claramente uma medida que foi imposta à ala moderada do ANC, à ala, também podemos dizer, social-democrata do ANC, representada pelo presidente Ramaphosa, que quer dar preferência à reconciliação e à concentração de todas as energias nacionais para o futuro, viradas para o futuro e não viradas para o passado. É uma cedência à ala de esquerda, que abertamente tem declarado que a África do Sul africana foi negado o direito à vingança. Só é que foi uma decisão de consciência da época de Nelson Mandela, de que vingança qualquer não iria construir um futuro próspero e bem-sucedido. Assim, rever essa decisão fundamental vai abrir feridas e, como já disse, duvido que possa fazer muita justiça. Por detrás do assunto todo está, talvez, a questão da compensação das vítimas, porque houve vítimas que não tiveram compensação, que não tiveram justiça alguma, não conseguiram identificar as responsabilidades dos crimes pelos crimes cometidos e não conseguiram obter compensação, indemnização que pudesse talvez ajudar a viver com aquilo que lhes aconteceu. Aí poderá talvez ser útil discutir-se uma lei sobre a compensação às vítimas do apartheid. Já existe, numa certa medida, uma legislação, a legislação da restituição das terras, pessoas que podem provar que seus ancestros foram expulsos de forma ilegal de certas terras, podem reclamar essas terras e têm visto entrega de mais de 10% das terras férteis na África do Sul aos descendentes dos antigos residentes ou beneficiários dessas terras, o Land Restitution Act. E assim poderia-se também considerar uma aproximação semelhante aos danos provocados por outros crimes do apartheid.
E por último, ilustre, que implicações pode ter esta comissão na imagem internacional da África do Sul em termos de compromisso com a justiça e os direitos humanos?
Eu duvido que tenha muito impacto, duvido que tenha um impacto positivo, porque a imagem da África do Sul está muito manchada, está fraca. E temos visto isso na última reunião, na última cimeira dos BRICS, em que a maior parte dos membros dos BRICS opuseram-se à exigência da África do Sul de ser o país candidato a um possível assento permanente no Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas. Isso tem a ver com a fraca imagem da África do Sul. A África do Sul hoje é mais conhecida pelos seus fracassos, pela sua incapacidade de sequer instalar casas de banho nas escolas públicas. Temos quase 20 mil escolas que não têm casas de banho. Temos carências enormes sociais, temos assídios terríveis ao meio ambiente, temos, uma longa lista de problemas internos e a África do Sul é muito conhecida por isso. E mais recentemente é conhecida nos Estados Unidos como um país que está a praticar uma nova discriminação na base da raça contra a minoria branca neste país. Assim, mais um inquérito virado para o passado, não penso que vá beneficiar a imagem da África do Sul como um país de sucesso futuro.
E foram as palavras do catedrático professor sul-africano André Thomas Housen, falando-vos a partir da cidade de Pretória, África do Sul.
Este é o Caleidoscópio de Canal África, com Remo Samo e João Yabalá.
O surto da cólera em Angola tem causado grande preocupação, afetando já mais de metade das províncias do país. Simultaneamente, a Agência dos Estados Unidos para o Desenvolvimento Internacional, USAID, um dos maiores doadores mundiais de assistência humanitária, decidiu não priorizar os países com maior incidência de malária. Para discutirmos as causas do alastramento da cólera em Angola e os impactos dessa decisão da USAID, convidamos o Dr. Jeremias Agostinho, médico e mestre em saúde pública, para partilhar a sua visão sobre o tema.
A doença, nesse momento, representa o maior risco de saúde pública que nós temos. Nos últimos anos, a nossa preocupação esteve sempre centrada com os casos de malária, os casos de tuberculose e também de infecção por VIH-Sida. A forma como, em pouco menos de 2 meses, os casos de cólera vêm aumentando, acaba por representar, nessa altura, um dos maiores desafios que o país tem. É expectável que, nesta fase, o número de casos venha a aumentar.
De segunda a sexta-feira, das 20 às 21 horas locais, este é o Caleidoscópio de Canal África.
O governo moçambicano aprovou recentemente a proposta de Plano Económico e Social e Orçamento do Estado para o ano de 2025, estimado num déficit de 126,8 mil milhões de meticais, num total de 512,7 mil milhões. E o documento prevê um crescimento do Produto Interno Bruto PIB de 2,9% e uma inflação média anual de 7%. Este cenário insere-se num contexto de fraco desempenho na arrecadação de receitas, levando endividamento público, que já representa 76,9% do PIB, e necessidade urgente de revitalização económica. Para analisar os principais desafios e oportunidades que se colocam à economia moçambicana no próximo ano, entrevistamos Clésio Foia, economista e analista de políticas públicas.
Primeiro, permitam-me dizer que aquilo que foi a 14ª sessão ordinária do Conselho de Ministros aprovou o Plano Económico, Social e Orçamento do Estado, PSOE, não é? Em que traz aqui um orçamento deficitário. Aliás, isto tem sido cíclico, não é? É algo tradicional naquilo que tem a ver com as nossas finanças públicas, não é? Em que a receita, não é, total é insuficiente para cobrir tanto a despesa total. E depois tem aqui como consequência um déficit orçamental. E neste caso em específico, não é, para o presente orçamento, estamos a falar de um déficit de 126,8 mil milhões de meticais, quase 2 mil milhões de dólares, não é? O que é insustentável, é dos piores déficits orçamentais que já tivemos nas nossas finanças públicas, não é? Mas isto tem que ver primeiro com aquilo que é o panorama do seu ponto de vista de conjuntura económica. Primeiro, se for a perceber que Luís Jacob, não é? Nós temos de uma crise pós-eleitoral, não é? Com índice de manifestações violentas que culminaram em destruição de bens públicos e privados, não é? Mas também aquilo que tem a ver com o ambiente de segurança do próprio país, não é? Portanto, naquela altura, não é? O Estado perde, do seu ponto de vista de receita ou do seu ponto de vista de atividade econômica, cerca de 4,9% daquilo que é o Produto Interno Bruto. E, aliás, no quarto trimestre de 2024, não é, a nossa atividade contraiu de forma significativa. Então, isto depois vem a responder com um elevado nível da despesa pública, sobretudo a despesa com a massa salarial, não é? E, como pode perceber, a massa salarial tem estado aqui a ser parte significativa das despesas, mas também do endividamento público, sobretudo a dívida pública interna, não é? Que tem aqui pressionado também para alto nível de despesas do próprio Estado, não é? Então, este déficit vai naturalmente obrigar, primeiro, que o Estado moçambicano possa se reconciliar com os parceiros de cooperação e desenvolvimento, não é? Falamos dos Bretton Woods, o FMI e o Banco Mundial, mas também outros atores que têm estado a ajudar o Estado moçambicano. Falo do Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento, mas também falo de grandes consulados dos países ocidentais e também asiáticos que têm estado a prestar alguma ajuda a Moçambique. É bom que se diga que é dentro de um fenômeno também de adaptação climática, porque não podemos esquecer que Moçambique tem estado ciclicamente a ser assolado por, portanto, as vicissitudes climáticas, falo de ciclones, estiagens, não é? Que depois obrigam que Moçambique tenha também outro nível de adaptação, com, portanto, infraestruturas resilientes, não é? Mas também planos de mitigação. E não só, Moçambique terá para colmatar esse déficit orçamental de quase 2 mil milhões de dólares, não é? Terá que pressionar o mercado da dívida, que já está em cerca de 1,1 trilhão de meticais, corresponde a cerca de 76,9% daquilo que é o produto interno bruto nacional, não é? Então, é de facto aqui uma questão que coloca as finanças públicas moçambicanas numa zona de penumbra, porque espera-se, com esse déficit orçamental exacerbado, não é? Que o Moçambique volta aqui a novas emissões no mercado da dívida para poder colmatar tanto aquilo que é o déficit orçamental.
Senhor Clésio, a meta de crescimento econômico de 2,9% para 2025 é modesta. Quais considera serem os principais constrangimentos que limitam o desempenho econômico de Moçambique?
É uma meta modesta, muito abaixo daquilo que eram as projeções que se faziam um pouco depois, quando saímos do período pós-Covid-19, né? Esperava-se que Moçambique pudesse aqui ter outro nível de projeção de crescimento, né? Mas, porém, as metas agora são modestas, muito por conta, primeiro, temos que perceber que Moçambique ainda não alcançou a paz efetiva. Ainda há aqui zonas de um foco de insegurança, sobretudo em Cabo Delgado, que é uma província e conta muito, não é, com as riquezas que dispõe, não é? E, entretanto, há aqui instalado um clima total de insegurança. Mas não só. A questão também da unidade nacional, que ficou agora estremecida, não é? Sobretudo naquilo que foram os resultados das manifestações, como o corolário daquilo que tem a ver com os resultados eleitorais, não é? Que se designa a crise pós-eleitoral, que culminou, conforme eu tinha dito da minha anterior locução, com destruição de bens públicos e privados, não é? Que depois vão aqui estreitar aqui espaços de manobra para que a capacidade produtiva, não é, responda com alguma eficácia àquilo que são os desafios. Então, estas projeções estão atreladas naquilo primeiro, na insegurança, a questão do terrorismo, mas também na fraca capacidade produtiva do próprio país, da nossa economia, e também com aquilo que foi o corolário das manifestações que deram campo, que destruiu-se tanto infraestruturas públicas, mas também privadas, não é? E que depois, consequentemente, temos aqui altos níveis de desemprego, não é? E vai comprometer a capacidade produtiva, não é? Do próprio Estado Nacional. Mas também aliado com uma fraca resiliência do próprio Estado, que é bom que se diga aqui. Apesar dessas dinâmicas, essas vicissitudes, o Estado moçambicano tem sido aqui um reator bastante inerte, portanto, sem muita dinâmica, sem muita flexibilidade, não é, para poder responder aos desafios com as devidas soluções eficientes, não é?
Pois, ilustre, entre as medidas de estímulo econômico, o governo decidiu eliminar restrições horárias à atividade comercial. Que impacto real poderá esta flexibilização ter na recuperação econômica e na criação de emprego?
Primeiro, isto afeta direto a atividade comercial e serviços. Repare-se que se nós tínhamos aqui algum constrangimento ou inflexibilidade do ponto de vista de provimento ou do ponto de vista de encerramento dos estabelecimentos comerciais, bem como tanto toda a panóplia da atividade econômica, não é? Isto naturalmente gerava ineficiência, gerava aqui pontos de estrangulamentos, mas com esta flexibilidade, primeiro, já coloca aquilo que são as entidades, tanto empregadoras, os investidores, empresários, não é? A poderem estimular a sua atividade, mas é bom que se diga que, contudo, apesar dessa flexibilização dos horários, não, de extensão dos horários, ou digamos assim, a flexibilização que visa eliminar, portanto, as horas de encerramento dos estabelecimentos comerciais ou da atividade econômica, estas, portanto, flexibilizações são acompanhadas com aquilo que tem a ver com a lei laboral do trabalho, ou seja, o empregador não pode com isso, não é, extrapolar ou violar aquilo que tem a ver com a lei do trabalho, portanto, que em Moçambique o trabalho para todo colaborador ou trabalhador são de 8 horas de tempo, não é? Mas, contudo, querendo, pode, portanto, o agente econômico, não é, tanto trabalhar em turnos, contando ainda com o número de mão de obra, porque esta medida também tem estímulo para aumentar o emprego, porque se um estabelecimento comercial ou uma determinada atividade comercial passa agora a funcionar em pleno em 24 horas por dia, não é? Vai naturalmente demandar maior nível de emprego, não é? Se antes por exemplo, um estabelecimento comercial empregava 5 trabalhadores, que estavam todos eles proporcionalmente divididos em 8 horas, não é? Pode aqui passar a empregar, se calhar, mais 3 trabalhadores, portanto, ou multiplicar o número de 5 por 3, passando a ter 15 trabalhadores, que pode, consequentemente, aumentar o emprego, não é? Então, são medidas de flexibilização que estão em conformidade com aquilo que é o plano de recuperação e reestruturação econômica, não é? Para que o quanto antes a atividade econômica em Moçambique possa virar ou possa aqui verter em sua plenitude, não é?
A ficar para trás, Clésio foi economista moçambicano, falando-vos a partir da cidade de Maputo, Moçambique.
Caleidoscópio com Marema Samo e João Yabalá. levando a perspectiva africana para além fronteiras. Todos os dias da semana, das 20 às 21 horas de Joanesburgo.
Os Estados Unidos assumiram um papel ativo na diplomacia africana ao mediar em Washington a assinatura de uma declaração de princípios entre os governos da República Democrática do Congo e do Ruanda, num esforço para pôr fim ao ciclo de violência que há décadas assola o leste da RDC. O documento assinado na presença do secretário de Estado Marco Rubio e dos altos funcionários do Departamento do Estado visa abrir caminho a um acordo de paz e integração económica regional com forte aposta no investimento norte-americano em setores estratégicos como os dos minerais críticos. Para compreender melhor a posição dos Estados Unidos nesse processo, o seu envolvimento diplomático e as perspectivas de estabilidade e desenvolvimento na região dos Grandes Lagos, conversamos com Amanda Robertson, porta-voz em língua portuguesa do Departamento do Estado norte-americano.
Como você falou, Mariamo, na sexta-feira passada, os representantes dos governos do Congo e de Ruanda assinaram uma declaração de princípios que traça um caminho importante para a paz. Mas, além disso, a declaração pode trazer estabilidade para o desenvolvimento econômico. Esperamos um fim a este conflito e permitir que a região atinja o seu pleno potencial.
Sim. E tendo em conta o histórico de fracassos em cessar-fogo anteriores, o que distingue este acordo e que garantias existem de que os compromissos assumidos serão efetivamente cumpridos?
Bom, é importante lembrar que essa declaração é um passo importante para a paz, mas não é o último processo, não. É importante que os dois lados continuarem a trabalhar juntos para chegar até uma solução permanente, e os Estados Unidos vão continuar a dialogar com ambas as nações para defender os princípios da declaração e para apoiar o trabalho crucial em prol da paz e a prosperidade.
Sim, e um dos pontos centrais do acordo é a promessa de cessar qualquer apoio a grupos armados. Que mecanismos de verificação e acompanhamento os Estados Unidos estão a considerar para assegurar o cumprimento desse ponto?
Então, os Estados Unidos estarão dialogando, falando com as diferentes partes lá, utilizando as ferramentas que temos na região, as nossas embaixadas e os nossos parceiros. É importante destacar também o papel da União Africana, que os Estados Unidos estão apoiando muito o papel da União Africana para a implementação também desta declaração de paz. E outro parceiro que pode jogar um papel é a Angola, que já desempenhou um papel muito importante na mediação deste conflito. Entendemos que, como é um conflito entre os dois lados que afeta toda a região, então, os diferentes parceiros na região também precisam ser parte da solução.
Sim, falou do envolvimento de Angola, agora também tem um envolvimento do Catar e de outros atores internacionais. Como é que se articula a diplomacia norte-americana com outros esforços de mediação e que papel os Estados Unidos pretende desempenhar no acompanhamento do processo até a assinatura de um acordo de paz definitivo?
Com esse tipo de acordo, é certo o que você disse, que tiveram muitos países que participaram, que apoiaram esse processo de paz. Os Estados Unidos vão continuar com o nosso apoio também, dialogando com as diferentes partes, participando nos fóruns internacionais, como a região no Catar, que participamos ultimamente. Mas eu também queria mencionar a possibilidade de mais crescimento econômico, que isso também é importante para os Estados Unidos. Reconhecemos que a região tem muitos recursos minerais, outros recursos. Então, tem empresas americanas que querem muito trabalhar, desenvolver, fazer investimentos. Agora, com uma paz e com um fim a este conflito, esse tipo de desenvolvimento poderia ser mais acessível.
E estas foram as palavras de Amanda Robson, porta-voz em língua portuguesa do Departamento do Estado norte-americano, falando-vos ao Canal África. E vamos aqui à recapitulação da nossa programação de hoje, onde contamos com o Júlio Mendonça, secretário-geral da União Nacional dos Trabalhadores da Guiné-Bissau, que fala do 1º de maio, Dia Internacional dos Trabalhadores, e que este simboliza a luta laboral na África lusófona. E o professor catedrático sul-africano André Thomas Alson comentou aqui a recente decisão do presidente Cyril Ramaphosa de criar uma comissão para analisar os processos judiciais herdados no regime do apartheid. Se perder alguma dessas notícias, pode acessar o nosso podcast no www.channelafrica.co.za. E agora é hora de conferir o que é que o programa África World Hour preparou para hoje. Vamos conversar aqui com a Tsepitso Makwelha para trazer os insights valiosos da programação de hoje, que vai ao ar das 21 horas até às 22. Good evening, Tsepitso. How are you?
Good evening, Mariam. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
As you said, it's a Workers' Day,
Yes.
and here we are being good workers working.
Yes.
So we'll be talking about the state of the labour force workers across the globe, across the world, and we'll be looking at it from different fronts. So first we'll take you to Turkey, where hundreds of people, protesters, have been arrested there in Istanbul. We'll look at that story and we'll also come back here at home and speak to the International Labour Organization in Southern Africa to understand what the state of particularly pay, that has always been the biggest thing for workers, and look at parity, talk about the quality of life, particularly now in 2025. And we'll also be taking a look at work and labour from a different side. So the twist here will be, we'll be talking about sex workers. We'll be talking about what the legal status is here in South Africa. So at the moment, as we speak, sex work is criminalized in South Africa, but we'll also look at other countries. What are the regulations there? We'll talk about the intersecting discriminations that they face, and also how lack of access to proper healthcare also impacts them. But we'll also talk about the DRC, how there is an effort underway to strip former DRC President Joseph Kabila of his lifelong immunity so that he can face trial on charges of supporting M23 insurgency there. All that and more coming up on Africa World Hour.
Thank you, Tsepitso. E não se esqueça, a Tsepitso estará no ar com todos esses insights que ela aqui acabou de falar aqui no All para o Old África, dizia África Old Hour, daqui a dentro de instantes. E assim chegamos ao fim de mais uma edição do nosso Caleidoscópio. Agradecemos a todos que nos acompanharem e contribuíram para a nossa programação. Agradecimento especial à nossa equipe de produção, Maria Massamo, Jacob Tivani, e os cuidados técnicos de Catherine Malek. E não deixem de sintonizar amanhã para mais notícias e análises. Até lá. Boa noite.
Caleidoscópio África.
Do Serviço de Língua Portuguesa de Canal África.
Caleidoscópio África. Caleidoscópio África.
Da África para o mundo na perspectiva africana.
evening to you. This is indeed Africa World Hour, Channel Africa, the African perspective, live from our headquarters here in Auckland Park, Johannesburg. I am Tsipiso Magwetla. 60 minutes. Countless stories. We navigate the day's top stories from the continent and the world. So we're bringing you the news, the views and the perspectives that really matter. Your world, your hour. Please let us know what is happening in and around your world, what's impacting your decisions, the conversations that you're having. We'd love to hear from you. Just send us a voice note on 063 406 9126. You can email us info@channelafrica.org. We're also on X, on Instagram, TikTok at Channel Africa 1. So just tell us what's shaping your world today, and we're going to tell you what's happening in and around the world beyond you, but you also get to inform us what's happening. And remember, you can listen to us live on SABC Plus app and on the DSTV audio bouquet. We are on channel 802. OpenView, we are on channel 628. All right, let's go straight to your top stories now. The Democratic Republic of Congo has launched a bid to strip the former president of the DRC, President Joseph Kabila, of his lifelong immunity in a bid to ensure that he faces trial on charges of supporting M23 in their insurgency in the country's east.
Kabila, who stepped down following a 2018 election after nearly 2 decades in power, has previously denied backing the rebels. He's been outside Congo since late 2023, mostly in South Africa, but recently said he would return to help find a solution to the rebel crisis. Since January, M23 rebels have seized large areas, including eastern Congo's 2 biggest cities. Congo's government is seeking to draft a peace deal to end the conflict this week. Justice Minister Constant Mutamba told reporters in Kinshasa on Wednesday evening that the Congolese Army's Attorney General had asked the Senate to revoke Kabila's immunity from prosecution. He said Kabila should return to Congo to face justice or risk being tried in absentia.
Now, supporters of Burkina Faso's military leader rallied in the capital Ouagadougou following claims that the country's junta that it had thwarted a major coup plot. The junta-led country's prime minister said the rally makes imperialism tremble.
Some will not sleep tonight. But their nightmare will last because we are standing ready until final victory.
According to organisers, the rally was also to denounce remarks attributed to US General Michael Langley, accusing junta leader Ibrahim Traoré of using Burkina Faso's gold reserves for personal protection at the expense of the well-being of the people.
We are here to tell American generals, instead of making an American security report, they will lie as they usually do. Colin Powell lied, Saddam Hussein is dead. Barack Obama lied, Gaddafi is dead. This time it will not pass. Our economy belongs to us. Our gold belongs to us. Our underground resources belong to us.
And in Kenya, authorities have launched an investigation after an opposition MP was gunned down in Nairobi. Charles Were was shot on Wednesday evening. The motive behind the shooting is still unknown. Kenya police say the nature of the crime appears to be premeditated. It has said no arrest has been made so far.
Parliamentarians like Eva Kinya-Obara expressed their sadness at the news outside a hospital in the capital, where Were had been pronounced dead.
How I pray that this matter is going to be conclusively brought to book and we will know who murdered Honorable Charles Ongondowere.
Citizen TV said Were was shot at close range and that his driver had survived the attack. Were was a member of the opposition ODM party led by veteran politician Raila Odinga, who lost to William Ruto in the last election in 2022.
And that's where we leave our news roundup for now. Just remember, follow us on the socials, X, TikTok, Instagram. It's at Channel Africa 1. And we are on Facebook, Channel Africa. You can also watch us on YouTube, stream us live, whichever of the social media channels that you use. Brings the time to exactly 9:05.
Africa World Hour. Africa World Hour. Unpacking global headlines from an African perspective.
Well, let's start with the news out of the United States. The country and Ukraine have signed an agreement that will give Washington preferential access to Ukraine's critical minerals, including rare earths and other natural resources. The deal includes the establishment of a joint investment fund for Ukraine's reconstruction amid fears, or rather efforts, by the Trump administration to secure a ceasefire that could lead to a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Sean Bryce Pease reports that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent called it a historic economic partnership agreement between the two countries, establishing the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
Fraught negotiations, recalling the dramatic Oval Office meeting between Presidents Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky in February, where a version of this landmark agreement was due to be signed before the relationship publicly soured, live on television. The deal is also seen as part of efforts by Kyiv to repair relations with the United States, whose president has been quite pointed with Zelensky as he presses for an elusive ceasefire. Trump had stated that he believed the U.S. should get something in return for its aid to Ukraine during the war. The deal was penned by Ukraine's first Deputy Prime Minister, Yulia Sviridenko, and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
This partnership allows the United States to invest alongside Ukraine to unlock Ukraine's growth assets, mobilize American talent, capital, and governance standards that will improve Ukraine's investment climate and accelerate Ukraine's economic recovery. The Development Finance Corporation will participate and help to establish this fund in collaboration with the government of Ukraine. Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine over the long term. It's time for this cruel and senseless war to end. The killing must stop, and both the United States and the government of Ukraine look forward to quickly operationalizing this historic economic partnership for both the Ukrainian and American people.
Ukraine's Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal also weighed in from Kyiv, calling the agreement an international deal about joint investments into the development and restoration of Ukraine.
This is a real partnership deal. It is a deal on setting up an investment fund in Ukraine with equal managing and contribution shares. Contributions will be monetary. The American side can consider new military aid to Ukraine. I underline that this will solely be new aid as a contribution to the fund. Ukraine only makes contributions from new rents and royalties for natural resources. Our contribution will be 50%. No debts or aid that was granted to Ukraine before the deal was signed are included. It is an important achievement, and the deal only covers new contributions and new aid.
In addition to its critical minerals, the deal also has provisions for joint access to Ukraine's oil, natural gas, and other hydrocarbons, but notably provides no specific security guarantees from Washington, which is something Ukraine and Europe had been pushing for. As Ukrainians also weighed in, some more skeptical of the agreement than others. Oskana Serenko is a resident of Kyiv.
In order for this war to stop, we have to pay something. We pay with human lives and with Ukrainian resources. It feels like Ukraine is being raped by everyone, and it hurts. I think the world is very selfish. Everyone is looking for profit. Ukraine is a very good source of minerals. The deal is pure profit-seeking. I don't believe that anyone is worried about us, nor that the deal will be good for our future.
Oskana Rihorieva, also in Kyiv.
Let's hope for the deal to hold as promised. This is the beginning of U.S. support, and that this war will end finally. I think it's right to sign the deal because our people are dying. How long could it go on? My husband is at war. This is why I want the war to end.
Anastasia Zonitskya, also in Ukraine's capital.
If there is a result after Ukraine gives away its resources to the U.S., and there is a ceasefire as Putin promised, then let them take the minerals. If the price is in human lives that we lose every day, then let them take the resources. I think this is going to be a test for Trump on keeping his promises and whether he can be trusted overall, not only by Ukrainians, but also by the people living in the U.S.
And Vita Fediuk.
I think interesting times await us. The deal has an advantage, because I've heard that we will receive weapons, and it is very important for our army. And maybe in the future there will be certain advantages in cooperation with the U.S.
The agreement does guarantee new deliveries of American weapons, including air defense systems, and according to Ukrainian officials, their cost will be credited to the Joint Investment Fund. Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andrei Sybiha also indicated that the agreement marked an important milestone in Ukraine's U.S. strategic partnership aimed at strengthening his country's economy and security. I'm Sherman Bryce-Pease in New York.
11 minutes past 9. As we mentioned, today is a Workers' Day, and what we're seeing in Turkey is hundreds of protesters who've been arrested as people gathered in Istanbul for May Day. This as people across the world marked International Workers' Day or Labour Day, which recognises the struggles and achievements of workers and the labour movement. Istanbul authorities on Wednesday closed metro trains and buses, paralysing Turkey's biggest city in a bid to prevent the May Day demonstrations. To discuss this further, we're joined now on the line by Turkish journalist based in South Africa, Turkmen Terzi. A very good evening to you, and thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you for having me.
So just tell us exactly about the protest. What happened and why did it lead to so many arrests?
Yes, in historically, the Labor Days, Workers' Days protests in Turkey always happening in a very tense situation, because Turkey is more conservative religious country, right wing, and then the protesters are mostly leftist and belong minorities mostly. So what we saw in Istanbul on May Day today was quite intense, because Turkish police cracked down hard on protesters. They were trying to reach march towards Taksim Square. This is a very historical square, and 34 people were killed there in 1977 during Labor Day protests. So since that day, the laborers trying to protest in Taksim Square, but the square has been off limit for demonstrators for years. And Istanbul, this year's May Day actually come during a very politically tense time, because just weeks after the popular Istanbul mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, who ended Erdogan's rule in Istanbul, his party's rule. Erdogan, he was himself Istanbul mayor. So İmamoğlu defeated Erdogan in 2019. So he is the mayor, so he is also presidential candidate of the opposition party. So Erdogan jailed him, the courts jailed him, but it's politically motivated case, because more than 80% of Turks call this case politically motivated. So since 21st March last month, so hundreds of thousands, even millions of people demonstrated against Erdogan's rule. So this time they try to reach Taksim and Istanbul, Beşiktaş, and important places. So police stopped them. According to the Interior Minister, over 52,000 police officers were deployed around these important places, especially Istanbul City Hall in Saraçhane district were also blocked because that place, main opposition party organized protests against Erdogan since March, so it was very tense. And then the opposition party actually defeated Erdogan in the last year's municipal elections. They won all the major municipalities, so Erdogan lost power. Erdogan has been ruling country since 2002. The protests happened in actually more than 72 cities as well. There were no much police no fight, scuffles between police and protesters. And Istanbul, Erdogan allowed protest in Kadıköy, in the Europe side of Turkey, more conservative religious part of Turkey. So the protest, the celebration in Kadıköy were okay, and Erdogan Union, labor union organizations.
Okay.
But Istanbul was very tense.
Turkmen, can you just tell me the profile of those that have been arrested? Perhaps even if you could just give us a sense of age, gender. I just want to get a visual of who was there at the protest. And as you mentioned, there are political motives to the reaction of law enforcement, but there are also, it seems, other motives from the protesters beyond what workers are anxious about.
Yes, you know, in Turkey, very divided country, so mostly Labor Days, they were, certain gender groups and leftists and Kurdish people, mostly Kurdish people, some radical left groups, they are protesting against Turkish governments. Not only it is happening now, it has been happening since, as I explained you, 1997, 34 people were killed. So also Gezi Park protests were happening in Taksim Square, 2013. They were also protesting against Erdogan's rule. So we can say like Turkey is 70% of population are conservative religious and 30% are leftist. So main opposition party also mostly leftist people voting for them. It is this is actually more than is how to say, like there's a tension, like it's not just a Labor Day. It has a political symbol. So leftists actually protesting right-wing governments, we could define. So always has been tense during Labor Days. We are facing tense in Turkey.
So are you able to give us a sense, though, of labor rights and conditions in Turkey?
Yes, labors were very strong. Labor's union were very strong. KESK, DİSK, we have Turkish Medical Association. For instance, my university days, I remember, so labor unions were all negotiating for labor's rights against governments. They were so strong. Actually, mostly worker unions. But what happened that Erdogan came to power in 2002, Erdogan's party, so they silenced most of the unions, they closed down some of the unions, they jail union leaders. So now is minimum wage is very low, and then working hours is too long. So workers' situation in Turkey is not good, and inflation is so high, the highest in the world, more than officially say 70%, but unofficially more than 300%. So that's the reason people voted for main opposition party, and Erdogan is losing power since after last 4 or 5 years. So labor situation is worsening in Turkey. Unemployment is very high. Yes, minimum wage is not increasing. Is a big problem.
And just tell me, what is the quality of life for workers? And if you can, also just tell me what the median age is for, because in some countries it's children who end up starting work at a very vulnerable age. Does Turkey have that problem?
Yes, you remember Turkey has no mines, no oil and gas. Turkey is highly industrial country, and labor is extremely important because Turks are producing goods. They import raw material and producing all textile or shoes or all kind of things they export. So Turkey's export is very high. So Turkey have very skilled workers. So despite their skill and their capacity, so they earn very little money. And Syrians, they came to Turkey almost 5 million Syrians. So most of Turkish companies hired the Syrians. So in a very limited, very minimum amount of money. So then they fired so many Turks, lost their jobs. This is also another tension. So most of them, they don't have insurance. So working condition has been worsened last 10-15 years. But before it was good. Yes.
All right. Tekman, really appreciate your time and your insights. Turkish journalist based in South Africa, Tekman Terzi, just speaking to us about the hundreds of people that were arrested, protesters who were arrested in Istanbul today on Workers' Day.
Channel Africa is everywhere you are.
My number one stop for all African news.
Esta é minha estação de rádio de escolha.
Time for Africa. This Africa Month, we celebrate the rhythm, the pulse, the future of the African continent. Africa is innovation. Africa is resilient. Africa is you.
Africa is rich and not poor. Africa has immense actual and potential wealth.
Tune in all May on the SABC Plus app as we spotlight stories of hope, growth, and unity. From Cape to Cairo, Dakar to Durban, because telling Africa's story isn't just what we do, it's who we are. We at Channel Africa, the African perspective, connecting Africa to the world. Mornings made better with Peter and Asanda on Rise and Shine.
I want the Africa that makes every single African proud of the continent and have hope. And there's so much stuff that's going on that's positive. And if we can just lock into that, Namaganjan, everyone is going to get there.
Where are we going? Where are we trying to get to?
The idea of working together, which is why I'm excited about this new voice.
And the new voice is me, Asanda Peta, broadcast journalist with about 15 years of experience on the radio space.
Welcome, Asanda. I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Were you waiting for me?
I was.
Really?
Yeah, because for 3 months I was on my own.
So be sure to tune in right here on Channel Africa Mondays to Fridays from 6 to 9 a.m. Central African Time.
If you want to know about your continent, this is the best place to start your day.
Rise and Shine on Channel Africa.
Você é fluente em português? É apaixonado por rádio e quer trabalhar na África do Sul? Você tem documentos que o qualificam para trabalhar na África do Sul? Nesse caso, podemos ter uma oportunidade para você trabalhar no Canal África. Envie seu currículo e demonstração para canalafrica@channelafrica.co.za. Lembre-se, se você não receber alguma resposta nossa em 14 dias, isso significa que você não foi selecionado. Canal África, a perspectiva africana.
At the forefront, the most pressing issues on Africa World Hour with Sepiso Makwetla.
Channel Africa.
The Morning Switch Weekend with the Shy Guy.
Just the other day, I went to pick up my daughter from school, and as per usual, her friends, they usually come to my car just to say hellos and goodbyes. So this particular day, they made this comment about my jacket, saying that it's giving baddie vibes.
You say my jacket is giving what?
It's giving
Baddie vibes.
It
got me thinking, where did the baddies come from? Because nothing is new under the sun, as it is said. I was like, oh yes, remember the Kenyan parliamentarian? Her name is Millie Odhiambo.
When you are urging me to be a good example to the girls, the younger ones who are doing their first term, Mr. Speaker, if they are good girls, they'll never get corner office. Be as bad as Millie Odhiambo, you will be the mother of this house. So do not be cheated like the African culture, where you are told have decorum, be nice. I'm telling you, you will go nowhere. Be a bad girl like me.
And I thought to myself, that is the original Betty.
Saturday and Sunday mornings belong to the Morning Switch. 3 to 6 a.m. Central African Time. forefront. The most pressing issues on Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla.
Channel Africa.
All right, 25 minutes past 9. We continue with Africa World Hour. South Africa's Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velenkosini Hlabisa, attended the two-day Africa Month Symposium and Festival hosted by the Kare Heritage Institute in collaboration with the African Renaissance Forum and the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa's capital, Pretoria. The event sought to promote the idea of the African Renaissance, strengthening African unity and development, and emphasizing the enduring value of indigenous knowledge systems. For more on this, we are joined now by Her Royal Highness Princess Lorna, National Spokesperson of the Royal Leaders of South Africa. Your Royal Highness, a very good evening to you, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Let us start with, how would you describe the importance of the summit and how it lends itself to those stated goals of African Renaissance, African unity, and of course celebrating the use or the value of indigenous knowledge systems?
My leader, Africa, stands at a defined moment where the balance between the modern advancement and cultural preservation must be carefully maintained. Our heritage is not just a reflection of our past, but it is a living force that shapes our present and guide our future. The restoration of African culture and traditions is vital in ensuring that our people remain anchored in their identity, as well as navigate globalization and technological change. Traditional leaders and indigenous knowledge systems hold a wisdom of centuries, offering solutions to modern challenges throughout sustainability practice, or sustainable practice, communal values, and governance structure rooted in fairness and simplicity. These traditions have shaped our society that thrives in unity and integration, knowledge exchange, and spiritual connectedness. As Africans, we must reclaim our narratives, celebrate our language, revive our indigenous craftsmanship, and honor our ancestors' wisdom.
Now, Your Royal Highness, the interesting thing about, as you say, evolution is that sometimes things which were foreign or unknown to us become part of our culture. So with modernization, there is the advantage that we are able to preserve our cultural practices and knowledge systems by digitizing them, but yet at the same time there is the erosion of what had been practiced over the centuries. So where do you stand on whether that evolution is good or not?
Actually, the decline in culture, restoration, and heritage preservation across African stem from multiple interconnected factors that has reshaped societal priorities and weakened our traditional structures. One of the most significant contributions that has been colonial disruption and its lasting impact. So we have a serious challenge in the modern society. The impositions of foreign governance system systematically dismantled our indigenous knowledge system, our language, our practice, replacing them with a Western ideology and marginalization of African heritage. Even after independence, many African nations struggle to revive their culture and traditions that has been suppressed and distorted for decades. In addition, my dear leader, globalization and urbanization have accelerated cultural erosion. Our generation are influenced by modern lifestyle, digital entertainment, and external narrative, are increasingly disconnected from their traditional customs, their languages, their ancestral wisdom. And the pressure to conform the global norms often leads to abandonment of our indigenous knowledge system in favor of the westernized education and practice.
One of the things, Your Royal Highness, and if we look at the various projects of decoloniality, what has not been celebrated is the indigenous knowledge systems, or as prominently, of the matriarchal kingdoms that we've seen. It has sought to actually entrench the harmful, or what is called toxic patriarchy, masculinity. So as Your Royal Highness, the importance of the matriarchal systems of the past, how do we bring them to the fore and ensure that they are celebrated and acknowledged?
You see, today we had a very, very informative engagement where our traditional men, people like your Professor Joelle Muteba, mentioned that Nwadi Wedenga, meaning God, is a woman. And the information has been distorted to say we pray to the Father, the Son, and delete the woman and put the Holy Spirit. So the Western society made sure in their teachings that this root information that we have, because I can tell you in confidence that God is a woman, hence you will be able to know that there is no man on earth that has ever birthed a child. God entrusted a woman with life. Hence, we say Mother Nature, Mama Africa. Everything starts with Ma in our culture, in our indigenous culture. So, in addition, for our traditional leaders to effectively collaborate and in promoting our recovery of indigenous knowledge system across Africa as united, structured, and we need a strategic approach. It is necessary and it is crucial. The wealth of ancestral wisdom must be safeguarded, shared, and integrated into this modern governance and education and sustainable development.
And just a final one.
We need to make, yes.
My apologies, Your Royal Highness. I just wanted to say, and just finally, can you share with us some success stories of how you've been able to inculcate where it does not exist, where perhaps it has been erased, these indigenous knowledge systems in this modernized world that brings about this objective of African Renaissance?
One of the most critical steps is to establish across the border. Right now, it's all talks as we are engaging with the Kara heritage and other traditional leaders. The traditional leaders must engage in intercontinental forums, summits, just like your G20, cultural exchange that will be fostering sharing the unity amongst the different regions.
All right, and I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we seem to be having a technical challenge there. The line disconnecting with Her Royal Highness Princess Lorna, the national spokesperson of the royal leaders of South Africa, speaking about the summit that they attended. It is a 2-day Africa Month symposium and festival hosted by the Kara Heritage Institute in collaboration with the African Renaissance Forum and the Pan-African Parliament.
Africa World Hour. Africa World Hour. Unpacking global headlines from an African perspective.
Now, the Kingdom of Lesotho says it has made advances in protecting the rights of women and children against domestic violence and protecting their rights. Discriminatory laws that saw them excluded from their inheritance and exposed to abuse. The country made representations to the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva on Wednesday. It says it is making meaningful progress to advance human rights. Dimakazo Leshoro has more.
The constitutional monarchy of Lesotho has been faced with a myriad of challenges, including high levels of domestic violence, increasingly violent police, food insecurity, as well as a high prevalence of HIV. The removal of PEPFAR will pose a challenge for the country to continue fighting against the disease. Leading the delegation, Justice Minister Richard Ramuelezi told the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva that the coalition government is working to improve its human rights track record amid huge problems.
Food insecurity and high prevalence rate of HIV/AIDS, among others, and this inhibits advancement of human rights. With support from WFP, the government is able to promote diversified livelihoods and income generation, especially among young people and stakeholder farmers. These efforts aim to improve food security, enhance local livelihoods, and ensure a resilient agricultural sector. Lesotho is beset with challenges such as poverty, high level of unemployment.
The country is currently undergoing its 4th Universal Periodic Review, UPR, for human rights protections along with 13 other countries. The UPR is a unique mechanism for the UNHRC member state to undergo a peer review of its human rights records every 4.5 years. Ramuelezi stated that while Lesotho observes both domestic and international laws, some human rights instruments are yet to be domesticated. The Mountain Kingdom has made strides on environmental issues through establishing legal frameworks to promote the protection of the environment, and changes to customary marriage and inheritance laws, as well as laws that deal with persons living with disabilities, are underway.
These reforms target 7 thematic areas: the Constitution, judiciary, security, parliament, economic, public service, and the media. The 10th, 11th, and 12th Amendment to the Constitution bills have been developed, with the 10th Amendment being in its advanced stage in the parliamentary process.
The Justice Minister defended the country's controversial cybersecurity law, seen as repressive to freedom of speech.
The Computer Crime Cybersecurity Bill does not in any way infringe on the freedom of expression. On the contrary, it balances the need for cybersecurity and protection of fundamental rights. The bill ensures citizens' privacy through provisions such as limitation on criminal liability for service providers and international cooperation to combat cybersecurity.
Representatives from UN member states applauded Lesotho for making progress in bringing its laws in line with the treaties of the UNHRC, but also made the following recommendations.
In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Zambia wishes to recommend the following to the delegation of Lesotho. 1. Enact legislation that explicitly prohibits all forms of corporal punishment of children and adults in all settings. 2. Consider amending legislation to set the minimum age for marriage at 18 years.
We remain concerned about the persistently high levels of violence against women and girls, including the prevalence of domestic violence. In the view of the above, Slovenia would like to recommend to Lesotho to strengthen integrated child-sensitive and gender-responsive protection services and to allocate resources to implement the 5-year National Prevention and Response Plan on Violence Against Children.
South Africa wishes to respectfully recommend that Lesotho consider the following recommendations. Expedite the process of establishing the operationalization of the National Human Rights Institution in compliance with the Paris Principles redouble efforts to ensure the equal representation and participation of women in public and political life, and bolster measures to improve conditions of detention.
Switzerland welcomes the delegation from Lesotho and recommends that measures are taken to effectively implement the 2024 law on the administration of goods, property and inheritance, ensuring the equality in inheritance regardless of the gender of the heirs.
For Channel Africa News, I'm Dimakazo Leshoro in Johannesburg.
Zilipendwa na I am Henry Shekif.
Baiter, mambo vipi?
Poa.
Mwaka 2025 mpaka hivi sasa ukoje kwa upande wako mzee baba?
Kabisa, kwa sababu tumejiandaa vizuri. Kama mwaka jana tumefunga vizuri na Desemba, mwaka huu tumefungua vizuri na
hatari sana. Mzee umejipanga, utaki kutupumzisha?
Maana mwanzo alikuwa analalamika sana, you spend long time without releasing songs, blah blah. Now I need to
back to back. Platform, mambo vipi?
Mambo poa kabisa, wanasemaje uko SA?
Yani huku kuna shangwe, yani la kufa mtu, sikwambie mtu babu.
Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza pia kusikika kwa pande hizo za South Africa.
Karibu sana, unajisikiaje?
Wewe na furaha kubwa sana kwa sababu ni mara yangu ya kwanza, na I hope watu watakuwa wananisikiliza, watu wengi pia. Ili uweze kuvuka nje, watu waweze kukufahamu, tuseme West hivi na nchi tofauti, ni lazima pia uanze kufanya vizuri hapa nyumbani, then uvuke East Africa. After East Africa,
Zilipendwa hapa kwenye Channel Africa, taswira ya Afrika.
At the forefront, the most pressing issues on Africa World Hour with Sipiso Makwetla.
Channel Africa.
It's 18 minutes to 10. As we mentioned, the world marking Labour Day today. Experts are weighing in on the scope of workers' rights and warning of a decline in freedoms for workers across countries. For more on this, we are now joined on the line by Alexio Musindo, Director of International Labour Organization's Decent Work Team and Country Office for Botswana, Eswatini, South Africa and Lesotho. A very good evening to you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, and happy Labour Day to you and the viewers.
Thank you, and to you as well. So if we were to look at it, I'm thinking in the context of South Africa because it's 30 years of democracy. What would you say definitively is the picture? Are we much better off? And if so, what are the gains that we've seen over the last 30 years?
Okay, I would say definitely we are much better off. I think firstly, if we look at the Labour Day itself from the historical side, it's a period or a day when workers tend to reflect on the progress that has been done in the past year, in this case, in the past 30 years, if you look at it that way. Then, secondly, it's also to look at the challenges that they're in place. So when you look at South Africa, in the world at large, I think the Labour Day is a day where activism has come up with 8-hour working day. And in a number of places in South Africa, people have contracts. People work specific hours that are within the law that has been set up. The minimum wage laws that are in place to ensure that workers get at least paid, something that can help them look after their families. Safe working conditions, I think, has to be important in terms of occupational health and safety, and we just celebrated on 28 April the World Occupational Health and Safety. The right to unionize, collective bargaining, having workers get their voice. I think throughout the country today, we saw that workers were celebrating the Labour Day and having their voice at national level and also at the firm level. So when you look at it, I would say there is progress. The laws are in place. It is the implementation that at times is a challenge. And I also say Labour Day is a day also for business to also look at what is it that they are doing for their workers towards improving productivity, better working conditions, and of course, profits at the end of the day.
And obviously there is a theme each year on Labour Day. What is the International Labour Day theme for 2025? And why was this one in particular chosen, do you think?
Okay, what generally happens is each country will then be picking up each theme. And also, unlike the international, what I might put as the 28th April, when we have the OHS Day, but given that the specificity of each country and their needs, they then pick the theme as it is. But from global, I think one of the things that we are looking at, particularly the issue of safety and the health of workers, is something to look at with the increased digitalization that is coming into place, with the increased AI that is coming into place. I think we see a big debate around whether AI is going to take jobs from the people, and that is a major debate amongst the different countries on International Labour Day, and also what are some of the benefits that AI is going to bring in. So from our call as ILO, it's the question, I think, for countries is not so much how much jobs are we going to lose from AI, but how many jobs can we take advantage of the AI to create for our youth. If we look at the benefits, I think automation and AI just to ensure that some of the previously dangerous tasks are being done within machines, and that reduces exposure to people. Technology is increasing safety sign, but that balance between all these positives and potential job losses is what we need to look at, and that has been one of the trending themes across the continent and the world on AI, job losses, and potential to create jobs on this Labour Day.
And I see that for your website says World Day for Safety and Health at Work for 2025, and I wonder if that's the theme that the ILO is observing or is emphasizing at this time. And I want to link it back to what brought about Labour Day, and that was the strike to ensure an 8-hour day. But fast forward to where we are now. I mean, when you look at COVID and a lot of people find themselves working at home because of obviously the health emergency restrictions that were put in place, many people were complaining that they seemed to be working more hours and that there were a lack of boundaries from bosses of when work time begins and ends. What have been your findings with regards to that particular historical fact? Have we regressed or has there been improvement?
Okay, I think that's the balance that we are talking about. So COVID provided an opportunity for people to do work-life balance by being able not to go to the office every day, but to work from home or to work from elsewhere. But the advantage that we had by going to the office was there was a start and end time, if I put it that way, in terms of working hours. But then when you work at home, work online, at times that boundary, as you put it, tends to be limited. And you also have, if I may add to that, that you also have what we call the platform workers, who are also coming in and their rights regulating the platform workers coming in to be a challenge. So the ILO studies have also found out that, yes, as you put it, in a number of cases, there's been increased working hours. The issues of mental health have come into play and have been affecting productivity. And one of the discussions at the International Labour Conference this year will be around the workers on the platform economy and how we can put some regulations, which will include hours of work and so on, and also ensure that that work-life balance that we intended to achieve when teleworking came into play, when working into home came into play, is addressed. So this is a topical subject, and in June, this will be on the agenda at the International Labour Conference.
And when you talk about digitization and how to use it for the betterment or the health of workers, what tools are there in terms of occupational safety health tools and monitoring systems that could help improve workers' lives? Because, as you say, technology need not necessarily be a bad thing.
I think one of the first tools that I normally give, and I also give the same to my team, if I put it that way, the first tool is yourself as an individual. How do you manage your time to ensure that you balance your mental health, you balance your work-life balance, and what you need in the family? So as an employee, I play the most important role. The second, as you put it initially, when you talk about the supervisors, in terms of putting in a balance between the time they give people assignments and the expectations. We haven't reached there yet in Africa, but you have some countries where, for example, if I look at knowledge workers, the law actually says that supervisors cannot assign work online after a specific time. You cannot send emails after a specific time. So you have some countries where such laws have been put in place that can then, from a legal side, also help in terms of protecting the workers. But in terms of the technology, there are a lot of technology that is a worker working at home. You can be able to switch on and switch off, but the major core is personal self-responsibility for you as an individual.
I'm just thinking there are abuses, though, that do continue, and I know this for a fact, where companies, even though you do the work, they use the excuse that if you are not present in a building, they've therefore, do not acknowledge the work that you've done, because some work actually needs you to work overtime, but they'll only pay for your physical presence at an office. Is that not against labor laws?
Okay, so I think not all jobs can be done remotely. And what we then call for from the ILO, this is where the issue of social dialogue and collective bargaining come into play, where basically we call upon at the company level that the management and the trade union can then sit, given the specific nature of the company, given the specific classification of the jobs. You have that agreement that these jobs have to be done physically in the office. These jobs can be done remotely. In some cases, you have agreed that the company days, where possibly Monday, Wednesday, everybody has to be in the office, and other days people have got options to teleworking. So what I would call for to address it is a collective bargaining agreement at the company level that addresses the company needs and the staff needs, so that clarity on where you are working, what hours you are working, is done through a collective bargaining agreement.
And just finally, when we talk about changing work arrangements, including telework and digital labor platforms, what does that mean?
What does that mean, basically, the change in teleworking? I think this is something that would have come in the world, was already being implemented, but COVID did manage to have us fast-track this arrangement. So first, I think with globalization, we came to a situation where, well before COVID, I am in South Africa, but I can be doing a consultant for a company in Asia, in Europe, or even within Africa, a company in Nigeria, Egypt, and so on. So the issues that come into discussion is, when I'm doing such, which laws do govern me? The company in Egypt that is giving me a contract, South Africa where I'm based, and my salary possibly paid elsewhere. So when you look at that during globalization, it came to a time where the changing relationship between the employer and the employee moved on. We had a situation where we all know who my employer is. Now we are coming to where it can be as a third-party employment relationship, and possibly not even know your employer. It's also something that needs forms and ways of regulation. COVID then pushed us a bit further by also reducing the work from home situation, which was then the teleworking, remote working, where you can be anywhere, but be able to deliver your work. Now we find that in a number of countries, the labor laws, the labor regulations do not have full provisions for that. In a number of countries, during the COVID and now post-COVID, are now trying to review the laws to ensure that the laws do address this new way of working that is there. At the same time, as I had already said, that can take place for specific type of jobs. But there are some jobs where you need to be in the office and the new forms of work might not work.
Well, we thank you for your time and imparting those insights to us. Alexio Musindo, Director of International Labour Organization's Decent Work Team and Country Office for Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho and South Africa. That brings the time to 4 minutes to 10.
At the forefront, the most pressing issues on Africa World Hour with Tsepiso Makwethu.
Channel Africa.
Channel Africa, proudly broadcasting Africa to the world. This month, we are turning up the volume as we celebrate our 59th birthday.
It's your birthday, it's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Channel Africa.
Happy birthday to you.
From sunrise to sunset, we are bringing you the voices and that vibrant spirit of Africa. Celebrate with us all month long because Africa's story is a story worth telling. We are Channel Africa. Find us on the SABC Plus app, DSTV Audio Bouquet 802 and satellite channel PAS 10. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Connecting Africa to the world.
Well, it's all about workers. That's you, me, anybody else who is actually privileged enough to find work given the current economic environments across the world. So May Day has been commemorated across the globe. Some workers staged rallies calling for better working environments, including better salaries. This comes as the global economy is grappling with a number of crises, such as trade wars. Bonolo Maribe takes a look at how the day has been observed.
May Day has been marked across the world. In South Korea, workers gathered in central Seoul as part of a broader movement to push for union rights and social reform. Leader of the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions, Yang Kyung-soo, calls for the rights for all workers to form unions and be protected under labor laws.
On the occasion of the International Workers' Day 2025, the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions is taking action to demand the rights for all workers to form unions and to be protected under labor laws. Building on the foundation of having ousted the immoral Yoon Suk-yeol administration, we joined today's May Day rally with demands for the eradication of deep-rooted injustice, the resolution of past insurrection, and sweeping social reforms.
In Turkey, however, the situation got a bit rowdy. Turkish police had scuffles with May Day demonstrators in Istanbul. Some protesters have been detained and dragged away to buses, while in Greece, workers held protests for higher wages. This is what they had to say.
There are many colleagues, depending on their sector, who have a really hard time making ends meet. We see couples where both partners work and earn 800 to 900 euros per month, who face a real survival problem with all the rent hikes and the grocery prices.
In Argentina, thousands of workers from various unions rallied in Buenos Aires, held demonstrations and denounced the impoverishment of workers and demanded the start of wage negotiations. Meanwhile, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, reflects on how the global economy is facing challenges.
We have significantly downgraded our projections for global growth. Major trade policy shifts have spiked uncertainty off the charts, accompanied by tighter financial conditions and higher market volatility. Simply put, the world economy is facing a new and major test, and it faces it with policy buffers depleted by the shocks of recent years.
Workers across the globe have used the day to express their displeasure with low salaries, while cost of living remains high, prices of basic goods continuously increasing. They want pay rises, collective bargaining agreements, and lowering of the tax threshold. Bonolo Maribe, SABC News, Johannesburg.
And that brings us to the end of the show. That's it for Africa World Hour. But coming up on Hotlines with Sheila Ndikumana, they'll be speaking to Professor Chiwoza Bandawe about the effects on the African economic climate on mental health. And she'll also speak to Magwena Mandela about her latest children's book, Tisele, that seeks to restore hope and love for one another as Africans. Well, that's it from us. Thanks for listening. Until the next time. Goodbye.
10 p.m. Central African Time. This one titled Ibanati by Vusi Nova alongside Dumi Moskokstad rather. And then before that, Mbongeni Gema coming in with that beautiful one, that one titled Sabelani, a lovely one alongside Tandintuli, or rather Sabela, not Sabelani. If you've just joined us, thank you so much for choosing us over the rest. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Heartlines. I keep you company between 10 and midnight in Central African Time. A huge thank you has to go out to the host of Africa World Hour. That is Tsepiso Magwetla. Catch her tomorrow between 9 and 10 p.m. Central African Time, having some of the most intriguing, insightful conversations concerning the continent. A business, a news roundup of sorts if you're looking to simmer down the day. And of course, inform yourself with the latest happening across the continent and the globe at large. What to expect in the next 2 hours is perhaps what you're asking yourself. We're going to have an opportunity to firstly get into conversation, or rather reflect on a conversation we had with Magwena Mandela, who has put out her most recent body of work, also noted as a book. So this is a literature work. The book is titled Tisele, and it really has an opportunity to restore hope and love for one another as Africans across the continent. How this will be achieved? Well, you listen to that conversation and find out. Then in the second hour of the show, we're going to be touching base with Professor Chiwoza Badawe, and he's going to be talking to us about the effects of the African economic climate on our mental health. Now, we all know that not having money or seeing the changes in the economy and that directly affecting us can bring stress. But to what extent does this stress affect us? Some of us believe that, you know what, it makes me a go-getter. I thrive in the midst of turmoil, chaos. Sometimes we need to take a step back and evaluate what level of pressure this brings to, firstly, oneself and one's environment. So your siblings, your loved ones, your network, if you will. That conversation comes up in the second hour of the show. I'd love to hear from you this evening. Find us on WhatsApp, +27 63 406 9126. For now, we jet back into the music.
Africa Update on Channel Africa with Lulu Kabu.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, reports that over 3 million children are involved in prostitution globally, while the International Labour Organization estimates that 1 million people are trafficked annually for sexual exploitation. Many victims are lured with false promises of a better future.
Serious problems, Lulu. One, we had porous borders, easy access of these criminal transnational syndicates coming in and living at ease. Number one. Number two, we also have a problem where some of our law enforcement officers, those who are rogue, who work hand in glove with the syndicates because they give them something in return of them turning a blind eye. Point number three, we have a problem of corruption that leads to us being a playground of this transnational organized crime.
Africa Update with Lulu Kabu, 12 to 1 p.m. Central African Time. Channel Africa, where every moment is an African celebration. Feel the energy. Feel the connection. Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Another deal done. Let you trust me, yeah. Right now, yeah. And the road you sasulanga watch it dala. Oh no, onsola como tenga wetala.
telling. We are Channel Africa. Find us on the SABC Plus app, DSTV Audio Bouquet 802, and satellite channel PAS 10. Channel Africa, the African perspective. Connecting Africa to the world.
p.m. This is Moni Bile, and this one titled Ositapa Lambo Lam. Before that, Lydia Jasmine comes in with Taratibu, and that beautiful double play really ushering us up into the central and eastern region of our beautiful African continent. If you have just joined us, welcome to it. Heartlines is the name of the show. Shayla Ndikumana keeping you company, and I'm with you all the way through to midnight in Central African time. Let's start off with the very first conversation. Today's guest is a dynamic force in Africa's creative and literary scene, a civil rights activist, an award-winning journalist, a filmmaker, and an author whose passion for storytelling meets a deep commitment to education and social justice. She is the powerhouse behind the children's book Tiseke, a beautifully written and illustrated tale of identity, belonging, and joy through the eyes of a young girl who, with roots stretching across the African continent, has a few challenges. But this is no ordinary children's book. With intentionality and purpose, Tiseke tackles Afrophobia, xenophobia, and discrimination, inviting young minds to celebrate their heritage and understand the complexities of the world they live in. And now, in a powerful move to promote literacy, inclusion, and access, Tiseke is expanding beyond English. It's now available in Sepedi, Chivenda, and Braille. Of course, the Braille editions of these languages, this including Braille versions in African languages as well. This isn't just representation, it's transformation, if you ask me. It's a vital contribution to early childhood development and a bold response to South Africa's ongoing literacy challenges. Mokoena Manamela has been shaping narratives in Southern Africa's media landscape since 2008. So you can imagine the extent to which she understands the Southern region with respect to media. And with Tiseke, she is shaping the future too. One child, one story, one language at a time.
Heartlines, connecting you with Africa's love culture into the night on Channel Africa, the African perspective.
Mokoena, welcome to Heartlines. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk about the inspiration behind Tiseke and why now.
So Tiseke was published in 2023, written 2022. So the inspiration behind it was an argument that South Africans and Zimbabweans were having on X. So I felt at the time, looking at adults changing very hateful words, I started wondering what children are going through. It just hit me so hard at that time. And it kept me up at night, and I had to write something for children to understand the complexities of Africa's diversity, but also the challenges that are faced by their parents from various countries or having to immigrate to another country and so forth, and also just find out exactly what children are going through. So that's when I went into research, and Tiseke was born as a result of what I found, and perhaps the messages that could be relevant to African children who are growing up in diaspora, or children of most importantly, children of parents who are in diaspora, but also African children in general, and children at all, from all various race and or whatever backgrounds, just to understand how important it is to have social cohesion.
The name Tiseke means be joyful in Chichewa, and you address themes of identity, xenophobia, and Afrophobia. How do you intertwine all of these into the story, and what is the desired outcome that you'd like to see children experience through engaging with Tiseke?
So the main character is Tiseke, a 7-year-old girl who is trying to find her position on earth and understand herself and know where she's coming from. So she narrates in the story, she narrates what she goes through, the background of her family, And in that, then we learn some of the challenges that she goes through as a young person at school, the challenges that she faces at playground, playtime. And in there, then we are able to see the bullying that she faces, the discrimination, and then the reader is able to make up their own minds on what is right or wrong based on her experiences. So in hearing Tiseke's story or looking at her experiences, children are able, as mentioned, to pick up what is right or wrong, what is discrimination and what is right. And also, the most important thing was to teach children to live in harmony and with one another, regardless of where they are coming from, and also understand that doing certain things to their peers or saying certain words is hurtful, and that at the end of the day, we are all African children, and we should live in harmony, respect and love one another, and tolerate each other.
Mokoena, you said that you had done some research. What are some of your findings that you found in that research?
Children see what we do. They are little sponges, and they are able to pick up animosity, hatred from how we behave as parents. At some school, I found that children at playgrounds, they would call another child a derogatory name because that's what they basically hear. From there, we picked up that there's no way that a child would have known the difference between a Zimbabwean and a South African had the parents not said anything or done anything. And in that, then it raises question on how on the impact of our behavior or hatred towards one another, or perhaps saying whatever that we say to each other, or fighting as a result of issues of immigration and whatnot. It raises question on how it impacts our children. And what is important at this point is for us to focus on teaching our children better, and perhaps avoiding behaving in a certain way that is hateful towards one another in their presence. Because then if that is not done, we will be raising a society that is still backwards in terms of Africa, unity for Africa. So we would then still be living in the same society that is not changed. And I think from what we pick up is that as parents now, it is our responsibility to be careful what we say in front of children, how we behave in front of children when it comes to issues of Afrophobia and xenophobia. It is taught. Therefore, if we avoid such, then we will then be having children who are, where there's social cohesion even at school and at play, who are able to relate with one another regardless of their nationality or backgrounds.
The reality concerning xenophobia, Afrophobia, and the contrast in views of identity is a fundamentally, if you will, economical, political, and social segregation stint that has sort of managed to capture various nations of the African continent, turning them against each other. It's not just something that parents talk about. These are ingrained understandings due to certain difficulties. How do we begin to introduce a conversation that parents might not necessarily agree with? Perhaps the parent is for the motion of Afrophobia. Perhaps the parent has been scarred by another nation. And so how do we change the narrative if the parent is not on board?
We have to let children decide what is right or wrong, and not prescribe to them what is right or wrong. But most importantly, if we can create content or avail any media of any sort in a form of animation, books, whatever content that will be able to evoke such conversations. And our responsibility as parents is to speak the truth to the children and let them decide. I think that our animosities or issues that we have with one another as adult Africans should not be continued. We have, just as we were able to fight apartheid in South Africa, where we now see people from various races uniting. I think even on the context of Africa, it is something that we deliberately have to put out there in a form of content, but also in that content, show themselves who they are, and make them appreciate each other and see the similarities between one another, and also the differences, and understand each other's backgrounds. And I think that's in such content that I think should be availed. We need to converse about various subjects, including social issues that we face, political issues that we face, economical issues, and try to perhaps give children a broader understanding of the complexities of Africa, but also the history of Africa, where we come from and how we ended up where we are. I think if we then tackle that and make them understand where Africa is coming from as a continent, then we will then be in a position to evoke conversations that perhaps could lead to more unity, more integration in terms of the economy, but understanding and tolerance between African children.
Mokoena, I want to stray a bit from the focal point and talk about a written material that speaks to the history of the African continent. Do we have enough factual written material that speaks to the context of the African continent? Because much has been written about our struggle. Much has been written about how the continent was colonized. Much has been written about the pains that we see in our day-to-day, the pain that actually lives within our DNA. Do we have the glory story of the African continent? Do we have the pre-colonial settings sort of embedded in literature so as to be able to tell a wholesome story about the African continent?
We don't. The answer is no, we don't. And in the process of the research, I also visited a number of bookstores and looked through the children's books section, and we don't have enough content that speaks to an African child, that an African child can identify with fully, and we have to be intentional about it. Because then if we write such stories, then, I would like to attract, I believe that it would attract them. And in that, then they are able to become much more literate. But most importantly, to also be able to continue creating such content. Because if we as parents do not lead them towards the right direction in terms of who they are, then they become lost and they consume what we avail for them. In terms of animation, there's a movie I worked on with a group of students from Goblin, France. 2 of them were South Africans and 4 of them from other countries, including India and Russia. But they created a content that from an African folklore, which speaks directly to an African child, and it is available in Sepedi. So it was translated to Sepedi, and so far it is one of the few that I have seen that is like beautifully curated content that is award-winning, that was created for an African child in the animation world. And I think we need more content like that. Hence, with Tiseke, I translated it to other African languages. So we have it in Sepedi. The first publication was in English. Then we have it in Sepedi and Tshivenda. then Braille English, Braille Chivenda, and Braille Sepedi. So the whole point is to have this content accessed by children from various societies. Even a child in the rural area who hasn't been exposed much to English should be able to have such content available. And, I didn't write for money. Actually, I had a very interesting conversation with a friend about publishing and what ultimately it means, whether we're not actually making money out of it. But I think what drives most writers is to ensure that there is such a legacy that is left behind, and that whatever content that they share, it has impact and it changes lives. So I challenge more writers, more African writers, more content creators, more filmmakers, and any types of creators, to have more content that is written for the African child, or with an African child in mind, but obviously not being discriminatory to the rest of the races. But also just make sure that the content is available in the languages that children can consume. In fact, the bigger dream is to have the book translated in all South African languages, but also in Swahili and Shona and so forth. But also just to continue the series and ensure that there is more content that children can consume.
That's a beautiful aspiration. Would you be partnering with other writers in order to fulfill that mandate? I can only imagine. So just in Nigeria alone, we have 250 plus languages. If we're trying to reach the entire continent and meet them at a place of warmth, meet them at a place of comfort and identity, then that would spread over to 2,000 languages. Would you be partnering with different writers? How would you want to carry this dream out?
So already Tiseke is actually a collaborative project. Yes, it is my brainchild. I created it, but I am already currently collaborating with writers from all over, or rather in writers based on the content that is needed at that time, like in terms of illustration, Sharon Simenyini is on it, and then the Chivenda version was translated by Domina Mujelele, or Munenji, I could be wrong, so sorry about that. And then Sepedi was translated by Zakaria Mahasha, who is also a presenter on SABC. So, and then we worked with other writers on it. I mean, it was a presidential employment stimulus program project. So it created a number of jobs. And yeah, we collaborated on it, and it would be wonderful to actually continue with that. And in terms of places like Nigeria, yes, obviously we are targeting the most spoken languages on the continent. And if anyone in Nigeria is interested in the content, perhaps translating it themselves or carrying on, the content, for an example, to avail it in their languages, it would be a more than welcome collaboration. And also dialects. I mean, in Limpopo, for example, there are a number of dialects. So it's a matter of having passionate writers within a specific spoken language to have the edge to ensure that it is availed, but also we will push whichever way we can to ensure that it reaches as many Africans in various languages as possible.
President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized the importance of early childhood development. How do you see Tiseke contributing to this national priority?
Tremendously. It's going to create, in fact, it's going to contribute tremendously based on what I have seen so far. The fact that we have children, I'm Mopedi, speaking mother, and I have a child who cannot speak her language fluently. So, I mean, if we could have more children then accessing the book in English and their home language, that is also going to be a step forward. but also the book is written simply and it's easy to read. And because it evokes conversations, children are able to pick up certain words they haven't seen before. And I just think in general, if we could, or rather, if we could have it in or accessed in schools in rural areas and so forth, it's also going to bring much needed change and contribute towards literacy levels in the country, especially if children can be able to read it in their home language and English as well. So any child would grab a copy, or rather have access in English and then read in their local language. They're able to see the differences between the two languages and be able to comprehend properly what is in there. And I think early childhood development being an issue currently in the country, it is something, as I said, that we deliberately have to fight, or rather try by all means to contribute to its development, or to ensure that more children are able to read. And it being a book, I think a hard copy is exactly what's needed, because children get very distracted when they read from digital platforms, and also spellings and stuff. They are more concentrating on everything else. It's quite psychological in terms of cognition, everything else that's happening on the screen, and they lose focus on just reading the word and being able to spell them. So the fact that it is a hard copy as well, but it's also available as an audio book, is it's quite a step towards contributing to bringing about the much needed change in terms of early childhood development and literacy.
Makwena, let's talk about reading in your mother tongue, right? For the most part, we have made it a value add to understanding who you are, as a contribution to the foundation of your identity. However, I do believe that it contributes more to the educational journey. Let's talk about that.
We think that being able to speak English, because of our history, and professionally, we think that English is everything. And I think that is a loss of identity. And when you lose your identity, you become incomplete. And it's actually hypocrisy to a certain level, to believe that another man's language is superior than yours, and not being able to speak your own language does not make you better than the other. In fact, it's less education than any form of education we could have, because that's where we're supposed to start, to be able to write and read in our own languages. And I think that we are able to explain ourselves better, or even write better in our own languages, if we learn them from childhood, and also continue with them to the professional house. But I also think that another issue, we have to preserve the African languages for the sake of our identity as Africans, so that we know who we are and where we're coming from. I mean, there are certain things that you cannot say in English that have a quite a wise or wisdom in them, meaning that could actually change your life or be an inspiration and motivation. The idioms and phrases that are in Sepedi, it's quite significant that we know who we are, so that we know where we're coming from, and our language is the first place to go.
The overuse of AI, I know that as a journalist, there is a level of authenticity that you believe comes from the writer, right? As a filmmaker, as an individual who's worked well with scripting and literature and writing, there's an authenticity and an originality that comes from the author that cannot be duplicated or created through AI. What's your take on the use of AI for scripting?
I think it's making the world faster, but it's also making our children dumber, which is why we have to start them now. If we start now and teach them how to write, they won't be fully relying on AI. The proposals that I'm seeing, I have access to other people's proposals because of my work.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see similar writing, and that is not smart. That is not unique. That is not creative. If we teach our children to write from a young age, they will be able to create their own content. And the use of AI would just simply be to enhance. Because then, right now, if they're using it fully, they are not able to use their own in creating and in writing. They are simply letting someone else do things for them. And I think in that we lose our identity. We lose the originality of creation and ourselves in it. So I think AI should be used to enhance and perhaps to speed things up where possible, to just make the world faster, but at the same time, it should not replace our intelligence as humans, particularly as our children cannot read or write, most of them, or if what we have seen with what came out of that research and what President Ramaphosa right now is trying to fight. I think we should start now early when our children are still young, even before the school age, for them to have access to actual content in the form of printed books and read and see the word, how it is written and write. And then they can use AI, if they're using AI, to enhance what they have already created themselves from their own thinking, from their own intelligence. And I think we need to limit access to technology to a certain level. We need to be able to divide the schedule of children by giving them or allowing them or compelling them, insisting on them having time to just read and in silence and just to create and be away from a whole lot of all this digital world, to create and think using their own minds, something scratch, something new, something that has not been done before, or something better than what was done before.
Makwena, allow me to challenge you a bit. When we take the work where we are the brainchild and we plug it into AI, there is a sense that your capacity to complete projects is not as great, right? And I'm thinking in the context of written work, right? If you always have this editor that continuously fine-tunes your work, to an extent it might affect the way you perceive your capacity to complete projects. And I say this for children who are still in their developmental phase as writers, as journalists, as people of literature. Do you think it's advisable to consult AI to finish products?
Perhaps where it's necessary, but it shouldn't be something that we rely on. I don't think there is any power in laziness. There is any power in not being able to use your brain to its full capacity. It makes you dumber more than anything, and we cannot raise dumb children. We want our children to be smart and come up with new things that never existed. But I mean, even for older writers, for senior writers, it's not something that I encourage, especially on professional work, because but we cannot avoid it. The one thing that I try not to encourage, perhaps, or even consider to be a smart thing to say, is to encourage people to shy away from AI altogether. As I mentioned, it does have its own positives, but it should not be something that replaces a human mind. And also, even if you write your own sort of script, for an example, instead of going to AI, there are people like veteran sub-editors, like the likes of Lurodi, Kolani Shezi, Lufuno, Mutele, you can name them. They exist, they are there, they are our senior writers with so much experience. I use them, I work with them, I consult them on copy because I know that my copy is going to come back better. They have years of experience, and I don't think that they could ever be replaced by AI.
Mokoena, as we bring this conversation into full circle, let's talk about where we can access Tiseke.
So Tiseke English is accessible in main bookstores in the country, particularly exclusive books. You can also just search it, TRSEKE, and you will see some of the links where you can access it, including Porcupine Press. It was distributed by Porcupine Press. But with the Tiseke African Languages and Braille, I would ask anybody who is listening, who is interested in accessing it, to either send me a WhatsApp on 081-339-2746, 011-339-2746, or email deftpress@gmail.com. So that's DEFTPRESS@gmail.com. I am currently in the process of finding a suitable, relevant distributor, but the book is currently accessible. The copies, I do have them with me, and I could send them to wherever they are. But yeah, and then in the coming months, weeks, we never know where it could be. Maybe your children could be reading it at school as a non-curricular or a curricular copy. In the event that the Department of Basic Education comes to the party and is interested in having the book on their list.
Mokoena, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Sesi Sheila.
The voice of Mokoena Manamela joining us this evening, a civil rights activist, award-winning journalist, filmmaker, and author whose passion for storytelling meets a deep commitment to education and social justice. 2 minutes before 11 p.m. Central African time. On the other side of some music, we're going to be getting into conversation with none other than Professor Chiwoza Bandawi, who will be joining us on the line, and we will be looking at the effects of the economical climate in the African continent. How does this affect you psychologically? You know, perhaps we downplay what the state of the economy has, or how it impacts us, rather. This we find out after some music.
Love music, love culture, love life. Because you on Channel Africa, the African perspective.
5 minutes after 11 p.m. Central African time. Vuesd Kid alongside Zlatan, and this one titled IDK, I Don't Know. Before that, Kitty with Enjoyment trips all the way to the western region of our beautiful African continent. If you've just joined us, welcome to it. This is Heartlines. Shayla Ndikumana keeps you company, and I'm with you all the way through to midnight. Time for our next conversation. Now, today we are honored to be joined by Professor Chiwoza Bandawe, a professor in mental health at Kamuzu University of Health Sciences in Blantyre, Malawi. In this vital conversation, we explore the complex and often overlooked relationship between economic stress and mental health. Across the globe, financial instability is emerging as a major driver of mental health challenges, whether through job loss, persistent poverty, or the growing pressures of daily life. Economic hardships can lead to anxiety, depression, and substance abuse, even suicidal ideation. For many, especially those most affected, assessing the mental health support frameworks remains out of reach, trapping individuals in a cycle of stress and suffering. Now, together with Professor Bandawe, we will unpack the psychological toll of unemployment, the daily mental strain of poverty, and the emotional weight of being a provider in times of economic uncertainty. We'll also look at how stigma, shame, and the lack of support compound these issues, and importantly, what can be done to help. Joining us on the line is Professor Chiwoza Bandawe. Good evening to you and welcome to Heartlines.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Sheila.
Let's start off with just unraveling the reality that economic instability is a major driver of mental health challenges globally. What is the state of the African continent when observing the landscape of people's mental health against the economic pressures that we currently see?
So what we do know is that one of the main drivers of mental health, or one of the things that actually compromises mental health, are the stress levels. And the stress levels on the African continent are particularly high compared with some other countries. And one of the main reasons for that is to do with economic issues, particularly economic insecurity. You find that, chronic financial worries do tend to trigger sort of the stress response system, which is basically the fight or flight or even freeze response, which, if it is prolonged, can actually lead to anxiety, can lead to depression and physical ill health. So clearly, financial, very big link between mental well-being and the whole issue of financial stress. So, in particularly, we do know that unemployment, which is very large on the continent, strikes very much at the heart of a person's security and also at the level of their identity. And financial stress, leads to constant worry about meeting basic needs like food, housing, health care. And because employment beyond survival gives structure, it gives pride, it gives purpose to a person. So losing or being unemployed can certainly lead to feelings of shame, hopelessness, and even suicidal thoughts.
Prof, you make such a good point there. I mean, one wouldn't have gauged or delved deeper into the reality that financial stability does speak to identity. It does speak to your role in society and how people perceive you. Let's delve a bit deeper into that. The connection between identity, acceptance, and financial stability.
Yeah, so I think one of the key things to remember is that money is not just about buying things. It actually represents security, it represents respect, even love, really. So when people can't provide for themselves or their families, they internalize this as failure. They see themselves as having been, or as being a failure, or a failed breadwinner, a failed man, a failed woman. And so that erodes their self-esteem. It can isolate them socially and creates that sense of total and utter helplessness. And so in terms of one's own identity, and an integral part of one's identity is a sense of accomplishment, a sense of achieving things. And so you find that even agency, which is about having a sense of control about one's life and what happens to one. So you find that emotionally, the feeling of losing control over one's life has such an impact on one's sense of well-being and subsequently one's sense of identity. So they are very closely linked.
What I want us to now delve into is the hotspots. Are we seeing any prevalence across the continent? Where are we seeing stronger representation or stronger accentuation of chronic financial stress? Where are we seeing deeper levels of anxiety and depression due to the economic state? And I'm asking this because, to an extent, the environment around us informs what we believe of ourselves. And so if we are in an environment where the predominant state of existence is poverty, will we be full of anxiety? Will we be depressed?
Right. So we do know that poverty has a very great bearing or strong bearing on mental health and mental well-being. And we know that in countries where there's poverty coupled with other environmental stressors, so for example, things like where there's war, where there's political instability, where there might have been sort of earthquakes or natural disasters, but where also there's just general violence, those things drastically affect a person's mental well-being, because what tends to happen is that those things very much lead to constant state of anxiety, constant stress and depression, because you are constantly losing things. You are losing people, you are losing your home, you are losing the sense of peace, and you are in a state of constant vigilance. And that has a huge bearing on one's mental well-being, because you are in this constant fight or flight mode. And we are actually designed, to have those stresses, but for a short time, to be able to deal with the stressor for a short time. But when it becomes chronic and perpetual, then it really takes a huge toll on the mental well-being of a particular person, or even a community. And so what then happens is you find that people are basically fighting for survival. The resources are very limited. So because the health becomes compromised, you find that even hospitals don't have the required medication, or even experts who are able to offer assistance and counsel and treatment. So it becomes a very, very vulnerable state, or very vulnerable situation, where the mental well-being is constantly undermined and constantly under threat.
Let's look at how this living in poverty affects your cognitive and emotional resilience. And I'm asking this because sometimes we hear these big terms and we can't sort of narrow them down to everyday experiences. And so we will hear cognitive capacities being affected and your emotional resilience. But what does that tangibly mean for myself and anybody who's on the ground trying to gauge what the economic climate has affected them by?
Right. So if we look at the definition of mental health itself, if we go to the basics of what do we mean by mental health, we will actually find that when we talk about mental health, we're actually talking about our ability to handle, that is our ability in terms of our thinking, in terms of our feelings, and even our actions, our behaviors, that enables us to realize our potential, but also to cope with the normal stresses of life. So we all have an ability to navigate the challenges of life. And that we can work productively and we can be fruitful and contribute to our community. But it is when that is compromised, when we get to a state where we feel that, you know what, I can't even cope with what's happening. It is so overwhelming. Every day I have to think about how am I going to feed my family. Every day I have to do a lot of manual work. I have to, just to put bread on the table every day, I have to go and try and sell my produce. I have to also worry about whether my crops will grow or there will be enough food. So all that constant thinking does challenge one's ability to navigate through the normal stresses of life. And that ability is what mental health really is. So we can say that on the ground that some people have adapted and are better able to manage that, to navigate. And that can be because maybe they have learned strategies of being able to cope. They have learned to let go of things or to ask themselves fundamental questions such as, do I have control over this or don't I? And if they feel that, look, I have no control over this, I'm not going to give it time. What weighs on our mental health are these thoughts that we have. So the stresses present themselves, but our responses to those stresses are what actually weighs down and compromises our mental health.
Let's look at how this affects children. I understand that children in low-income households are more likely to experience chronic stress. Is this during their childhood phase? Is this as adults? What's the state and the condition of this experience?
So what we know is that the vast majority of mental disorders, about 75% of mental disorders, actually begin in the 12 to 24-year age range. And most of those go unrecognized, so that people are going into adulthood, that adolescence and going into young adulthood without realizing that they are either depressed or they are anxious. And so what that does is that it compromises their schooling, if they're going to school. It compromises their normal development, which during adolescence is about, finding your own identity and learning the tools of coping with life that you will carry and the habits that you will carry into adulthood. So those are drastically compromised. We do know that for many young people currently at the moment, because we live in a situation where many young people are turning to drugs to be able to cope with the challenges that they are having. We know that depression and anxiety are high among young people. So the well-being of young people, especially in very challenging situations where there's a lot of poverty, where there's a lot of hardship, where there's a lot of violence, and where even there is loss of opportunity. For example, access to schools or into university places are prohibitive or limited to a very few people, people are just left wondering, so what am I going to do with my life? And so those really drastically compromise, the mental well-being of people.
Prof, let's look at scarcity mindset. I know that it does lead to tunnel vision, making it harder for one to plan or even to seek help.
Okay, so basically, one of the key things we need to recognize or be aware of is that exposure, for example, in schooling, opportunity, and the quality of education informs and builds one's mindset. And a mindset is a basic way in which you look at the world, a basic way in which you think through things, in which you make decisions. And if one has what we call a rigid mindset, and that is basically that you look at life in a specific way, then that compromises the ability to adapt and to think creatively through the challenges. Because our education system really teaches us at time in many African countries, in the majority of African countries, to rote learn rather than to think critically, to think creatively. And those are skills which we actively need. Now, those are quite latent within us, because if you look around, you will see many young people playing. If they want to play a game of football, they will come up with some kind of ball to kick around. They will make wire cars. So they're very creative. So we don't tap into that and then take that further to say, okay, how do we then deal with the challenges? So problem-solving approaches is something which we are not taught or we don't teach our young people, but it is those very skills that are essential and important for the mental well-being and navigating the challenges of, living here in Africa.
Professor Bandawe, but one could argue that university offers you exactly that. University is the platform or the gateway to churning and harnessing problem solvers across not just the continent, but the globe. Is it not enough?
So, many universities are supposed to do precisely that, yes, but not every university does that. Primarily because resources are limited in many universities. And so the focus then becomes, so what can we do just to get by and to pass and get a degree? But also the focus, and coming from sort of colonial times where you equip people to get a job. But if you look at curricula across many universities, those problem-solving skills, it's beginning to change now. I must say, it's beginning to change with IT, with entrepreneurship being taught. I know some private universities here in Malawi, for example, are actually offering entrepreneurship as a compulsory module. And so where that does happen, yes, you do see the changes. But the frustrating and unfortunate thing is that once they graduate, then the resources to be able to, let's say, come up with a creative idea, but it will require resources, and often those resources are lacking. And so that's often, so at times that's actually not enough. And because young adults, breadwinners, feel vulnerable. So it becomes a very difficult challenge. So what we need is to go beyond that to, I think, not just have job programs. I think we need safety nets, community-based safety nets, community-based ways of community support systems are in place beyond just the university, and certainly an investment in the creative potential of our university graduates as well as those in technical colleges.
the burden of being the provider. And by the burden, I don't mean the physical attempts and the heaviness that comes with that responsibility, but more so the psychological burden. I know that we usually and often contextualize this for the experience of the man, but when you think about statistics that show you that more households are women-led or even children-led in some contexts, you realize that every single, custodian of life gets to experience that. It's not just subject to a man's experience. And so let's talk about how this affects your perceived view of the world.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it very much does, because what it does is that it shifts one from sort of the individual way of looking at things and dealing with things to recognizing that one is responsible for others and one has dependents. People who are dependent on you. And particularly where you are in a resource-poor setting, where you are constantly being challenged, it becomes very, very stressful, because one is constantly thinking about, gosh, I have to pay fees for this one, I have to pay fees for that one, I have to provide, and the burden is quite overwhelming. And then when we factor in the extended family, so that it's not just my biological siblings or my biological children, but also my uncles or my cousins' children and so on, it adds to it, so that there's a constant stress that one is living with. And that does very much affect one's mental health. It does affect one's worldview, because if it becomes so overwhelming, what it does is that it minimizes your ability to think as creatively as one can. And it makes it a very lonely journey. We know that breadwinners and those who people look up to are very, very lonely. And I think it's coupled, shall we say, challenge that we don't tend, especially men, don't tend to talk about their challenges. It's a sort of lonely struggle. And if we did more talking, or there was more, when I was speaking of the communal support, sort of more groups where men can just get together. I know women are much better than men at doing this, but where men can get together and can just talk about, gosh, these challenges, what can I do? It relieves, so that the journey is not as lonely as possible. So the scary thing about all this is that when it becomes so overwhelming, it can indeed lead to suicidal thoughts, because one is constantly feeling a sense of failure. I'm letting people down. I'm not able to meet the needs. And so that constant sense of failure, that feedback, can make one feel a sense of helplessness, and in some scenarios can actually lead to suicidal thoughts that I think people will be better off without me.
And it's a very interesting point you make there, to say that if we had clusters and communities and environments where we could share our thoughts, our experiences, we would eliminate the understanding of being alone, or the perceived view that I'm doing this alone. However, I want to ask, does that solve the problem?
Yeah. So what that does typically is, yes, its main objective is at least to help bring some relief, so that the sense of overwhelm is reduced, that one feels supported and one feels a bit more inspired and encouraged to keep pressing on. But ultimately, if we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, for example, where physiological needs are the most basic, that unless a person is fed, unless a person, has shelter and safety, unless those basic needs are met, then any psychological intervention will not be so effective. And so the starting point is always to ensure that the physical needs are actually addressed. And they are not just addressed in the immediate short term, but that there are systems and mechanisms in place that will ensure some kind of sustainability, so that if people are going into agriculture, how will they be able to be self-reliant and to support their family moving forward. So those are needed. Those are very, very important. So it's not just the psychological. The psychological is very important as well. But the fundamental starting point is to make sure that the basic physiological needs are met.
Prof, let's look at the solution, right? And I know we've just spoken about the necessity for these physical needs to be met, the necessity for these, of course, the concerns of the people going through those stress levels being met initially. However, because of the context of the African continent, and I think you put it so beautifully that there is a necessity to better nurture the creative capabilities and capacities of Africans so that we can solve the problems we find ourselves in. Where does the solution begin tangibly? Where can we now say, okay, I understand that I'm in a state that requires support. I require an opportunity to therapize my experience. Therefore, having an opportunity to talk, to mingle and mix with others who are going through what I'm going through, but to also constantly reassure one another that we can make it out of this. We've had the discussion, we've had the conversation. How can I tangibly begin to release or churn out those creative juices so that I come up with a solution for my problem?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And so the starting point is always, I think, with the individual, in the sense that it's important to first acknowledge the emotional impact, acknowledge where you are at first. And it's very important to focus on sort of small controllable actions. So, for example, the little one gets sort of budgeting, looking for training opportunities, or whatever is available. Because what tends to happen sometimes is that people might get a little bit of support, but then blow it all away in drinking, for instance, and therefore everything is just lost. So it's very important to take small little steps. Once those are those are done, then to indeed focus on what are my strengths, what am I good at, what are the gaps, where can I contribute, what little can I do? Because when you look at innovators, you find that it is addressing of the gaps. So it is, but you have to have that worldview or those lenses to be able to say, okay, look, there's a gap there. I can come in here. But often what tends to happen is that people, the big donation to come, then I will be able to do something. But it is in the small little steps, in just thinking, okay, just for today, what can I do creatively? Even if it means just going out and volunteering or doing some piecework or offering something for a little bit of money, and then how can I then make that money grow? And just generally, I think having those kinds of conversations, belonging to some group, some support club, some cooperative, also is known to be very helpful, because it's often, although it starts individually, often it's the group needs to, or the community needs to move forward together. And if teamwork is better than a person doing it individually, but it requires everyone sort of sharing and having that same vision. So it moves from the individual to the community, to the group, but there must be the will and the belief. I think also the belief, the hope, the inspiration, the aspiration. Those are very, very important.
Symptoms. I think we have sort of covered a full view of the expression in society the potential for solution, the understanding and gauge of what are some of the strategies in which we can implement in order to fast track this motion towards a better mental health, not just for myself, but for my community and ultimately the country, and then we extend ourselves to the continent. What are some of the signs that should show one that they're not as mentally fit as they assume themselves to be? And I say this because it's easy for us to assume that in poverty-stricken areas of the continent, people must be having mental health breakdowns. However, if I'm a middle-class citizen in a country that's doing fairly well for the continent, I would negate the responsibility of constantly checking in on my mental health to see, am I coping with the standpoint that I find myself in? And so let's perhaps look at the symptoms of what one would be going through should they be experiencing economic stress and their mental health rather being compromised because of that.
Right. Yeah. A couple of things. So one of the key symptoms to recognize or what we know, for example, with regard to depression, is just your emotions, what you are feeling most of the time. If you find that most of the time you are feeling sad, you're feeling despondent, you're feeling discouraged, then that is a sign that also if you notice that there is a change in that in the things you used to enjoy doing. You used to enjoy socializing with your friends, you used to enjoy cooking, you used to enjoy praying, whatever it is, you no longer do, that you are becoming more isolated. That is also a clear sign. And especially if it is something that you experience every day, most of the day, for over 2 weeks, then again, that's a sign. But also changes in sleep. If you find that you are not able to sleep or you are struggling to sleep, to get to sleep, as well as, or the opposite actually, where you find that you are actually wanting to be sleeping all the time, that is a sign. The same applies to appetite, that you've either lost interest in the food you used to enjoy, or the opposite, wanting to be eating all the time. Another clear sign are the kinds of things that you tell yourself, the self-talk, the conversations one has, where you are constantly focusing on what's not working, seeing yourself as a failure. Again, those are clear signs. To the extent that you're feeling tired all the time, and you might even be having thoughts of ending your life. Now, the key thing here is functionality. You find that you are not able to be as productive as you used to be. You are not as motivated as you used to be. Or you find that you are having fear, anxiety, that you are worried all the time, to the extent that you don't, take actions, go out, get things done because you are afraid. So those are signs. Another clear sign that things might not be so well mentally is the use of alcohol and drugs, that you are finding that you are consuming a whole lot more or taking a whole lot, to the extent that it is actually interfering with your responsibilities at home, with your work if you're working, with your studies if you're studying. Those, again, are clear signs, to the extent that you are not in control. If it is the drug or alcohol, or just have one drink, but you find that you're having a whole lot more drinks. So those are the most common signs. And the most common mental disorders, of course, is anxiety and depression. Those are what I would say are the most common. And so those are some of the key signs to look out for.
Lastly, one who has been listening to this conversation and thinking to themselves, I see some of the symptoms within my being, and I can tell that the economic pressures of going about my day-to-day are affecting me. Where do they start looking for help?
Right. So one of the key things to do is to find out in your area where mental health help might be. And the basic starting point might actually be a clinic or a hospital. So in many clinics across the continent, there are either psychiatric nurses, if they're lucky, then a psychologist or a counselor or a psychosocial counselor of some sort. So seeking a mental health professional is the starting point. It's very important not to wait too long. And the other thing that needs to be said is that there's a lot of stigma associated with mental health. And it's important we overcome. It's nothing to be ashamed of. To say that I'm overwhelmed, it is too much, I just can't cope. I'm finding that I'm more forgetful, I'm not able to make decisions, I'm unsettled, I can't concentrate. So don't be ashamed of that. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It is actually a sign of strength, because you are connecting with that part of you that knows that life doesn't have to be like that. So go online. If you have access to online, go online, just find out where are mental health professionals. And mental health professionals are in many groups, from psychosocial counselors to psychiatric nurses, psychiatric clinical officers, clinical social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, and even your doctor, GP or even nurse will have some knowledge, and they'll be able to know who and where to refer you to. If you are struggling with an addiction like alcohol use or drugs, there are support groups as well. Alcoholics Anonymous are found in most countries, where people meet and encourage one another. And so those are things that I would encourage one to do. You can also, of course, online Google search, and especially if you find that, you have lost this motivation, there are many, chatbots and apps that are sort of available right across the continent now, and even smartphone apps that are available that you would be able to use if you have a smartphone. So the knowledge and the opportunities, the resources are beginning to grow on the continent. They are beginning to grow, so that at least we are able to, to deal with those kinds of things. But do take action, and the opportunities are indeed there.
Professor, it has been an absolute pleasure speaking to you this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolute joy, and I've enjoyed the conversation. Thank you very much.
43 minutes after 11 p.m. Central African time. If you have just joined us, what a treat of a conversation. We spoke to Professor Chiwoza Bandawe, who is a professor in mental health at Kamuzu University of Health Sciences in Blantyre, Malawi. Professor Chiwoza is also the only clinical psychologist in Malawi and works tirelessly to dispel myths about mental illnesses. And one such conversation concerning economic pressures and how this affects mental health, I believe, will continue to steer that ship. Let's get some music when we get back. It will be time for us to touch base with Morris Touch, who is up next on the Afro Republic.
Hotlines, 10 p.m. to midnight Central African Time with Sheila Ndikumana.
Central African Time, Kovmasava, the remix. Of course, Diamond Platinums. Then we had Jason Derulo, Khalil Harrison, and Chloe Khalil Harris. And Chloe bringing us to the final bits of Heartlines. If you have just joined us, good evening to you and yours. Don't touch that dial. Okay, just because Heartlines comes to an end, it doesn't mean that you must leave the station that brings you the African perspective. Sit down, relax. It's a long weekend for very many. And so if you have a busy Friday morning, hopefully as you try and get some sleep, we can keep you company. Up next, Morris Touch on the Afro Republic. Morris Touch is going to be letting us know what comes up on the show. But before we speak to Morris Touch, let's just backtrack on the conversations that we had this evening. We kickstarted off with none other than our dynamic force in Africa's creative and literacy scene. This is Mokoena Manamela, a civil rights activist, an award-winning journalist, a filmmaker, and the author whose passion for storytelling truly is accentuated through education and social justice. She most recently put out a book titled Tiseke, and this is a book that illustrates a tale of identity, belonging, and joy through the lens of a young girl whose roots stretch across the African continent. And so with the hopes to address Afrophobia, xenophobia, and discrimination, this book is truly inviting young minds to celebrate their heritage and understand the complexities of the world we live in. That was the very first conversation we had in the very first hour. Then we had an opportunity to touch base with Professor Chiwoza Bandawe, a professional and a professor in the spaces of mental health, specifically a professor in mental health at the Kamuzu University of Health Sciences in Blantyre, Malawi. And we spoke to the realities of the economic pressures that we experience across the continent and how these affect our mental health. And we got to a place where we brought about solution. Talk was one of the solutions proposed. It's important for you to have community. It's important for you to be able to express yourself effectively. And of course, this alongside loved ones and people that you can trust. So that was Heartlines. We now find out from our Bulawayo studios with Morris Touch what to expect on the Afro Republic. Morris, good evening to you.
Shayla, how are you doing? It's good to know that you are giving us the best, and I'm doing well myself.
That's fantastic.
How was your off day? Your holiday, rather. It was a holiday yesterday.
Morris, was it really? Was it?
Yes.
Was it? Why am I here? It was a holiday. Okay? This is the one day where people who are working should be commended, honestly. So props to you, sir.
And celebrated.
How was your day? What did you get up to?
My day was, I actually spent the whole day, for the first time in a long time, I managed to stay at home on this day. Usually May Day, I'm not at home, I'm doing something somewhere out there. But this year it was totally different. I spent the entire day at home with family. So yeah, I must say I did celebrate the day.
So what comes up on the Afro Republic today?
All right, it's a continuation of a series that we started yesterday. We remember we were talking about the continent of Africa and just the formation of the OAU and the role that music played in the whole process. And what musicians did as far as the African struggle for independence is concerned. That's what we touched on yesterday. We touched on so many issues, but today we continue in the same vein, and today we are actually focusing on different artists and their music. Yesterday we did focus on, of course, on the music of Oli from Chikudzi. We touched on the music of Yvonne Chaka Chaka, having played her role as well, and the music of Selo Twala, Chico. There are quite a number of tracks that they did that were very specific, respectively, is concerned.
Morris, we look forward to those conversations. For now, do take care. You come in the next 7 minutes. right? So until then, we are looking forward to the Afro Republic with Morris Touch. Catch him between midnight and 3 a.m. Central African Time, broadcasting live from our Bulawayo studios. From the team and I, it has been a pleasure speaking to you this evening. Please do take care of yourselves. Enjoy your long weekend. If you will not be in the office tomorrow, listen, lavish on these, how many days now? 4 days. So it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Please enjoy yourselves. Take care of yourselves, and we'll meet again. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow Hotlines does continue, but I will not be with you. I will be back with you on Monday. That is at 10 p.m. Central African Time. But for now, cheers.